Pawn of Prophecy by David Eddings. Prologue. Being a history of the war of the gods and the acts of Belgariad the sorcerer, adapted from the Book of Elon. When the world was new, the 7 gods dwelt in harmony, and the races of man were as one people. Belar, youngest of the gods, was beloved by the Elons. He abode with them and cherished them, and they prospered in his care. The other gods also gathered peoples about them, and each god cherished his own people. But Belar's eldest brother, Aldur, was god over no people. He dwelt apart from men and gods, until the day that a vagrant child sought him out. Aldur accepted the child as his disciple, and called him Belgariad. Belgariad learned the secret of the will and the word, and became a sorcerer. In the years that followed, others also sought out the solitary god. They joined in brotherhood to learn at the feet of Aldur, and time did not touch them. Now it happened that Aldur took up a stone in the shape of a globe, no larger than the heart of a child, and he turned the stone in his hand until it became a living soul. The power of the living jewel, which men called the Orb of Aldur, was very great, and Aldur worked wonders with it. Of all of the gods, Torak was the most beautiful, and his people were the Angaraks. They burned sacrifices before him, calling him Lord of Lords, and Torak found the smell of sacrifice and the words of adoration sweet. The day came, however, when he heard of the Orb of Aldur, and from that moment he knew no peace. Finally, in a dissembling guise, he went to Aldur. "My brother," he said, "it is not fitting that thou shouldst absent thyself from our company and counsel. Put aside this jewel, which hath seduced thy mind from our fellowship." Aldur looked into his brother's soul and rebuked him. "Why dost thou seek lordship and dominion, Torak? Is not Angarak enough for thee? Do not in thy pride seek to possess the orb, lest it slay thee." Great was Torak's shame at the words of Aldur, and he raised his hand and smote his brother. Taking the jewel, he fled. The other gods besought Torak to return the orb, but he would not. Then the races of man rose up and came against the host of Angarak, and made war on them. The wars of the gods and of men raged across the land, until, near the high places of Korim, Torak raised the orb, and forced its will to join with his to split the earth asunder. The mountains were cast down, and the sea came in. But Belar and Aldur joined their wills and set limits upon the sea. The races of man, however, were separated one from the others, and the gods also. Now when Torak raised the living orb against the earth, it awoke and began to glow with holy flame. The face of Torak was seared by the blue fire. In pain he cast down the mountains. In anguish he cracked open the earth. In agony he let in the sea. His left hand flared and burned to ashes. The flesh on the left side of his face melted like wax, and his left eye boiled in its socket. With a great cry he cast himself into the sea to quench the burning. But his anguish was without end. When Torak arose from the water, his right side was still fair, but his left was burned and scarred hideously by the fire of the orb. In endless pain he led his people away to the east, where they built a great city on the plains of Meloria, which they called Ktrol Mishrak, City of Night, for Torak hid his maiming in the darkness. The Angaraks raised an iron tower for their god, and placed the orb in an iron cask in the topmost chamber. Often Torak stood before the cask, then fled weeping, lest his yearning to look on the orb overpower him, and he perish utterly. The centuries rolled past in the lands of the Angarak, and they came to call their maimed god Kaltorak, both king and god. Valar had taken the Elons to the north. Of all men, they were the most hardy and warlike, and Valar put eternal hatred for Angarak in their hearts. With cruel swords and axes they ranged to the north, even to the fields of eternal ice, seeking a way to their ancient enemies. Thus it was until the time when Carach Bareshoulders, greatest king of the Elorns, traveled to the Vale of Aldor to seek out Belgarath, the sorcerer. "The way to the north is open," he said. "The signs and the auguries are propitious. Now is the time ripe for us to discover the way to the City of Night, and regain the orb from One Eye." Poledra, wife of Belgarath, was great with child, and he was reluctant to leave her, but Carach prevailed. They stole away one night to join Carach's sons, Draz Bulnek, Algar Fleetfoot, and Riva Irongrip. Cruel winter gripped the Northland, and the moors glittered beneath the stars with frost and steel-grey ice. To seek out their way, Belgarath cast an enchantment and took the shape of a great wolf. On silent feet, he slunk through the snow-floored forests where the trees cracked and shattered in the sundering cold. Grim frost silvered the ruff and shoulders of the wolf, and ever after the hair and beard of Belgarath were silver. Through snow and mist they crossed into Meloria, and came at last to Tol Mishrak, finding a secret way into the city. Belgarath led them to the foot of the iron tower. Silently they climbed the rusted stairs which had known no step for 20 centuries. Fearfully they passed through the chamber where Torak tossed in pain-haunted slumber, his maimed face hidden by a steel mask. Stealthily they crept past the sleeping god in the smoldering darkness, and came at last to the chamber where lay the iron cask, in which rested the living orb. Carach motioned for Belgarath to take the orb, but Belgarath refused. "I may not touch it, lest it destroy me. Once it welcomed the touch of man or god, but its will hardened when Torak raised it against its mother. It will not be so used again. It reads our souls. Only one without ill intent, who is pure enough to take it and convey it in peril of his life, with no thought of power or position, may touch it now." "What man has no ill intent in the silence of his soul?" Carach asked. But Riva Irongrip opened the cask and took up the orb. Its fire shone through his fingers, but he was not burned. "So be it, Carach," Belgarath said. "Your youngest son is pure. It shall be his doom, and the doom of all who follow him, to bear the orb and protect it." And Belgarath sighed, knowing the burden he had placed upon Riva. "Then his brothers and I will sustain him," Carach said, "for so long as this doom is upon him." Riva muffled the orb in his cloak and hid it beneath his tunic. They crept again through the chambers of the maimed god, down the rusted stairs, along the secret way to the gates of the city, and into the wasteland beyond. Soon after, Torak awoke, and went as always into the chamber of the orb, but the cask stood open, and the orb was gone. Horrible was the wrath of Kaltorak. Taking his great sword, he went down from the iron tower, and turned and smote it once, and the tower fell. To the Angaraks he cried out in a voice of thunder, "Because you are become indolent and unwatchful, and have let a thief steal that for which I paid so dearly, I will break your city and drive you forth. Angarak shall wander the earth until Crag Yaska, the burning stone, is returned to me." And then he cast down the city of night into ruin, and drove the hosts of Angarak into the wilderness, and Kethalmishrak was no more. 3 leagues off, Belgariad heard the wailing from the city, and knew that Torak had awakened. Now will he come after us, and only the power of the orb can save us. When the hosts are upon us, iron grip, take the orb and hold it so they may see it. The hosts of Angarak came, with Torak himself in the forefront, but Riva held forth the orb so that the maimed god and his hosts might behold it. The orb knew its enemy. Its hatred flamed anew, and the sky became alight with its fury. Torak cried out and turned away. The front ranks of the Angarak host were consumed by fire, and the rest fled in terror. Thus Belgariad and his companions escaped from Meloria, and passed again through the marches of the north, bearing the orb of Aldur once more into the kingdoms of the west. Now the gods, knowing all that had passed, held council, and Aldur advised them. If we raise war again upon our brother Torak, our strife will destroy the world. Thus we must absent ourselves from the world, so that our brother may not find us. No longer in flesh, but in spirit only, may we remain to guide and protect our people. For the world's sake it must be so. In the day that we war again, the world will be unmade. The gods wept that they must depart. But Kaldan, bull god of the Erins, asked, In our absence, shall not Torak have dominion? Not so, Aldur replied. So long as the orb remains with the line of Riva Irongrip, Torak shall not prevail. And so it was that the gods departed, and only Torak remained. But the knowledge that the orb in the hand of Riva denied him dominion cankered his soul. Then Belgariad spoke with Kerak and his sons. Here we must depart to guard the orb and to prepare against the coming of Torak. Let each turn aside, as I have instructed, and make preparations. We will, Belgariad, vowed Kerak bare shoulders. From this day, Eloria is no more. But the Elrons will deny dominion to Torak as long as one Elrond remains. Belgariad raised his face. Hear me, Torak One-Eye. The living orb is secure against thee, and thou shalt not prevail against it. In the day that thou comest against us, I shall raise war against thee. I will maintain watch upon thee by day and by night, and will abide against thy coming even to the end of days. In the wastelands of Meloria, Kal Torak heard the voice of Belgariad, and smote about him in fury, for he knew that the living orb was forever beyond his reach. Then Kerak embraced his sons and turned away to see them no more. Dras went north and dwelt in the lands drained by river Mrin. He built a city at Baktor, and called his lands Drasnia. And he and his descendants stood athwart the northern marches and denied them to the enemy. Algar went south with his people, and found horses on the broad plains drained by the Aldur River. The horses they tamed and learned to ride them, and for the first time in the history of man, mounted warriors appeared. Their country they called Belgariad, and they became nomads following their herds. Kerak returned sadly to Val Elon, and renamed his kingdom Kerak, for now he was alone and without sons. Grimly he built tall ships of war to patrol the seas and deny them to the enemy. Upon the bearer of the orb, however, fell the burden of the longest journey. Taking his people, Riva went to the west coast of Sendaria. There he built ships, and he and his people crossed to the Isle of the Winds. They burned their ships and built a fortress and a walled city around it. The city they called Riva, and the fortress of the Hall of the Riven King. Then Belar god of the Alhorns, caused 2 iron stars to fall from the sky, and Riva took up the stars and forged a blade from one, and a hilt from the other, setting the orb upon its pommel. So large was the sword that none but Riva could wield it. In the wasteland of Meloria, Kal Torak felt in his soul the forging of the sword, and he tasted fear for the first time. The sword was set against the black rock that stood at the back of Riva's throne, with the orb at the highest point, and the sword joined to the rock so that none but Riva could remove it. The orb burned with a cold fire when Riva sat upon the throne, and when he took down his sword and raised it, it became a great tongue of cold fire. The greatest wonder of all was the marking of Riva's heir. In each generation, one child in the line of Riva bore upon the palm of his right hand the mark of the orb. The child so marked was taken to the throne chamber, and his hand was placed upon the orb, so that it might know him. With each infant touch, the orb waxed in brilliance, and the bond between the living orb and the line of Riva became stronger with each joining. After Belgarath had parted from his companions, he hastened to the Vale of Aldur. But there he found that Poledra, his wife, had borne 2 daughters, and then she had died. In sorrow he named the elder Belgara. Her hair was dark as the raven's wing. In the fashion of sorcerers, he stretched forth his hand to lay it upon her brow, and a single lock at her forehead turned frost white at his touch. Then he was troubled, for the white lock was the mark of the sorcerers, and Belgara was the first female child to be so marked. His second daughter, fair-skinned and golden-haired, was unmarked. He called her Belderan, and he and her dark-haired sister loved her beyond all else, and contended with each other for her affection. Now when Belgara and Belderan had reached their 16th year, the spirit of Valdur came to Belgarath in a dream, saying, "My beloved disciple, I would join thy house with the house of the guardian of the orb. Choose, therefore, which of thy daughters thou wilt give to the Riven king, to be his wife and the mother of his line. For in that line lies the hope of the world, against which the dark tower of Torak may not prevail." In the deep silence of his soul, Belgarath was tempted to choose Belgara. But knowing the burden which lay upon the Riven king, he sent Belderan instead, and wept when she was gone. Belgara wept also long and bitterly, knowing that her sister must fade and die. In time, however, they comforted each other and came at last to know each other. They joined their powers to keep watch over Torak, and some men say that they abide still, keeping their vigil through all of the uncounted centuries. Part 1. Sendaria. Chapter 1. The first thing the boy Garion remembered was the kitchen at Faldor's farm. For all of the rest of his life he had a special warm feeling for kitchens, and those peculiar sounds and smells that seemed somehow to combine into a bustling seriousness that had to do with love and food and comfort and security and, above all, home. No matter how high Garion rose in life, he never forgot that all of his memories began in that kitchen. The kitchen at Faldor's farm was a large, low-beamed room filled with ovens and kettles and great spits that turned slowly in cavern-like arched fireplaces. There were long, heavy work tables where bread was kneaded into loaves, and chickens were cut up, and carrots and celery were diced with quick, crisp, rocking movements of long, curved knives. When Garion was very small, he played under those tables, and soon learned to keep his fingers and toes out from under the feet of the kitchen helpers who worked around them. And sometimes, in the late afternoon when he grew tired, he would lie in a corner and stare into one of the flickering fires that gleamed and reflected back from the 100 polished pots and knives and long-handled spoons that hung from pegs along the whitewashed walls, and, all bemused, he would drift off into sleep in perfect peace and harmony with all that the world around him had. The center of the kitchen, and everything that happened there, was Aunt Paul. She seemed somehow to be able to be everywhere at once. The finishing touch that plumped a goose in its roasting pan, or deftly shaped a rising loaf, or garnished a smoking ham fresh from the oven, was always hers. Though there were several others who worked in the kitchen, no loaf, stew, soup, roast, or vegetable ever went out of it that had not been touched at least once by Aunt Paul. She knew by smell, taste, or some higher instinct what each dish required, and she seasoned them all by pinch or trace or a negligent-seeming shake from earthenware spice-pots. It was as if there was a kind of magic about her, a knowledge and power beyond that of ordinary people. And yet, even at her busiest, she always knew precisely where Geryon was. In the very midst of crimping a pie crust, or decorating a special cake, or stitching up a freshly stuffed chicken, she could, without looking, reach out a leg and hook him back out from under the feet of others with heel or ankle. As he grew a bit older, it even became a game. Geryon would watch until she seemed far too busy to notice him, and then, laughing, he would run on his sturdy little legs toward a door. But she would always catch him, and he would laugh and throw his arms around her neck and kiss her, and then go back to watching for his next chance to run away again. He was quite convinced in those early years that his Aunt Paul was quite the most important and beautiful woman in the world. For one thing, she was taller than the other women on Faldor's farm, very nearly as tall as a man, and her face was always serious, even stern, except with him, of course. Her hair was long and very dark, almost black, all but one lock just above her left brow, which was white as new snow. At night, when she tucked him into the little bed close beside her own in their private room above the kitchen, he would reach out and touch that white lock. She would smile at him and touch his face with a soft hand. Then he would sleep, content in the knowledge that she was there, watching over him. Faldor's farm lay very nearly in the center of Sendaria, a misty kingdom bordered on the west by the Sea of the Winds, and on the east by the Gulf of Kerek. Like all farmhouses in that particular time and place, Faldor's farmstead was not one building nor two, but rather was a solidly constructed complex of sheds and barns and hen roosts and dovecotes, all facing inward upon a central yard with a stout gate at the front. Along the second-story gallery were the rooms, some spacious, some quite tiny, in which lived the farm hands who tilled and planted and weeded the extensive fields beyond the walls. Faldor himself lived in quarters in the square tower above the central dining hall, where his workers assembled 3 times a day, sometimes 4 during harvest time, to feast on the bounty of Aunt Paul's kitchen. All in all, it was quite a happy and harmonious place. Farmer Faldor was a good master. He was a tall, serious man with a long nose and an even longer jaw. Though he seldom laughed or even smiled, he was kindly to those who worked for him, and seemed more intent on maintaining them all in health and well-being than extracting the last possible ounce of sweat from them. In many ways he was more like a father than a master to the 60-odd people who lived on his freeholding. He ate with them, which was unusual, since many farmers in the district sought to hold themselves aloof from their workers, and his presence at the head of the central table in the dining hall exerted a restraining influence on some of the younger ones who tended sometimes to be boisterous. Farmer Faldor was a devout man, and he invariably invoked with simple eloquence the blessing of the gods before each meal. The people of his farm, knowing this, filed with some decorum into the dining hall before each meal and sat in the semblance, at least, of piety, before attacking the heaping platters and bowls of food that Aunt Pole and her helpers had placed before them. Because of Faldor's good heart and the magic of Aunt Pole's deft fingers, the farm was known throughout the district as the finest place to live and work for 20 leagues in any direction. Whole evenings were spent in the tavern in the nearby village of Upper Grout, in minute description of the near miraculous meals served regularly in Faldor's dining hall. Less fortunate men, who worked at other farms, were frequently seen, after several pots of ale, to weep openly at descriptions of one of Aunt Pole's roasted geese, and the fame of Faldor's farm spread wide throughout the district. The most important man on the farm, aside from Faldor, was Dernick, the smith. As Garion grew older, and was allowed to move out from under Aunt Pole's watchful eye, he found his way inevitably to the smithy. The glowing iron that came from Dernick's forge had an almost hypnotic attraction for him. Dernick was an ordinary-looking man with plain brown hair and a plain face, ruddy from the heat of his forge. He was neither tall nor short, nor was he thin or stout. He was sober and quiet, and like most men who follow his trade, he was enormously strong. He wore a rough leather jerkin and an apron of the same material. Both were spotted with burns from the sparks which flew from his forge. He also wore tight-fitting hose and soft leather boots, as was the custom in that part of Sendaria. At first, Dernick's only words to Garion were warnings to keep his fingers away from the forge and the glowing metal which came from it. In time, however, he and the boy became friends, and he spoke more frequently. "Always finish what you set your hand to," he would advise. "It's bad for the iron if you set it aside and then take it back to the fire more than is needful."
"And why is that?"
Garion would ask. Dernick would shrug. "It just is. Always do the very best job that you can," he said on another occasion, as he put a last few finishing touches with a file on the metal parts of a wagon tongue he was repairing.
"But that piece goes underneath,"
Garion said.
"No one will ever see it."
"But I know it's there," Dernick said, still smoothing the metal. "If it isn't done as well as I can do it, I'll be ashamed every time I see this wagon go by, and I will see this wagon every day." And so it went. Without even intending to, Dernick instructed the small boy in those solid Sendarian virtues of work, thrift, sobriety, good manners, and practicality, which formed the backbone of the society. At first Aunt Pole worried about Garion's attraction to the smithy with its obvious dangers, but after watching from her kitchen door for a while, she realized that Dernick was almost as watchful of Garion's safety as she was herself, and she became less concerned.
"If the boy becomes pestersome, Goodman Dernick, send him away," she told the smith on one occasion when she had brought a large copper kettle to the smithy to be patched. "Or tell me, and I shall keep him closer to the kitchen."
"Oh, he's no bother, Mistress Pole," Dernick said, smiling. "He is a sensible boy, and he knows enough to keep out in the way."
"You are too good-natured, friend Dernick," Aunt Pole said. "The boy's full of questions. Answer one, and a dozen more pour out."
"Well, that's the way of boys," Dernick said, carefully pouring bubbling metal into the small clay ring he had placed around the tiny hole in the bottom of the kettle. "I was questionsome myself when I was a boy. My father and old Barrel, the smith who taught me, were patient enough to answer what they could. I'd repay them poorly if I didn't have the same patience with Garion." Garion, who was sitting nearby, had held his breath during this conversation. He knew that one wrong word on either side would have instantly banished him from the smithy. As Aunt Pole walked back across the hard-packed dirt of the yard toward her kitchen with her new-mended kettle, he noticed the way that Dernick watched her, and an idea began to form in his mind. It was a simple idea, and the beauty of it was that it provided something for everyone.
"Aunt Paul,"
he said that night, wincing as she washed one of his ears with a rough cloth.
"Yes?"
she said, turning her attention to his neck.
"Why don't you marry Dernick?"
She stopped washing.
"What?" "I think it would be an awfully good idea."
"Oh, do you?" Her voice had a slight edge to it, and Geryon knew that he was on dangerous ground.
"He likes you,"
he said defensively.
"And I suppose you have already discussed this with him?" "No. I thought I'd talk to you about it first. At least that was a good idea. I can tell him about it tomorrow morning if you'd like."
His head was turned around quite firmly by one ear, and Paul, Geryon felt, found his ears far too convenient.
"Don't you so much as breathe one word of this nonsense to Dernick or anyone else,"
she said, her dark eyes burning into his with a fire he had never seen there before.
"It was only a thought, and a very bad one. From now on, leave thinking to grown-ups."
She was still holding his ear.
"Anything you say,"
he agreed hastily. Later that night, however, when they lay in their beds in the quiet darkness, he approached the problem obliquely.
"Aunt Paul?" "Yes?" "Since you don't want to marry Dernick, who do you want to marry? Geryon?" "Yes." "Close your mouth and go to sleep." "Well, I think I've got a right to know."
"Geryon?"
"All right, I'm going to sleep. But I don't think you're being very fair about all this."
She drew in a deep breath.
"Very well. I am not thinking of getting married. I have never thought of getting married, and I seriously doubt that I'll ever think of getting married. I have far too many important things to attend to for any of that." "Don't worry, Aunt Paul," he said, wanting to put her mind at ease. "When I grow up, I'll marry you."
She laughed then, a deep, rich laugh, and reached out to touch his face in the darkness.
"Oh, no, my Geryon. There is another wife in store for you." "Who?" "Oh, you'll find out," she said mysteriously. "Now, go to sleep." "Aunt Paul?" "Yes." "Where's my mother?"
It was a question he had been meaning to ask for quite some time. There was a long pause. Then Aunt Paul sighed.
"She died,"
she said quietly. Geryon felt a sudden wrenching surge of grief, an unbearable anguish. He began to cry. And then she was beside his bed. She knelt on the floor and put her arms around him. Finally, a long time later, after she had carried him to her own bed and held him close until his grief had run its course, Geryon asked brokenly,
"What was she like, my mother?" "She was fair-haired,"
Aunt Paul said,
"and very young, and very beautiful. Her voice was gentle, and she was very happy." "Did she love me?" "Oh, more than you could imagine."
And then he cried again. But his crying was quieter now, more regretful than anguished. Aunt Paul held him closely until he cried himself to sleep. There were other children on Faldor's farm, as was only natural in a community of 60 or so. The older ones on the farm all worked, but there were 3 other children of about Geryon's age on the freeholding. These 3 became his playmates and his friends. The oldest boy was named Rundurig. He was a year or 2 older than Geryon, and quite a bit taller. Ordinarily, since he was the eldest of the children, Rundurig would have been their leader. But because he was an Arend, his sense was a bit limited, and he cheerfully deferred to the younger ones. The kingdom of Sendaria, unlike other kingdoms, was inhabited by a broad variety of racial stocks: Carrics, Algars, Drasnians, Erins, and even a substantial number of Tonedrins had merged to form the elemental Sindar. Erins, of course, were very brave, but were also notoriously thick-witted. Gerion's second playmate was Dorun, a small, quick boy whose background was so mixed that he could only be called a Sindar. The most notable thing about him was the fact that he was always running. He never walked if he could run. Like his feet, his mind seemed to tumble over itself, and his tongue as well. He talked continually, and very fast, and he was always excited. The undisputed leader of the little foursome was the girl Zubrat, a golden-haired charmer who invented their games, made up stories to tell them, and set them to stealing apples and plums from Faldor's orchard for her. She ruled them as a little queen, playing one against the other and inciting them into fights. She was quite heartless, and each of the three boys at times hated her, even while remaining helpless thralls to her tiniest whim. In the winter they slid on wide boards down the snowy hillside behind the farmhouse, and returned home wet and snow-covered with chapped hands and glowing cheeks as evening's purple shadows crept across the snow. Or, after Djurnik the smith had proclaimed the ice safe, they would slide endlessly across the frozen pond that lay glittering frostily in a little dale just to the east of the farm buildings along the road to Upper Gralt. And if the weather was too cold, or on toward spring when rains and warm winds had made the snow slushy and the pond unsafe, they would gather in the hay barn and leap by the hour from the loft into the soft hay beneath, filling their hair with chaff and their noses with dust that smelled of summer. In the spring, they caught pollywogs along the marshy edges of the pond and climbed trees to stare in wonder at the tiny blue eggs the birds had laid in twiggy nests in the highest branches. It was Dorun, naturally, who fell from a tree and broke his arm one fine spring morning when Zubrat urged him into the highest branches of a tree near the edge of the pond. Since Runderig stood helplessly gaping at his injured friend, and Zubrat had run away almost before he hit the ground, it fell to Gerion to make certain necessary decisions. Gravely, he considered the situation for a few moments, his young face seriously intent beneath his shock of sandy hair. The arm was obviously broken, and Dorun, pale and frightened, bit his lip to keep from crying. A movement caught Gerion's eye, and he glanced up quickly. A man in a dark cloak sat astride a large black horse not far away, watching intently. When their eyes met, Gerion felt a momentary chill, and he knew that he had seen the man before, that indeed that dark figure had hovered on the edge of his vision for as long as he could remember, never speaking, but always watching. There was in that silent scrutiny a kind of cold animosity, curiously mingled with something that was almost, but not quite, fear. Then Dorun whimpered, and Gerion turned back. Carefully he bound the injured arm across the front of Dorun's body with his rope belt, and then he and Runderig helped the injured boy to his feet.
"At least he could have helped us," Gerion said resentfully.
"Oh," Runderig said, looking around. Gerion turned to point at the dark-cloaked man, but the rider was gone.
"I didn't see anyone,"
Runderig said.
"It hurts,"
Dorun said.
"Don't worry," Gerion said. "Aunt Paul can fix it."
And so she did. When the three appeared at the door of her kitchen, she took in the situation with a single glance.
"Bring him over here,"
she told them, her voice not even excited. She set the pale and violently trembling boy on a stool near one of the ovens and mixed a tea of several herbs taken from earthenware jars on a high shelf in the back of one of her pantries.
"Drink this,"
she instructed Dorun, handing him a steaming mug.
"Will it make my arm well?"
Dorun asked, suspiciously eyeing the evil-smelling brew.
"Just drink it," she ordered, laying out some splints and a linen strip. "Ugh, it tastes awful," Darun said, making a face. "It's supposed to. Now drink it all." "I don't think I want any more." "Very well," she said. She pushed back the splints and took down a long, very sharp knife from a hook on the wall. "What are you going to do with that?" he demanded shakily. "Well, since you don't want to take the medicine, I guess it'll have to come off." "Off?" he squeaked, his eyes bulging. "Oh, probably right about there," she said thoughtfully, touching his arm at the elbow with the point of the knife. Tears came to his eyes. Darun gulped down the rest of the liquid, and a few minutes later he was nodding, almost drowsing, on his stool. He screamed once, though, when Aunt Paul set the broken bone, but after the arm had been wrapped and splinted he drowsed again. Aunt Paul spoke briefly with the boy's frightened mother, and then had Jernik carry him up to bed. "You wouldn't really have cut off his arm," Garion said. Aunt Paul looked at him, her expression unchanging. "Oh," she said, and he was no longer sure. "I think I'd like to have a word with Mistress Soubrette now," she said. "She ran away when Darun fell out of the tree," said Garion. "Find her." "She's hiding," Garion protested. "She always hides when something goes wrong. I wouldn't know where to look for her." "Garion," Aunt Paul said, "I did not ask if you knew where to look. I told you to find her and bring her to me." "But what if she won't come?" Garion hedged. "Garion!" There was a note of awful finality in Aunt Paul's tone, and Garion fled. "I didn't have anything to do with it," Soubrette lied, as soon as Garion led her to Aunt Paul in the kitchen. "You," Aunt Paul said, pointing at a stool. "Sit." Soubrette sank onto the stool, her mouth open and her eyes wide. "You," Aunt Paul said to Garion, pointing at the kitchen door. "Out." Garion left hurriedly. 10 minutes later, a sobbing little girl stumbled out of the kitchen. Aunt Paul stood in the doorway, looking after her with eyes as hard as ice. "Did you thrash her?" Garion asked hopefully. Aunt Paul withered him with a glance. "Of course not. You don't thrash girls." "I would have," Garion said, disappointed. "What did you do to her?" "Don't you have anything to do?" "No, not really." And that, of course, was a mistake. "Good," Aunt Paul said, finding one of his ears. "It is time you started to earn your way. You will find some dirty pots in the scullery. I'd like to have them scrubbed." "Well, I don't know why you're angry with me," Garion objected, squirming. "It wasn't my fault that Darun went up that tree." "The scullery, Garion. Now." The rest of that spring and the early part of the summer were quiet. Darun, of course, could not play until his arm mended, and Soubrette had been so shaken by whatever it was that Aunt Paul had said to her that she avoided the 2 other boys. Garion was left with only Runderig to play with, and Runderig was not bright enough to be much fun. Because there was really nothing else to do, the boys often went into the fields to watch the hands work and to listen to their talk. As it happened, during that particular summer, the men on Faldor's farm were talking about the Battle of Vomimbre, the most cataclysmic event in the history of the West. Garion and Runderig listened enthralled as the men unfolded the story of how the hordes of Kaltorak had quite suddenly struck into the West some 500 years before. It had all begun in 4865, as men reckoned time in that part of the world, when vast multitudes of Murgos and Nadraks and Turuls had struck down across the mountains of the eastern escarpment into Trestnia, and behind them in endless waves had come the uncountable numbers of the Malorians. After Drasnia had been brutally crushed, the Angaraks had turned southward onto the vast grasslands of Algra, and had laid siege to that enormous fortress called the Algerian Stronghold. The siege had lasted for 8 years,
until finally, in disgust, Kaltorak had abandoned it. It was not until he turned his army westward into Ugoland that the other kingdoms became aware that the Angarak invasion was directed not only against the Elorns, but against all of the West. In the summer of 4875, Kaltorak had come down upon the Arendish plain before the city of Vomimbre, and it was there that the combined armies of the West awaited him. The Sindars who participated in the battle were a part of the force under the leadership of Brand, the Raven Warder. That force, consisting of Ravens, Sindars, and Asturian Errands, assaulted the Angarak rear after the left had been engaged by the Algars, Drasnians, and Uglos, the right by Tolnedrans and Kereks, and the front by the legendary charge of the Mimbrate Errands. For hours the battle had raged until, in the center of the field, Brand had met in a single combat with Kaltorak himself. Upon that duel had hinged the outcome of the battle. Although 20 generations had passed since that titanic encounter, it was still as fresh in the memory of the Sendarian farmers who worked on Faldor's farm as if it had happened only yesterday. Each blow was described, each feint and parry. At the final moment, when it seemed that he must inevitably be overthrown, Brand had removed the covering of his shield, and Kaltorak, taken aback by some momentary confusion, had lowered his guard and had been instantly struck down. For Runderig, the description of the battle was enough to send his Arendish blood seething. Geryon, however, found that certain questions had been left unanswered by the stories.
"Why was Brand's shield covered?"
he asked Kralto, one of the older hands. Kralto shrugged. Just was. Everyone I've ever talked with about it agrees on that."
"Was it a magic shield?"
"May have been. But I've never heard anyone say so. All I know is that when Brand uncovered his shield, Kaltorak dropped his own shield, and Brand stabbed his sword into Kaltorak's head. Through the eye. Or so I'm told."
Geryon shook his head stubbornly. "I don't understand. How could something like that have made Kaltorak afraid?"
"I can't say. I've never heard anyone explain it," Kralto told him. Despite his dissatisfaction with the story, Geryon quite quickly agreed to Runderig's rather simple plan to reenact the duel. After a day or so of posturing and banging at each other with sticks to simulate swords, Geryon decided that they needed some equipment to make the game more enjoyable. 2 kettles and 2 large pot lids mysteriously disappeared from Aunt Pole's kitchen, and Geryon and Runderig, now with helmets and shields, repaired to a quiet place to do war upon each other. It was all going quite splendidly until Runderig, who was older, taller, and stronger, struck Geryon a resounding whack on the head with his wooden sword. The rim of the kettle cut into Geryon's eyebrow, and the blood began to flow. There was a sudden ringing in Geryon's ears, and a kind of boiling exaltation surged up in his veins as he rose to his feet from the ground. He never knew afterward quite what had happened. He had only sketchy memories of shouting defiance at Kaltorak in words which sprang to his lips, and which even he did not understand. Runderig's familiar and somewhat foolish face was no longer the face before him, but rather was replaced by something hideously maimed and ugly. In a fury, Geryon struck at that face again and again, with fire seething in his brain. And then it was over. Poor Runderig lay at his feet, beaten senseless by the enraged attack. Geryon was horrified at what he had done, but at the same time there was the fiery taste of victory in his mouth. Later, in the kitchen, where all injuries on the farm were routinely taken, Aunt Pole tended their wounds with only minimal comments about them. Runderig seemed not to be seriously hurt, though his face had begun to swell and turn purple in several places, and he had difficulty focusing his eyes at first. A few cold cloths on his head and one of Aunt Paul's potions quickly restored him. The cut on Gerion's brow, however, required a bit more attention. She had Dernick hold the boy down, and then she took needle and thread and sewed up the cut as calmly as she would have repaired a rip in a sleeve, all the while ignoring the howls from her patient. All in all, she seemed much more concerned about the dented kettles and battered pot lids than about the war wounds of the two boys. When it was over, Gerion had a headache and was taken up to bed.
"At least I beat Cal Torak," he told Aunt Paul somewhat drowsily. She looked at him sharply. "Where did you hear about Torak?" she demanded. "It's Cal Torak, Aunt Paul," Gerion explained patiently. "Answer me." "The farmers were telling stories, old Krauto and the others, about Brand and Fomimbre and Cal Torak and all the rest. That's what Runderig and I were playing. I was Brand, he was Cal Torak. I didn't get to uncover my shield, though. Runderig hit me on the head before we got that far." "I want you to listen to me, Gerion, and I want you to listen carefully. You are never to speak the name of Torak again." "It's Cal Torak, Aunt Paul," Gerion explained again. "Not just Torak."
Then she hit him, which she had never done before. The slap across his mouth surprised him more than it hurt, for she did not hit very hard.
"You will never speak the name of Torak again. Never," she said. "This is important, Gerion. Your safety depends on it. I want your promise."
"Well, you don't have to get so angry about it,"
he said in an injured tone.
"Promise."
"All right, I promise. It was only a game."
"And a very foolish one. You might have killed Runderig."
"Well, what about me?"
Gerion protested.
"You were never in any danger. Now, go to sleep."
And as he dozed fitfully, his head light from his injury and the strange bitter drink his aunt had given him, he seemed to hear her deep, rich voice saying,
"Gerion, my Gerion, you are too young yet."
And later, rising from deep sleep as a fish rises toward the silvery surface of the water, he seemed to hear her call,
"Father, I need you."
Then he plunged again into a troubled sleep, haunted by a dark figure of a man on a black horse, who watched his every movement with a cold animosity, and something that hovered very near the edge of fear. And behind that dark figure, he had always known to be there, but had never overtly acknowledged, even to Aunt Paul, the maimed and ugly face he had briefly seen, or imagined, in the fight with Runderig, loomed darkly, like the hideous fruit of an unspeakably evil tree. Chapter 2. Not long after, in the endless noon of Gerion's boyhood, the storyteller appeared once again at the gate of Faldor's farm. The storyteller, who seemed not to have a proper name as other men did, was a thoroughly disreputable old man. The knees of his hose were patched, and his mismatched shoes were out at the toes. His long-sleeved woolen tunic was belted about the waist with a piece of rope, and his hood, a curious garment not normally worn in that part of Sendaria, and one which Gerion thought quite fine, with its loosely fitting yoke covering shoulders, back, and chest, was spotted and soiled with spilled food and drink. Only his full cloak seemed relatively new. The old storyteller's white hair was cropped quite close, as was his beard. His face was strong, with a kind of angularity to it, and his features provided no clue to his background. He did not resemble Erend, nor Carrick, Algor, nor Drasnian, Riven, nor Tolnedrin, but seemed rather to derive from some racial stock long since forgotten. His eyes were a deep and merry blue, forever young and forever full of mischief.
The storyteller appeared from time to time at Faldor's farm, and was always welcome. He was, in truth, a rootless vagabond who made his way in the world by telling stories. His stories were not always new, but there was in his telling of them a special kind of magic. His voice could roll like thunder, or hush down into a zephyr-like whisper. He could imitate the voices of a dozen men at once, whistle so like a bird that the birds themselves would come to him to hear what he had to say. And when he imitated the howl of a wolf, the sound of it could raise the hair on the backs of his listeners' necks, and strike a chill into their hearts, like the depths of a Dresnian winter. He could make the sound of rain and of wind, and even, most miraculously, the sound of snow falling. His stories were filled with sounds that made them come alive, and through the sounds and the words with which he wove the tales, sight and smell and the very feel of strange times and places seemed also to come to life for his spellbound listeners. All of this wonder he gave freely in exchange for a few meals, a few tankards of ale, and a warm spot in the hay barn in which to sleep. He roamed about the world seemingly as free of possessions as the birds. Between the storyteller and Aunt Pole there seemed to be a sort of hidden recognition. She had always viewed his coming with a kind of wry acceptance, knowing, it seemed, that the ultimate treasures of her kitchen were not safe so long as he lurked in the vicinity. Loaves and cakes had a way of disappearing when he was around, and his quick knife, always ready, could neatly divest the most carefully prepared goose of a pair of drumsticks and a generous slab of breast meat with 3 swift slices when her back was turned. She called him Old Wolf, and his appearance at the gate of Faldor's farm marked the resumption of a contest which had obviously been going on for years. He flattered her outrageously, even as he stole from her. Offered cookies or dark brown bread, he would politely refuse, and then steal half a plateful before the platter had moved out of his reach. Her beer pantry and wine cellar might as well have been delivered into his hands immediately upon his appearance at the gate. He seemed to delight in pilferage, and if she watched him with steely eye, he found quite easily a dozen confederates willing to sack her kitchen in exchange for a single story. Lamentably, among his most able pupils was the boy Geryon. Often driven to distraction by the necessity of watching at once an old thief and a fledgling one, Aunt Pole would arm herself with a broom and drive them both from her kitchen with hard words and resounding blows, and the old storyteller, laughing, would flee with the boy to some secluded place where they would feast on the fruits of their pilferage, and the old man, tasting frequently from a flagon of stolen wine or beer, would regale his student with stories out of the dim past. The best of stories, of course, were saved for the dining hall when, after the evening meal was over and the plates had been pushed back, the old man would rise from his place and carry his listeners off into a world of magical enchantment. "Tell us of the beginnings, my old friend," Faldor, always pious, said one evening, "and of the gods." "Of the beginnings and the gods," the old man mused. "A worthy subject, Faldor, but a dry and dusty one."
"I have noticed that you find all subjects dry and dusty, Old Wolf," Aunt Pole said, going to the barrel and drawing off a tankard of foamy beer for him. He accepted the tankard with a stately bow. "It is one of the hazards of my profession, Mistress Pole," he explained. He drank deeply, then set the tankard aside. He lowered his head, in thought for a moment, then looked directly, or so it seemed, at Geryon. And then he did a strange thing which he had never done before, when telling stories in Faldor's dining hall. He drew his cloak about him and rose to his full height. "Behold," he said,
his voice rich and sonorous. "At the beginning of days made the gods the world, and the seas, and the dry land also. And cast they the stars across the night sky, and did set the sun and his wife the moon in the heavens to give light unto the world. And the gods caused the earth to bring forth the beasts, and the waters to bud with fish, and the skies to flower with birds. And they made men also, and divided men into peoples. Now the gods were 7 in number, and were all equal, and their names were Belar, and Kaldan, and Nidra, and Isa, and Mara, and Aldur, and Torak." Geryon knew the story, of course. Everyone in that part of Sendaria was familiar with it, since the story was of Alorn origin, and the lands on 3 sides of Sendaria were Alorn kingdoms. Though the tale was familiar, however, he had never before heard it told in such a way. His mind soared, as in his imagination the gods themselves strode the world in those dim, misty days when the world was first made, and a chill came over him at each mention of the forbidden name of Torak. He listened intently as the storyteller described how each god selected a people. For Belar, the Elorns; for Esa, the Naisins; for Kaldan, the Erans; for Nedra, the Tonedrins; for Mara, the Marags, which are no more; and for Torak, the Angaraks. And he heard how the god Aldur dwelt apart and considered the stars in his solitude, and how some very few men he accepted as pupils and disciples. Geryon glanced at the others who were listening. Their faces were rapt with attention. Jonik's eyes were wide, and old Kralto's hands were clasped on the table in front of him. Baldur's face was pale, and tears stood in his eyes. Aunt Paul stood at the rear of the room. Though it was not cold, she too had drawn her mantle about her, and stood very straight, her eyes intent. "And it came to pass," the storyteller continued, "that the god Aldur caused to be made a jewel, in the shape of a globe, and behold, in the jewel was captured the light of certain stars that did glitter in the northern sky. And great was the enchantment upon the jewel, which men called the Orb of Aldur. For with the orb could Aldur see that which had been, that which was, and that which was yet to be." Geryon realized he was holding his breath, for he was now completely caught up in the story. He listened in wonder as Torak stole the orb, and the other gods made war on him. Torak used the orb to sunder the earth, and let in the sea to drown the land, until the orb struck back against misuse by melting the left side of his face, and destroying his left hand and eye. The old man paused and drained his tankard. Aunt Pole, with her mantle still close about her, brought him another, her movements somehow stately, and her eyes burning. "I've never heard the story told so," Dernig said softly. "It is a book of Aelorn. It's only told in the presence of kings," Kralto said, just as softly. "I knew a man once who'd heard it at the king's court at Sindar, and he remembered some of it. Oh, I've never heard it all before, though." The story continued, recounting how Belgarath the sorcerer led Kerak and his 3 sons to regain the orb 2,000 years later, and how the western lands were settled and guarded against the hosts of Torak. The gods removed from the world, leaving Riva to safeguard the orb in his fortress on the Isle of the Winds. There he forged a great sword and set the orb in its hilt. While the orb remained there and the line of Riva sat on the throne, Torak could not prevail. Then Belgarath sent his favorite daughter to Riva to be a mother to the kings, while his other daughter remained with him and learned his art, for the mark of the sorcerers was upon her. The old storyteller's voice was now very soft, as his ancient tale drew to its close. And between them did Belgariad and his daughter, the sorceress Bulgara, set enchantments to keep watch against the coming of Torak. And some men say, they shall abide against his coming, even though it be until the very end of days. For it is prophesied that one day shall maimed Torak come against the kingdoms of the west, to reclaim the orb, which he so dearly purchased, and battle shall be joined between Torak and the fruit of the line of Riva. And in that battle shall be decided the fate of the world. And then the old man fell silent, and let his mantle drop from about his shoulders, signifying that his story was at an end. There was a long silence in the hall, broken only by a few faint sputters from the dying fire, and the endless song of frogs and crickets in the summer night outside. Finally, Faldor cleared his throat and rose, his bench scraping loudly on the wooden floor. "You have done us much honor tonight, my old friend," his voice thick with emotion. "This is an event we will remember all our lives. You have told us a kingly story, not usually wasted on ordinary people." The old man grinned then, his blue eyes twinkling. "I haven't consorted with many kings of late, Faldor," he laughed. "They all seem to be too busy to listen to the old tales, and a story must be told from time to time if it's not to be lost. Besides, who knows these days where a king might be hiding?" They all laughed at that and began to push back their benches, for it was growing late and time for those who must be up with the first light of the sun to seek their beds. "Will you carry a lantern for me to the place where I sleep, boy?" the storyteller asked Geryon. "Gladly," Geryon said, jumping up and running into the kitchen. He fetched down a square glass lantern, lighted the candle inside of it from one of the banked kitchen fires, and went back into the dining hall. Faldor was speaking with the storyteller. As he turned away, Geryon saw a strange look pass between the old man and Aunt Pole, who still stood at the back of the hall. "Are we ready then, boy?" the old man asked as Geryon came up to him. "Whenever you are," Geryon replied, and the two of them turned and left the hall. "Why is the story unfinished?" Geryon asked, bursting with curiosity. "Why did you stop before we found out what happened when Torak met the Riven King?" "That is another story," the old man explained. "Will you tell it to me sometime?" The old man laughed. "Torak and the Riven King have not as yet met, so I can't very well tell it, can I? At least not until after their meeting." "It's only a story, isn't it?" Geryon objected. "Is it?" The old man removed a flagon of wine from under his tunic and took a long drink. "Who's to say what's only a story, and what's truth disguised as a story?" "It is only a story," Geryon said stubbornly, suddenly feeling very hard-headed and practical like any good Sendar. "It can't really be true. Why, Belgariad the sorcerer would be, well, I don't know how old, and people don't live that long." 7,000 years, the old man said. "What?" "Belgariad the sorcerer is 7,000 years old. Perhaps a bit older." "That's impossible." "Is it? How old are you?" 9, next Aristide. "And in 9 years you've learned everything that's both possible and impossible? Why, you're a remarkable boy, Geryon." Geryon flushed. "Well,"
he said, somehow not quite so sure of himself. "The oldest man I ever heard of is an old Weldrick over on Mildren's farm. Durnick says he's over 90, and that he's the oldest man in the district."
"And it is a very big district, of course," the old man said solemnly.
"How old are you?"
Geryon asked, not wanting to give up. "Old enough, boy," the old man said.
"Well, it's still only a story," Geryon insisted.
"Many good and solid men would say so," the old man told him, looking up at the stars. "Good men, who will live out their lives believing only in what they can see or touch. Oh, but there's a world beyond what we can see and touch, and that world lives by its own laws. What may be impossible in this very ordinary world is very possible there, and sometimes the boundaries between the two worlds disappear, and then who can say what is possible and impossible?"
"I think I'd rather live in a very ordinary world. The other one sounds too complicated."
"We do not always have that choice, Geryon," the storyteller told him. "Don't be too surprised if that other world someday chooses you to do something that must be done, some great and noble thing."
"Me?"
Geryon said incredulously. Stranger things have happened. Go to bed, boy. I think I will look at the stars for a while. The stars and I are very old friends."
"The stars?"
Geryon asked, looking up involuntarily.
"You're a very strange old man, if you don't mind my saying so."
"Indeed," the storyteller agreed. "Quite the strangest that you'll likely meet."
"Well, I like you all the same," Geryon said quickly,
not wanting to give offense. "That's a comfort, boy. Now go to bed. Your Aunt Paul will be worried about you." Later, as he slept, Geryon's dreams were troubled. The dark figure of maimed Torak loomed in the shadows, and monstrous things pursued him across twisted landscapes where the possible and the impossible merged and joined, as that other world reached out to claim him. Chapter 3. Some few mornings later, when Aunt Paul had begun to scowl at his continued lurking in her kitchen, the old man made excuse of some errand to the nearby village of Upper Grault.
"Good,"
Aunt Paul said, somewhat ungraciously.
"At least my pantries will be safe while you're gone."
He bowed mockingly, his eyes twinkling. "Do you need anything, Mistress Paul? Some trifling thing I might purchase for you, as long as I'm going anyway?" Aunt Paul thought for a moment.
Some of my spice pots are a bit low, and there's a Tolnedron spice merchant in Fennel Lane, just south of the town tavern. Oh, I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding the tavern."
The trip is likely to be dry," the old man admitted pleasantly. "And lonely, too. 10 leagues, with no one to talk to, is a long way."
"Talk to the birds,"
Aunt Paul suggested bluntly. "Birds listen well enough, but their speech is repetitious. It quickly grows tiresome. Why don't I take the boy along for company?" Geryon held his breath.
"He is picking up enough bad habits on his own. I'd prefer his not having expert instruction."
"Why, Mistress Paul," the old man objected, stealing a cruller almost absently, "you do me an injustice. Besides, a change will do the boy good. Broaden his horizons, you might say."
"His horizons are quite broad enough, thank you."
Geryon's heart sank.
"Still,
At least I can count on him not to forget my spices altogether, or to become so fuddled with ale that he confuses peppercorns with cloves, or cinnamon with nutmeg. Very well, take the boy along, but mind, I don't want you taking him into any low or disreputable places."
"Mistress Paul, would I frequent such places?" the old man said, feigning shock.
"I know you too well, old wolf. You take to vice and corruption as naturally as a duck takes to a pond. If I hear that you have taken the boy into any unsavory place, you and I will have words."
"Well, then I have to make sure that you don't hear of anything like that, won't I?" Aunt Paul gave him a hard look.
"I'll see which spices I need."
"And I'll borrow a horse and cart from Faldor," the old man said, stealing another cruller. In a surprisingly short time, Geryon and the old man were bouncing along the rutted road to Upper Gralt behind a fast-trotting horse. It was a bright summer morning, and there were a few dandelion puff clouds in the sky and deep blue shadows under the hedgerows. After a few hours, however, the sun became hot, and the jolting ride became tiresome.
"Are we almost there?" Geryon asked for the third time.
"Not for some time yet. 10 leagues is a goodly distance."
"I was there once before," Geryon told him, trying to sound casual. "Of course, I was only a child at the time, so I don't remember too much about it. It seemed to be quite a fine place."
The old man shrugged. "It's a village, much like any other." He seemed a bit preoccupied. Geryon hoped to nudge the old man into a story to make the miles go faster, and began asking more questions.
"Why is it that you don't have a name? If I'm not being impolite in asking."
"I have many names," the old man said, scratching his white beard. "Almost as many names as I have years."
"I've only got one."
"So far."
"What?"
"You only have one name so far," the old man explained. "In time, you may get another, or even several. Some people collect names as they go along through their lives. Sometimes names wear out, just like clothes."
"Aunt Paul called you Old Wolf,"
Geryon said. "I know. Your Aunt Paul and I have known each other for a very long time."
"Why does she call you that?"
"Who can say why a woman such as your aunt does anything?"
"May I call you Mr. Wolf?"
Names were quite important to Geryon, and the fact that the old storyteller did not seem to have one had always bothered him. That namelessness had made the old man seem somehow incomplete, unfinished. The old man looked at him soberly for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. "Mr. Wolf, indeed. How very appropriate. I think I like that name better than any I have had in years."
"Well, may I, then? Call you Mr. Wolf, I mean."
"I think I'd like that, Geryon. I think I'd like that very much."
"Now would you please tell me a story, Mr. Wolf?"
The time and distance went by much faster then, as Mr. Wolf wove for Geryon tales of glorious adventure and dark treachery, taken from those gloomy, unending centuries of their horrendish civil wars.
"Why are they like that?"
Geryon asked after a particularly grim tale. "The Arends are very noble," Wolf said, lounging back in the seat of the cart with reins held negligently in one hand. "Nobility's a trait that's not always trustworthy, since it sometimes causes men to do things for obscure reasons."
"Blunderig's an errand,"
Geryon said.
"He sometimes seems to be, well, not too quick a thought, if you know what I mean."
"It is the effect of all that nobility. Errands spend so much time concentrating on being noble that they don't have time to think of other things." They came over the crest of a long hill, and there, in the next valley, lay the village of Upper Gralt. To Geryon, the tiny cluster of grey stone houses with slate roofs seemed disappointingly small. 2 roads, white with thick dust, intersected there, and there were a few narrow winding streets besides. The houses were square and solid, but seemed almost like toys set down in the valley below. The horizon beyond was ragged with the mountains of eastern Sendaria, and though it was summer, the tops of most of the mountains were still wrapped with snow. Their tired horse plodded down the hill toward the village, his hooves stirring up little clouds of dust with each step, and soon they were clattering along the cobblestoned streets toward the center of the village. The villagers, of course, were all too important to pay any attention to an old man and a small boy in a farm cart. The women wore gowns and high-pointed hats, and the men wore doublets and soft velvet caps. Their expressions seemed haughty, and they looked with obvious disdain at the few farmers in town, who respectfully stood aside to let them pass.
"They are very fine, aren't they?"
"They seem to think so," Wolf said, his expression faintly amused. "I think it's time that we found something to eat, don't you?" Though he had not realized it until the old man mentioned it, Geryon was suddenly ravenous.
"Where can we go? They all seem so splendid. Would any of them let strangers sit at their tables?"
Wolf laughed and shook a jingling purse at his waist. "We shouldn't have any trouble making acquaintances. There are places where one can buy food."
"Buy food?"
Geryon had never heard of such a thing before. Anyone who appeared at Faldor's gate at mealtime was invited to the table as a matter of course. The world of the villagers was obviously very different from the world of Faldor's farm.
"But I don't have any money."
"I have got enough for us both," the wolf assured him, stopping their horse before a large, low building with a sign bearing a picture of a cluster of grapes hanging just above its door. There were words on the sign, but of course Geryon could not read them.
"What do the words say, Mr. Wolf?"
"They say that food and drink can be bought inside," the wolf told him, getting down from the cart.
"It must be a fine thing to be able to read,"
Geryon said wistfully. The old man looked at him, seemingly surprised. "You can't read, boy?"
"I've never found anyone to teach me. Faldor reads, I think, but no one else at the farm knows how."
"Nonsense. I'll speak to your aunt about it. She's been neglecting her responsibility. She should have taught you years ago."
"Can Aunt Paul read?"
Geryon asked, stunned. "Of course she can," the wolf said, leading the way into the tavern. "She says she finds little advantage in it. But she and I had that particular argument out many years ago." The old man seemed quite upset by Geryon's lack of education. Geryon, however, was far too interested in the smoky interior of the tavern to pay much attention. The room was large and dark, with a low-beamed ceiling and a stone floor strewn with rushes. Though it was not cold, a fire burned in a stone pit in the center of the room, and the smoke rose errantly toward a chimney set above it on 4 square stone pillars. Tallow candles guttered in clay dishes on several of the long, stained tables, and there was a reek of wine and stale beer in the air. "What have you to eat?" the wolf demanded of a sour, unshaven man, wearing a grease-spotted apron. "We've a bit of the giant left," the man said, pointing at a spit resting to one side of the fire-pit. "Roasted only day before yesterday, and meat porridge fresh yesterday morning, and bread no more than a week old." "Very well," the wolf said, sitting down, "and I'll have a pot of your best ale, and milk for the boy."
"Milk?"
Geryon protested. "Milk," the wolf said firmly. "You have money?" the sour-looking man demanded. The wolf jingled his purse, and the sour man looked suddenly less sour.
"Why is that man over there sleeping?"
Geryon asked, pointing at a snoring villager sitting with his head down on one of the tables. "Drunk," the wolf said, scarcely glancing at the snoring man.
"Shouldn't someone take care of him?"
"He'd rather not be taken care of."
"Do you know him?"
"I know of him, and many others like him. I have occasionally been in that condition myself."
"Why?"
"It seemed appropriate at the time." The roast was dry and overdone. The meat porridge was thin and watery, and the bread was stale, but Geryon was too hungry to even notice. He carefully cleaned his plate as he had been taught, then sat as Mr. Wolf lingered over a second pot of ale.
"Quite splendid," he said,
more to be saying something than out of any real conviction. All in all, he had found that Upper Grault did not live up to his expectations. "Adequate," the wolf shrugged. "Village taverns are much the same the world over. I have seldom seen one that I would hurry to revisit. Shall we go?" He laid down a few coins, which the sour-looking man snatched up quickly, and led Geryon back out into the afternoon sunlight. "Let's find your aunt's spice merchant, and then we will see to a night's lodging, and a stable for our horse." They set off down the street, leaving horse and cart beside the tavern. The house of the Tolnedran spice merchant was a tall, narrow building in the next street. Two swarthy, thick-bodied men in short tunics lounged in the street at his front door, near a fierce-looking black horse wearing a curious armored saddle. The two men stared with dull-eyed disinterest at passers-by in the lane. Mr. Wolf stopped when he caught sight of them.
"Is something wrong?"
"Tulls," the wolf said quietly, looking hard at the two men.
"What?"
"Those two are tulls," the old man said. "They usually work as porters for the Murgos."
"What are Murgos?"
"The people of Qatal Murgos," Wolf said shortly. "Southern Angaraks."
"The ones we beat at the Battle of Vomimbre? Why would they be here?"
"The Murgos have taken up commerce," the wolf said, frowning. "I had not expected to see one of them in so remote a village. We may as well go in. The Tulls have seen us, and it might look strange if we turned now and went back. Stay close to me, boy, and don't say anything." They walked past the two heavy-set men and entered the spice merchant's shop. The Tolnedran was a thin, bald-headed man wearing a brown belted gown that reached to the floor. He was nervously weighing several packets of pungent-smelling powder which lay on the counter before him.
"A good day to you," he said to Wolf. "Please have patience. I'll be with you shortly."
He spoke with a slight lisp that Geryon found peculiar. "No hurry," Wolf said in a wheezy, cracking voice. Geryon looked at him sharply, and I was astonished to see that his friend was stooped, that his head was nodding foolishly. "See to their needs," the other man in the shop said shortly. He was a dark, burly man, wearing a chain-mail shirt and a short sword belted to his waist. His cheekbones were high, and there were several savage-looking scars on his face. His eyes looked curiously angular, and his voice was harsh and thickly accented.
"Now, hurry,"
the wolf said in his wheezy cackle.
"My business here will take some time," the Murgo said coldly, "and I prefer not to be rushed. Tell the merchant here what you need, old man." "My thanks, then," the wolf cackled. "I have a list somewhere about me."
He began to fumble foolishly in his pockets.
"My master drew it up. I do hope you can read it, friend merchant, for I cannot."
He finally found the list and presented it to the Tolnedran. The merchant glanced at the list.
"This will only take a moment,"
he told the Murgo. The Murgo nodded and stood staring stonily at Wolf and Geryon. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression changed.
"You're seemingly appearing, boy," he said to Geryon. "What's your name?"
Until that moment in his entire life, Geryon had been an honest and truthful boy, but Wolf's manner had opened before his eyes an entire world of deception and subterfuge. Somewhere in the back of his mind he seemed to hear a warning voice, a dry, calm voice advising him that the situation was dangerous, and that he should take steps to protect himself. He hesitated only an instant before telling his first deliberate lie. He allowed his mouth to drop open, and his face to assume an expression of vacant-headed stupidity.
"Randarig, Your Honor,"
he mumbled.
An Arendish name,"
the Murgo said, his eyes narrowing even more.
"You don't look like an errand."
Geryon gaped at him.
"Are you an Arend Rundorig?"
the Murgo pressed. Geryon frowned as if struggling with a thought while his mind raced. The dry voice suggested several alternatives.
"My father was, but my mother's a Sendar. People say I favor her."
"You say was? Is your father dead, then?"
the Murgo said quickly. His scarred face was intent. Geryon nodded foolishly.
"A tree he was cutting fell on him. It was a long time ago."
The Murgo suddenly seemed to lose interest.
"Here's a couple penny for you, boy,"
he said indifferently, tossing a small coin on the floor at Geryon's feet.
"It has the likeness of the god Torak stamped on it. Perhaps it will bring you luck, or at least more wit."
Wolf stooped quickly and retrieved the coin, but the coin he handed to Geryon was a common Sendarian penny.
"Thank the good man, Rondorig,"
he wheezed.
"My thanks, Your Honor,"
Geryon said, concealing the penny tightly in his fist. The Murgo shrugged and looked away. Wolf paid the Tolnedran merchant for the spices, and he and Geryon left the shop. "You played a dangerous game, boy," Wolf said once they were out of earshot of the two lounging Tulls.
"You seemed not to want him to know who we were. I wasn't sure why, but I thought I ought to do the same," Geryon explained. "Was what I did wrong?"
"You're very quick," the Wolf said approvingly. "I think we managed to deceive the Murgo."
"Why did you change the coin?"
"Sometimes Angarak coins are not what they seem. It's better for you not to have any of them. Let's fetch our horse and cart. It's a long way back to Faldor's farm."
"I thought we were going to take lodgings for the night."
"That has changed now. Come along, boy. It is time for us to leave." The horse was very tired, and he moved slowly up the long hill out of Upper Grout as the sun went down ahead of them.
"Why wouldn't you let me keep the Angarak penny, Mr. Wolf?"
Geryon persisted. The subject still puzzled him. "There are many things in this world that seem to be one thing, but are in fact another," the Wolf said somewhat grimly. "I do not trust Angaraks, and I particularly do not trust Murgos. It'd be just as well, I think, if you never had anything in your possession that bears the likeness of Torak."
"But the war between the West and the Angaraks has been over for 500 years now. All men say so."
"Not all men. Now, take that robe out of the back of the cart and cover up. Your Aunt Paul would never forgive me if I let you take a chill."
"Well, I will if you think I should, but I'm not a bit cold, not at all sleepy. I'll keep you company as we go."
That will be a comfort, boy."
"Mr. Wolf,"
Geryon said after some time,
"did you know my mother and father?"
"Yes," the Wolf said quietly.
"My father's dead, too, isn't he?"
"I am afraid so." Geryon sighed deeply.
"I thought so. I wish I had known them.
Aunt Paul says I was only a baby when—" He couldn't bring himself to say it. "I've tried to remember my mother, but I can't."
"You were very small," the wolf said.
"What were they like?"
The wolf scratched at his beard. "Ordinary. So ordinary you wouldn't look twice at either one of them." Geryon was offended by that.
"Aunt Paul says my mother was very beautiful."
"She was."
"Then how can you say she was ordinary?"
"She was not prominent or important. Neither was your father. Anyone who saw them thought that they were just simple village people. A young man with a young wife and their baby. That's all anyone ever saw. That's all anyone was ever supposed to see."
"I don't understand."
"It is very complicated."
"What was my father like?"
"Medium size. Dark hair. A very serious young man. I liked him."
"Did he love my mother?"
"More than anything."
"And me?"
"Of course."
"What kind of place did they live in?"
"It was a small place. A little village near the mountains, a long way from any main roads. They had a cottage at the end of the street. It was a small, solid little house. Your father built it himself. He was a stone cutter. I used to stop by there once in a while when I was in the neighborhood."
The old man's voice droned on, describing the village and the house and the two who lived there.
Geryon listened, not even realizing it when he fell asleep.
It must have been very late, almost on toward dawn. In a half-drowse the boy felt himself lifted from the cart and carried up a flight of stairs. The old man was surprisingly strong. Aunt Paul was there. He knew that without even opening his eyes. There was a particular scent about her that he could have found in a dark room.
"Just cover him up,"
Mr. Wolf said softly to Aunt Paul.
"Best not to wake him just now."
"What happened?" Aunt Paul asked, her voice as soft as the old man's.
"There was a Murgo in town, at your spice merchant's. He asked questions, and he tried to give the boy an Angrak penny."
"In Upper Grout? Are you certain he was only a Murgo?"
"It is impossible to tell. Not even I can distinguish between Murgo and Grolum with any certainty."
"What happened to the coin?"
"I was quick enough to get it. I gave the boy a Sendarian penny instead. If our Murgo was a Grolum, we will let him follow me. I am sure that I can give him several months of entertainment."
"You'll be leaving then?"
Aunt Paul's voice seemed somehow sad. "It is time. Right now the boy's safe enough here, and I must be abroad. There are things afoot I must see to. When Murgos begin to appear in remote places, I begin to worry. We have a great responsibility and a great care placed upon us. We must not allow ourselves to become careless."
"Will you be gone long?"
"Some years, I expect. There are many things I must look into and many people I will have to see."
"I'll miss you,"
Aunt Paul said softly. He laughed. "Sentimentality, Paul? That's hardly in character."
"You know what I mean. I am not suited for this task you and the others have given to me. What do I know about the raising of small boys?"
"You are doing very well. Keep the boy close, and do not let his nature drive you into hysterics. Be careful. He lies like a champion."
"Geryon?"
"He lied to the Murgo so well that even I was impressed."
"Geryon?"
"He has also started to ask questions about his parents. How much have you told him?"
"Very little. Only that they are dead."
"Well, let's leave it at that for now. There's no point in telling him things he is not old enough to cope with yet."
Their voices went on, but Geryon drifted off into sleep again. and he was almost sure that it was all a dream. But the next morning when he awoke, Mr. Wolf was gone. Chapter 4. The seasons turned, as seasons will. Summer ripened into autumn, the blaze of autumn died into winter, winter grudgingly relented to the urgency of spring, and spring bloomed into summer again. With the turning of the seasons the years turned, and Geryon imperceptibly grew older. As he grew, the other children grew as well, all except poor Durun, who seemed doomed to be short and skinny all of his life. Runderig sprouted like a young tree, and was soon almost as big as any man on the farm. Zabret, of course, did not grow so tall, but she developed in other ways, which the boys began to find interesting. In the early autumn, just before Geryon's 14th birthday, he came very close to ending his career. In response to some primal urge all children have, given a pond and a handy supply of logs, they had built a raft that summer. The raft was neither very large, nor was it particularly well built. It had a tendency to sink on one end if the weight aboard it was improperly distributed, and an alarming habit of coming apart at unexpected moments. Quite naturally, it was Geryon who was aboard the raft, showing off, on that fine autumn day when the raft quite suddenly decided once and for all to revert to its original state. The bindings all came undone, and the logs began to go their separate ways. Realizing his danger only at the last moment, Geryon made a desperate effort to pull for shore, but his haste only made the disintegration of his craft more rapid. In the end, he found himself standing on a single log, his arms windmilling wildly in a futile effort to retain his balance. His eyes, desperately searching for some aid, swept the marshy shore. Some distance up the slope behind his playmates, he saw the familiar figure of the man on the black horse. The man wore a dark robe, and his burning eyes watched the boy's plight. Then the spiteful log rolled under Geryon's feet, and he toppled and fell with a resounding splash. Geryon's education, unfortunately, had not included instructions in the art of swimming, and while the water was not really very deep, it was deep enough. The bottom of the pond was very unpleasant, a kind of dark, weedy ooze, inhabited by frogs, turtles, and a singularly unsavory-looking eel that slithered away snake-like when Geryon plunged like a sinking rock into the weeds. Geryon struggled, gulped water, and launched himself with his legs toward the surface again. Like a broaching whale, he rose from the depths, gasped a couple of quick, sputtering breaths, and heard the screams of his playmates. The dark figure on the slope had not moved, and for a single instant every detail of the bright afternoon was etched on Geryon's mind. He even observed that, although the rider was in the open under the full glare of the autumn sun, neither man nor horse cast any shadow. Even as his mind grappled with that impossibility, he sank once more to the murky bottom. It occurred to him, as he struggled, drowning amongst the weeds, that if he could launch himself up in the vicinity of the log, he might catch hold of it, and so remain afloat. He waved off a startled-looking frog and plunged upward again. He came up, unfortunately, directly under the log. The blow on the top of his head filled his eyes with light, and his ears with a roaring sound, and he sank, no longer struggling, back toward the weeds, which seemed to reach up for him. And then Durnik was there. Geryon felt himself lifted roughly by the hair toward the surface, and then towed by that same convenient handle toward the shore behind Durnik's powerfully churning strokes. The smith pulled the semi-conscious boy out onto the bank, turned him over, and stepped on him several times to force the water out of his lungs. Geryon's ribs creaked. "Enough, Durnik!" he gasped finally. He sat up, and the blood from the splendid cut on top of his head immediately ran into his eyes. He wiped the blood clear and looked around for the dark, shadowless rider, but the figure had vanished.
He tried to get up, but the world suddenly spun around him, and he fainted. When he awoke, he was in his own bed with his head wrapped in bandages. Aunt Paul stood beside his bed, her eyes blazing. "You stupid boy! What were you doing in that pond?" "Rafting," Garion said, trying to make it sound quite ordinary. "Rafting? Rafting? Who gave you permission?" "Well, you just what?" He looked at her helplessly. And then, with a low cry, she took him in her arms and crushed him to her, almost suffocatingly. Briefly, Garion considered telling her about the strange, shadowless figure that had watched his struggles in the pond, but the dry voice in his mind that sometimes spoke to him told him that this was not the time for that. He seemed to know, somehow, that the business between him and the man on the black horse was something very private, and that the time would inevitably come when they would face each other in some kind of contest of will or deed. To speak of it now, to Aunt Paul, would involve her in the matter, and he did not want that. He was not sure exactly why, but he did know that the dark figure was an enemy. And, though that thought was a bit frightening, it was also very exciting. There was no question that Aunt Paul could deal with this stranger, but if she did, Garion knew that he would lose something very personal, and for some reason very important. And so he said nothing. "It really wasn't anything all that dangerous, Aunt Paul," he said instead, rather lamely. "I was starting to get the idea of how to swim. I'd have been all right if I hadn't hit my head on that log." "But of course you did hit your head," she pointed out. "Well, yes, but it wasn't that serious. I'd have been all right in a minute or two." "Under the circumstances, I'm not sure you had a minute or two," she said bluntly. "Well," he faltered, and then decided to let it drop. That marked the end of Garion's freedom. Aunt Paul confined him to the scullery. He grew to know every dent and scratch on every pot in the kitchen intimately. He once estimated gloomily that he washed each one 21 times a week. In a seeming orgy of messiness, Aunt Paul suddenly could not even boil water without dirtying at least 3 or 4 pans, and Garion had to scrub every one of them. He hated it, and began to think quite seriously of running away. As autumn progressed and the weather began to deteriorate, the other children were also more or less confined to the compound as well, and it wasn't so bad. Runderig, of course, was seldom with them any more, since his man's size had made him, even more than Garion, subject to more and more frequent labor. When he could, Garion slipped away to be with Zubret and Dorun, but they no longer found much entertainment in leaping into the hay or in the endless games of tag in the stables and barns. They had reached an age and size where adults rather quickly noticed such idleness and found tasks to occupy them. Most often, they would sit in some out-of-the-way place and simply talk, which is to say that Garion and Zubret would sit and listen to the endless flow of Dorun's chatter. That small, quick boy, as unable to be quiet as he was to sit still, could seemingly talk for hours about a half-dozen raindrops, and his words tumbled out breathlessly as he fidgeted. "What's that mark on your hand, Garion?" Zubret asked one rainy day, interrupting Dorun's bubbling voice. Garion looked at the perfectly round white patch on the palm of his right hand. "Oh, I've noticed that too," Dorun said, quickly changing subjects in mid-sentence. "But Garion grew up in the kitchen, didn't you, Garion? Probably a place where he burned himself when he was little. You know, reached out before anyone could stop him, put his hand on something hot. I'll bet his Aunt Polly really got angry about that, because she can get angrier faster than anybody else I've ever seen, and she can really—" "It's always been there," Garion said, tracing the mark on his palm with his left forefinger. He had never really looked closely at it before. It covered the entire palm of his hand, and had in certain light a faint silvery sheen. "Oh, maybe it's a birthmark," Zubret suggested. "I'll bet that's it," Dorun said quickly. "I saw a man once that had a big purple one on the side of his face, one of those wagoners that comes by to pick up the turnip crop in the fall. Anyway, the mark was all over the side of his face, and I thought it was a big bruise at first, and thought that he must have been in an awful fight. Those Wagoneers fight all the time. But then I saw that it wasn't really a bruise, but, like Sir Brett just said, it was a birthmark. I wonder what causes things like that. That evening, after he had gotten ready for bed, he asked his aunt about it. "What's this mark, Aunt Paul?" he asked, holding his hand up, palm out. She looked up from where she was brushing her long, dark hair. "It's nothing to worry about." "Well, I wasn't worried about it. I just wondered what it was. Sir Brett and Orun think it's a birthmark. Is that what it is?" "Something like that." "Did either of my parents have the same kind of mark?" "Your father did. It's been in the family for a long time." A sudden strange thought occurred to Geryon. Without knowing why, he reached out with a hand and touched the white lock at his aunt's brow. "Is it like that white place in your hair?" He felt a sudden tingle in his hand, and it seemed somehow that a window opened in his mind. At first there was only the sense of uncountable years moving by like a vast sea of ponderously rolling clouds, and then, sharper than any knife, a feeling of endlessly repeated loss, of sorrow. Then, more recent, there was his own face, and behind it more faces, old, young, regal, or quite ordinary. And behind them all, no longer foolish as it sometimes seemed, the face of Mr. Wolfe. But more than anything, there was a knowledge of an unearthly, inhuman power, the certainty of an unconquerable will. Aunt Paul moved her head away almost absently. "Don't do that, Geryon," she said, and the window in his mind shut. "What was it?" he asked, burning with curiosity and wanting to open the window again. "A simple trick." "Show me how." "Not yet, my Geryon," she said, taking his face between her hands. "Not yet. You are not ready yet. Now, go to bed." "You'll be here?" he asked, a little frightened now. "I will always be here." She tucked him in, and then she went back to brushing her long, thick hair, humming a strange song as she did, in a deep, melodious voice, and to that sound he fell asleep. After that, not even Geryon himself saw the mark on his own palm very often. There suddenly seemed to be all kinds of dirty jobs for him to do, which kept not only his hands, but the rest of him as well, very dirty. The most important holiday in Sendaria, and indeed in the rest of the kingdoms of the West, was Eristide. It commemorated the day, eons before, when the 7 gods joined hands to create the world with a single word. The festival of Eristide took place in midwinter, and because there was little to do on a farm like Faldor's at that season, it had, by custom, become a splendid 2-week celebration, with feasts and gifts and decorations in the dining hall, and little pageants honoring the gods. These last, of course, were a reflection of Faldor's piety. Faldor, though he was a good, simple man, had no illusions about how widely his sentiments were shared by others on the farm. He thought, however, that some outward show of devotional activity was in keeping with the season, and because he was such a good master, the people on his farm chose to humor him. It was also at this season, unfortunately, that Faldor's married daughter, Anhelda, and her husband, Edelbrig, made their customary annual visit to remain on speaking terms with her father. Anhelda had no intention of endangering her inheritance rights by seeming inattention. Her visits, however, were a trial to Faldor, who looked upon his daughter's somewhat overdressed and supercilious husband, a minor functionary in a commercial house in the capital city of Sendar, with scarcely concealed contempt. Their arrival, however, marked the beginning of the Eristide festival at Faldor's farm. So, while no one cared for them personally, their appearance was always greeted with a certain enthusiasm. The weather that year had been particularly foul, even for Sendaria. The rains had settled in early, and were soon followed by a period of soggy snow, not the crisp, bright powder which came later in the winter,
but a damp slush, always half-melting. For Geryon, whose duties in the kitchen now prevented him from joining with his former playmates in their traditional pre-holiday orgy of anticipatory excitement, the approaching holiday seemed somehow flat and stale. He yearned back to the good old days, and often sighed with regret, moping about the kitchen like a sandy-haired cloud of doom. Even the traditional decorations in the dining hall, where Aristide festivities always took place, seemed decidedly tacky to him that year. The fir boughs festooning the ceiling beams were somehow not as green, and the polished apples carefully tied to the boughs were smaller and not as red. He sighed some more and reveled in his sullen moping. Aunt Paul, however, was not impressed, and her attitude was firmly unsympathetic. She routinely checked his brow with her hands for signs of fever, then dosed him with the foulest-tasting tonic she could concoct. Geryon was careful after that to mope in private, and to sigh less audibly. That dry, secret part of his mind informed him, matter-of-factly, that he was being ridiculous, but Geryon chose not to listen. The voice in his mind was much older and wiser than he, but it seemed determined to take all of the fun out of life. On the morning of Aristide, a Murgo and 5 Thulls appeared with a wagon outside of the gate and asked to see Faldor. Geryon, who had long since learned that no one pays attention to a boy, and that many interesting things may be learned by placing himself in a position to casually overhear conversations, busied himself with some small, unimportant chore near the gate. The Murgo, his face scarred much like the face of the one in Upper Graut, sat importantly on the wagon seat, his chain-mail shirt clinking each time he moved. He wore a black hooded robe, and his sword was much in evidence. His eyes moved constantly, taking in everything. The Thulls, in muddy felt boots and heavy cloaks, lounged disinterestedly against the wagon, seemingly indifferent to the raw wind whipping across the snowy fields. Faldor, in his finest doublet, it was, after all, Aristide, came across the yard, closely followed by Anhilda and Eidelbrig. "Good morrow, friend," Faldor said to the Murgo. "Joyous Aristide to you." The Murgo grunted. "I take it you're the farmer Faldor?" he asked in his heavily accented voice. "I am," Faldor replied. "I understand. You have a goodly number of hams on hand. Well cured." "The pigs did well this year," Faldor answered modestly. "I will buy them," the Murgo announced, jingling his purse. Faldor bowed. "First thing tomorrow morning." The Murgo stared. "This is a pious household. We don't offend the gods by breaking the sanctity of Aristide," Faldor explained.
"Father," Anhilda snapped, "don't be so foolish. This noble merchant has come a long way to do business."
"Not on Aristide," Faldor said stubbornly, his long face firm. "In the city of Sendar," Albrig said in his rather high-pitched nasal voice, "we do not let such sentimentality interfere with business." "This is not the city of Sendar. This is Faldor's farm, and on Faldor's farm we do no work and conduct no business on Aristide."
"Father," Anhilda protested, "the noble merchant has gold. Gold, father. Gold!"
"I won't hear any more of it," Faldor announced. He turned to the Murgo. "You and your servants are welcome to join us in our celebration, friend. We can provide quarters for you and the promise of the finest dinner in all of Sendaria, and the opportunity to honor the gods on this special day. No man is made poorer by attending to his religious obligations." "We do not observe this holiday in Murgos," the scar-faced man said coldly. "As the noble lady says, I have come a long way to do business, and have not much time to tarry. I am sure there are other farmers in the district with the merchandise that I require."
"Father!"
and Helda wailed.
"I know my neighbors," Felder said quietly. "Your luck today will be small, I fear. The observance of this day is a firm tradition in this area."
The Murgo thought for a moment.
"It may be as you say," he said finally. "I will accept your invitation, provided that we can do business as early as possible tomorrow."
Faldor bowed.
"I'll place myself at your service at first light of the morrow, if you so desire." "Done, then," the Murgo said, climbing down from his wagon.
That afternoon the feast was laid in the dining hall. The kitchen helpers and a half-dozen others who had been pressed into service for the special day scurried from kitchen to hall, bearing smoking roasts, steaming hams, and sizzling geese, all under the lash of Aunt Paul's tongue. Geryon observed sourly, as he struggled with an enormous baron of beef, that Faldor's prohibition of work on Aristide stopped at the kitchen door. In time, all was ready. The tables were loaded with the fires in the fireplaces burning brightly. Dozens of candles filled the hall with a golden light, and torches flared in their rings on the stone pillars. Faldor's people, all in their best clothes, filed into the hall, their mouths watering in anticipation. When all were seated, Faldor rose from his bench at the head of the center table.
"Dear friends," he said, lifting his tankard, "I dedicate this feast to the gods."
"The gods," the people responded in unison, rising respectfully. Faldor drank briefly, and they all followed suit.
"Hear me, O gods," he prayed.
"Most humbly, we thank you for the bounty of this fair world which you made on this day, and we dedicate ourselves to your service for yet another year." He looked for a moment as if he were going to say more, but then sat down instead. Faldor always labored for many hours over special prayers for occasions such as this, but the agony of speaking in public invariably erased the words so carefully prepared from his mind. His prayers, therefore, were always very sincere and very short.
"Eat, dear friends. Don't let the food grow cold."
And so they ate. And Helda and Edelbrig, who joined them all at this meal only at Faldor's insistence, directed their conversational efforts to the Murgo, since he was the only one in the room who was worthy of their attention.
"I have long thought of visiting Tolmergos,"
Edelbrig stated rather pompously.
"Oh, don't you agree, friend merchant, that greater contact between East and West is the way to overcome those mutual suspicions which have so marred our relationships in the past?"
"We Murgos prefer to keep to ourselves," the scar-faced man said shortly.
"But you are here, friend," Edelbrig pointed out. "Doesn't that suggest that greater contact might prove beneficial?"
"I'm here as a duty," the Murgo said. "I don't visit here out of preference."
He looked around the room.
"Are these, then, all of your people?"
he asked Faldor.
"Every soul is here," Faldor told him. "I was led to believe there was an old man here, with white hair and beard." "Not here, friend. I myself am the eldest here, and as you can see, my hair is far from white." "One of my countrymen met such a one some years ago. He was accompanied by an Erindish boy, Roderick, I believe his name was."
Geryon, seated at the next table, kept his face to his plate, and listened so hard that he thought his ears must be growing.
"Why, we have a boy named Roderick here, the tall lad at the end of the far table over there."
"No," the Murgo said, looking hard at Roderick.
"That is not the boy who was described to me."
"It's not an uncommon name among the Erins," Faldor said. "Quite probably your friend met a pair from another farm."
"That must be it," the Murgo said,
seeming to dismiss the affair.
"This ham is excellent," he said, pointing at his plate with the point of the dagger with which he ate. "Are the ones in your smokehouse of similar quality?" "Oh, no, friend merchant. You won't so easily trick me into talking business on this day."
The Murgo smiled briefly, the expression appearing strange on his scarred face.
"One can always try. I would, however, compliment your cook."
"A compliment for you, Mistress Paul," Faldor said, raising his voice slightly. "Our friend from Catalmurgos finds your cooking much to his liking."
"I thank him for his compliment,"
Aunt Paul said somewhat coldly. The Murgo looked at her, and his eyes widened slightly, as if in recognition.
"A noble meal, great lady," he said, bowing slightly in her direction. "Your kitchen is a place of magic."
"No,"
she said, her face suddenly very haughty.
"Not magic. Cooking is an art which anyone with patience may learn. Magic is quite something else."
"Ah, but magic is also an art, great lady."
"There are many who think so. But true magic comes from within, and is not the result of nimble fingers which trick the eye."
The Murgo stared at her, his face hard, and she returned his gaze with steely eyes. To Geryon, sitting nearby, it seemed as if something had passed between them that had nothing to do with the words that they spoke. A kind of challenge seemed to hang in the air. And then the Murgo looked away, almost as if he feared to take up the challenge. When the meal was over, it was time for the rather simple pageant which traditionally marked Iristide. 7 of the older farmhands who had slipped away earlier appeared in the doorway, wearing the long hooded robes and carefully carved and painted masks which represented the faces of the gods. The costumes were old, and showed the wrinkles which were the result of having been packed away in Faldor's attic for the past year. With a slow step, the robed and masked figures paced into the hall, and lined up at the foot of the table where Faldor sat. Then each in turn spoke a short piece which identified the god he represented.
"I am Aldor," Kralto's voice came from behind the first mask, "the god who dwells alone, and I command this world to be."
"I am Belar,"
came another familiar voice from behind the second mask, "bear god of the Alloans,
and I command this world to be."
And so it went down the line.
Kaldan, Issa, Nidra,
Mara. And then finally the last figure, which, unlike the others, was robed in black, and whose mask was made of steel instead of painted wood.
"I am Torak." Dernick's voice came hollowly from behind the mask. "Dragon god of the Engaraks, and I command this world to be."
A movement caught Geryon's eye, and he looked quickly. The Murgo had covered his face with his hands in a strange, almost ceremonial gesture. Beyond him, at the far table, the 5 Tulls were ashen-faced and trembling. The 7 figures at the foot of Faldor's table joined their hands. "We are the gods," they said in unison, "and we command this world to be."
"Hearken unto the words of the gods," Faldor declaimed.
"Welcome are the gods in the house of Faldor." "The blessings of the gods be upon the house of Faldor," the 7 responded, "and upon all this company." And then they turned, and as slowly as they had come, they paced from the hall. Then came the gifts. There was much excitement at this, for the gifts were all from Faldor, and the good farmer struggled long each year to provide the most suitable gift for each of his people. New tunics and hose and gowns and shoes were much in evidence, but Geryon this year was nearly overwhelmed when he opened a smallish cloth-wrapped bundle and found a neat, well-sheathed dagger.
"He's nearly a man," Faldor explained to Aunt Paul.
"And a man has always got a need of a good knife." Geryon, of course, immediately tested the edge of his gift, and quite promptly managed to cut his finger.
"It was inevitable, I suppose,"
Aunt Paul said. But whether she was speaking of the cut, or of the gift itself, or the fact of Gerion's growing up, was not entirely clear. The Murgo bought his hams the next morning, and he and the 5 thulls departed. A few days later, Anhilda and Eidelbrig packed up and left on their return journey to the city of Sundar, and Faldor's farm returned to normal. The winter plodded on, the snows came and went, and spring returned, as it always does. The only thing which made that spring any different from any other was the arrival of Brill, the new hand. One of the younger farmers had married and rented a small nearby croft, and had left, laden down with practical gifts and good advice from Faldor, to begin his life as a married man. Brill was hired to replace him. Gerion found Brill to be a definitely unattractive addition to the farm. The man's tunic and hose were patched and stained, his black hair and scraggly beard were unkempt, and one of his eyes looked off in a different direction from its fellow. He was a sour, solitary man, and he was none too clean. He seemed to carry with him an acrid reek of stale sweat that hung in his vicinity like a miasma. After a few attempts at conversation, Gerion gave up and avoided him. The boy, however, had other things to occupy his mind during that spring and summer. Though he had until then considered her to be more an inconvenience than a genuine playmate, quite suddenly he began to notice Zubret. He had always known that she was pretty, but until that particular season that fact had been unimportant, and he had much preferred the company of Runderig and Dorun. Now matters had changed. He noticed that the 2 other boys had also begun to pay more attention to her as well, and for the first time he began to feel the stirrings of jealousy. Zubret, of course, flirted outrageously with all 3 of them, and positively glowed when they glared at each other in her presence. Runderig's duties in the fields kept him away most of the time, but Dorun was a serious worry to Gerion. He became quite nervous, and frequently found excuses to go about the compound to make certain that Dorun and Zubret were not alone together. His own campaign was charmingly simple. He resorted to bribery. Zubret, like all little girls, was fond of sweets, and Gerion had access to the entire kitchen. In a short period of time they had worked out an arrangement. Gerion would steal sweets from the kitchen for his sunny-haired playmate, and in return she would let him kiss her. Things might perhaps have gone further, if Aunt Paul had not caught them in the midst of such an exchange one bright summer afternoon in the seclusion of the hay-barn. "That is quite enough of that," she announced firmly from the doorway. Gerion jumped guiltily away from Zubret. "I've got something in my eye," Zubret lied quickly. "Gerion was trying to get it out for me." Gerion stood blushing furiously. "Really?" Aunt Paul said. "How interesting." "Come with me, Gerion." He started. "Now, Gerion?" And that was the end of that. Gerion's time thereafter was totally occupied in the kitchen, and Aunt Paul's eyes seemed to be on him every moment. He moaned about a great deal and worried desperately about Dorun, who now appeared hatefully smug, but Aunt Paul remained watchful, and Gerion remained in the kitchen. Chapter 5. In mid-autumn that year, when the leaves had turned and the wind had showered them down from the trees like red and gold snow, when evenings were chill, and the smoke from the chimneys at Faldor's farm rose straight and blue toward the first cold stars in a purpling sky, Wolf returned. He came up the road one gusty afternoon under a lowering autumn sky, with the new fallen leaves tumbling about him, and his great dark cloak whipping in the wind. Gerion, who had been dumping kitchen slop to the pigs, saw his approach and ran to meet him. The old man seemed travel-stained and tired, and his face under his gray hood was grim. His usual demeanor of happy-go-lucky cheerfulness had been replaced by a somber mood that Geryon had never seen in him before.
"Geryon,"
the wolf said by way of greeting.
"You have grown, I see."
"Well, it has been 5 years.
Has it been that long?"
Geryon nodded, falling into step beside his friend.
"Is everyone well?"
"Oh, yes, everything's the same here, except that Braldo got married and moved away, and the old brown cow died last summer."
"I remember the cow,"
the wolf said. And then he said,
"I must speak with your Aunt Paul."
"Oh, she's not in a very good mood today," Geryon warned. "It might be better if you rested in one of the barns. I can sneak some food and drink to you in a bit."
"We will have to chance her mood. What I have to say to her cannot wait."
They entered the gate and crossed the courtyard to the kitchen door. Aunt Paul was waiting. "You again?" she said tartly, her hands on her hips. "My kitchen still has not recovered from your last visit."
"Mistress Paul," the wolf said, bowing.
And then he did a strange thing. His fingers traced an intricate little design in the air in front of his chest. Geryon was quite sure that he was not intended to see those gestures. Aunt Paul's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed, and her face became grim. "How do you—" she started, and then caught herself. "Geryon, I need some carrots. There are still some in the ground at the far end of the kitchen garden. Take a spade and a pail and fetch me some." "But—" he protested, and then, warned by her expression, he left, quickly. He got a spade and pail from a nearby shed and then loitered near the kitchen door. Eavesdropping, of course, was not a nice habit, and was considered the worst sort of bad manners in Sendaria. But Geryon had long ago concluded that whenever he was sent away, the conversation was bound to be very interesting, and would probably concern him rather intimately. He had wrestled briefly with his conscience about it, but since he really saw no harm in the practice, as long as he did not repeat anything he heard, conscience had lost to curiosity. Geryon's ears were very sharp, but it took him a moment or two to separate the two familiar voices from the other sounds in the kitchen. "He won't leave you a trail," Aunt Paul was saying.
"He does not have to. The thing itself will make its trail known to me. I can follow it as easily as a fox can scent out the track of a rabbit."
"Where will he take it?"
"Who can say? His mind's closed to me. My guess is that he will go north to Bokdor. That is the shortest route to Garog Nadrak. He will know that I'll be after him, and he will want to cross into the lands of the Angaraks as soon as possible. His theft will not be complete so long as he stays in the west."
"And when did it happen?"
4 weeks ago.
"He could already be in the Angarak kingdoms."
"It's not likely. The distances are great. But if he is, I will have to follow him. I'll need your help."
"But how can I leave here? I have to watch over the boy." Geryon's curiosity was becoming almost unbearable. He edged closer to the kitchen door.
"The boy will be safe enough here. This is an urgent matter."
"No," Aunt Paul contradicted. "Even this place is not safe. Last Aristide, a Murgo and 5 Tulls came here. He posed as a merchant, but he asked a few too many questions about an old man and a boy named Runderig, who had been seen in Upper Gralt some years ago. He may also have recognized me."
"It is more serious than I thought, then," the wolf said thoughtfully. "We shall have to move the boy. We can leave him with friends elsewhere."
"No," Aunt Paul disagreed again. "If I go with you, he will have to go along. He is reaching an age where he has to be watched most carefully."
"Don't be foolish,"
the wolf said sharply. Geryon was stunned. Nobody talked to Aunt Paul that way. "It is my decision to make," Aunt Paul said crisply. "We all agreed that he was to be in my care until he was grown. I won't go unless he goes with me." Geryon's heart leaped.
Paul, think where we may have to go. You cannot deliver the boy into those hands.
He would be safer in Ctolmogos, or in Meloria itself, than he would be here without me to watch him, and Paul responded. Last spring I caught him in the barn with a girl about his own age. As I said, he needs watching.
The wolf laughed then, a rich, merry sound. Is that all? You worry too much about such things.
How would you like it if we returned and found him married and about to become a father? Aunt Paul demanded. He'd make an excellent farmer, and what matter if we'd all have to wait 100 years for the circumstances to be right again?
Oh, surely it has not gone that far. They are only children.
You are blind, old wolf. This is back country Sendaria, and the boy has been raised to do the proper and honorable thing. The girl's a bright-eyed little minx who's maturing much too rapidly for my comfort. Right now, charming little Zubret is a far greater danger than any Murgo could ever be. Either the boy goes along, or I won't go either. You have your responsibilities, and I have mine.
There is no time to argue. If it has to be this way, then so be it.
Geryon almost choked with excitement. He felt only a passing, momentary pang at leaving Zubret behind. He turned and looked exultantly up at the clouds scudding across the evening sky, and, because his back was turned, he did not see Aunt Paul approach through the kitchen door. The garden, as I recall, lies beyond the south wall, she pointed out.
Geryon started guiltily.
How is it that the carrots remain undug? I had to look for the spade, he said unconvincingly. Really? I see that you found it, however. Her eyebrows arched dangerously. Only just now. Splendid. Carrots, Geryon. Now.
Geryon grabbed his spade and pail and ran.
It was just dusk when he returned, and he saw Aunt Paul mounting the steps that led to Faldor's quarters. He might have followed her to listen, but a faint movement in the dark doorway of one of the sheds made him step instead into the shadow of the gate. A furtive figure moved from the shed to the foot of the stairs that Aunt Paul had just climbed, and silently crept up the stairs as soon as she went into Faldor's door. The light was fading, and Geryon could not see exactly who followed his aunt. He set down his pail, and, grasping the spade like a weapon, he hurried quickly around the inner court, keeping to the shadows. There came the sound of a movement inside the chambers upstairs, and the figure at the door straightened quickly and scurried down the steps. Geryon slipped back out of sight, his spade still held at the ready. As the figure passed him, Geryon briefly caught the scent of stale, musty clothing and rank sweat. As certainly as if he had seen the man's face, he knew that the figure that had followed his aunt had been Brill, the new farmhand. The door at the top of the stairs opened, and Geryon heard his aunt's voice. "I'm sorry, Faldor, but it is a family matter, and I must leave immediately."
"I would pay you more, Paul." Faldor's voice was almost breaking.
"Money has nothing to do with it," Aunt Paul replied. "You are a good man, Faldor, and your farm has been a haven to me when I needed one. I am grateful to you, more than you can know. But I must leave."
"Perhaps when this family business is over, you can come back," Faldor almost pleaded.
"No, Faldor, I am afraid not."
"We will miss you, Paul," Faldor said, with tears in his voice.
"And I will miss you, dear Faldor. I have never met a better-hearted man. I would take it kindly, if you would not mention my leaving until I have gone. I am not fond of explanations or sentimental goodbyes."
"Well, whatever you wish, then, Paul."
"Oh, don't look so mournful, old friend," Aunt Paul said lightly. "My helpers are well trained. Their cooking will be the same as mine. Your stomach will never know the difference."
"Oh, but my heart will,"
Faldor said. "Oh, don't be silly. Now, I must see to supper." Geryon moved quickly away from the foot of the stairs. Troubled, he put his spade back in the shed and fetched the pail of carrots he had left sitting by the gate. To reveal to his aunt that he had seen Brill listening at the door would immediately raise questions about his own activities that he would prefer not to have to answer. In all probability, Brill was merely curious, and there was nothing menacing or ominous about that. To observe the unsavory Brill duplicating his own seemingly harmless pastime, however, made Geryon quite uncomfortable, even slightly ashamed of himself. Although Geryon was much too excited to eat, supper that evening seemed as ordinary as any meal on Faldor's farm had ever been. Geryon covertly watched sour-faced Brill, but the man showed no outward sign of having in any way been changed by the conversation he had gone to so much trouble to overhear. When supper was over, as was always the case when he visited the farm, Mr. Wolf was prevailed upon to tell a story. He rose and stood for a moment deep in thought as the wind moaned in the chimney and the torches flickered in their rings on the pillars in the hall.
"As all men know," he began, "the Marags are no more, and the spirit of Mara weeps alone in the wilderness, and wails among the moss-grown ruins of Maragor. But also, as all men know, the hills and streams of Maragor are heavy with fine yellow gold. That gold, of course, was the cause of the destruction of the Marags. When a certain neighboring kingdom became aware of the gold, the temptation became too great, and the result, as it almost always is when gold is an issue between kingdoms, was war. The pretext for the war was the lamentable fact that the Marags were cannibals. While this habit is distasteful to civilized men, had there not been gold in Maragor, it might have been overlooked. The war, however, was inevitable, and the Marags were slain. But the spirit of Mara and the ghosts of all of the slaughtered Marags remained in Maragor, as those who went into that haunted kingdom soon discovered. Now it chanced to happen that about that time there lived in the town of Muros, in southern Sendaria, 3 adventuresome men, and, hearing of all that gold, they resolved to journey down to Maragor to claim their share of it. The men, as I said, were adventuresome and bold, and they scoffed at the tales of ghosts. Their journey was long, for it is many hundreds of leagues from Muros to the upper reaches of Maragor. But the smell of the gold drew them on, and so it happened one dark and stormy night that they crept across the border into Maragor, past the patrols which had been set to turn back just such as they. That nearby kingdom, having gone to all the expense and inconvenience of war, was quite naturally reluctant to share the gold with anyone who chanced to pass by. Through the night they crept, burning with their lust for gold. The spirit of Mara wailed about them, but they were brave men and not afraid of spirits. And besides, they told each other, the sound was not truly a spirit, merely the moaning of the wind in the trees. As dim and misty morning seeped amongst the hills, they could hear not far away the rushing sound of a river. As all men know, gold is most easily found along the banks of rivers, and so they made quickly toward the sound. Then one of them chanced to look down in the dim light, and behold, the ground at his feet was strewn with gold, lumps and chunks of it. Overcome with greed, he remained silent and loitered behind, until his companions were out of sight. And then he fell to his knees, and began to gather up gold as a child might pick the flowers. He heard a sound behind him, and he turned. What he saw, it is best not to say. Dropping all his gold, he bolted. Now, the river, they had heard, cut through a gorge, just about there, and his two companions were amazed to see him run off the edge of that gorge, and even continue to run as he fell, his legs churning insubstantial air. Then they turned, and they saw what had been pursuing him. One went quite mad and leaped with a despairing cry into the same gorge which had just claimed his companion. But the third adventurer, the bravest and boldest of all, told himself that no ghost could actually hurt a living man, and he stood his ground. That, of course, was the worst mistake of all. The ghosts encircled him as he stood bravely, certain that they could not hurt him. Mr. Wolf paused and drank briefly from his tankard. And then, the old storyteller continued, because even ghosts can become hungry, they divided him up and ate him. Gerion's hair stood on end at the shocking conclusion of Wolf's tale, and he could sense the others at his table shuddering. It was not at all the kind of story they had expected to hear. Jernick, the smith, who was sitting nearby, had a perplexed expression on his plain face. Finally, he spoke. "I would not question the truth of your story for the world," he said to Wolf, struggling with his words. "But if they ate him, the ghosts, I mean, where did it go? I mean, if ghosts are insubstantial, as all men say that they are, not having stomachs, do they? And what would they bite with?" Wolf's face grew sly and mysterious. He raised one finger, as if he were about to make some cryptic reply to Jernick's puzzled question, and then he suddenly began to laugh. Jernick looked annoyed at first, and then, rather sheepishly, he too began to laugh. Slowly the laughter spread as they all began to understand the joke. "An excellent jest, old friend," Faldor said, laughing as hard as any of the others, "and one from which much instruction might be gained. Greed is bad, but fear is worse, and the world is dangerous enough without cluttering it with imaginary hobgoblins." Trusts Faldor to twist a good story into a moralistic sermon of some kind. "True enough, good Faldor," Wolf said more seriously. "But there are things in this world which cannot be explained away, nor dismissed with laughter." Brill, seated nearer the fire, had not joined in the laughter. "I've never seen a ghost," he said sourly, "nor ever met anyone who has. And I, for one, don't believe in any kind of magic or sorcery or such childishness." And he stood up and stamped out of the hall, almost as if the story had been a kind of personal insult. Later, in the kitchen, when Aunt Paul was seeing to the cleaning up and Wolf lounged against one of the work tables with a tankard of beer, Gerion's struggle with his conscience finally came into the open. That dry, interior voice informed him most pointedly that concealing what he had seen was not merely foolish, but possibly dangerous as well. He set down the pot he was scrubbing and crossed to where they were. "It might not be important," he said carefully, "but this afternoon, when I was coming back from the garden, I saw Brill following you, Aunt Paul." She turned and looked at him. Wolf set down his tankard. "Go on, Gerion," Aunt Paul said. "It was when you went up to talk with Faldor," Gerion explained. "He waited until you'd gone up the stairs and Faldor had let you in, and then he sneaked up and listened at the door.
I saw him up there when I went to put the spade away."
"How long has this Brill been at the farm?" the wolf asked, frowning.
"He just came last spring, after Breldo got married and moved away."
"And that Murgo merchant was here at Eristide some months before?"
Aunt Paul looked at him sharply. "You think?"
She did not finish. "I think it might not be a bad idea if I stepped around and had a few words with friend Brill," the wolf said grimly. "Do you know where his room is, Geryon?" Geryon nodded, his heart suddenly racing. "Show me." The wolf moved away from the table against which he had been lounging, and his step was no longer the step of an old man. It was curiously as if the years had suddenly dropped away from him.
"Be careful."
The wolf chuckled, and the sound was chilling.
"I am always careful, Paul. You should know that by now."
Geryon quickly led Wolf out into the yard and around to the far end, where the steps mounted to the gallery that led to the rooms of the farmhands. They went up, their soft leather shoes making no sound on the worn steps.
"Down here,"
Geryon whispered, not knowing exactly why he whispered. The wolf nodded, and they went quietly down the dark gallery.
"Here,"
Geryon whispered, stopping. "Step back," Wolf breathed. He touched the door with his fingertips.
"Is it locked?"
"That is no problem." The wolf put his hand to the latch. There was a click, and the door swung open. Wolf stepped inside, with Geryon close behind. It was totally dark in the room, and the sour stink of Brill's unwashed clothes hung in the air. "He is not here," the wolf said in a normal tone. He fumbled with something at his belt, and there was the scrape of flint against steel, and a flare of sparks. A wisp of frayed rope caught the sparks and began to glow. Wolf blew on the spark for a second, and it flared into flame. He raised the burning wisp over his head and looked around the empty room. The floor and bed were littered with rumpled clothes and personal belongings. Geryon knew instantly that this was not simple untidiness, but rather was the sign of a hasty departure, and he did not know exactly how it was that he knew it. Wolf stood for a moment, holding his little torch. His face seemed somehow empty, as if his mind were searching for something.
"The stables," he said sharply. "Quickly, boy."
Geryon turned and dashed from the room with Wolf close behind. The burning wisp of rope drifted down into the yard, illuminating it briefly after Wolf discarded it over the railing as he ran. There was a light in the stable. It was dim, partially covered, but faint beams shone through the weathered cracks in the door. The horses were stirring uneasily.
"Stay clear, boy,"
Wolf said as he jerked the stable door open. Brill was inside, struggling to saddle a horse that shied from his rank smell.
"Leaving, Brill?"
Wolf asked, stepping into the doorway with his arms crossed. Brill turned quickly, crouched with a snarl on his unshaven face. His off-center eye gleamed whitely in the half-muffled light of the lantern hanging from a peg on one of the stalls, and his broken teeth shone behind his pulled-back lips.
"A strange time for a journey," the wolf said dryly. "Don't interfere with me, old man. You will regret it." "Oh, I've regretted many things in my life. I doubt that one more is going to make all that much difference."
"I warned you," Brill snarled, and his hand dove under his cloak and emerged with a short, rust-splotched sword.
"Oh, don't be stupid,"
the wolf said, in a tone of overwhelming contempt. Geryon, however, at the first flash of the sword, whipped his hand to his belt, drew his dagger, and stepped in front of the unarmed old man.
"Get back, boy,"
the wolf barked. But Geryon had already lunged forward, his bright dagger thrust out ahead of him. Later, when he had had time to consider, he could not have explained why he reacted as he did.
Some deep instinct seemed to take over.
"Garion, get out of the way!"
"So much the better,"
Brill said, raising his sword.
And then Dernick was there.
He appeared as if from nowhere, snatched up an ox yoke, and struck the sword from Brill's hand. Brill turned on him, enraged, and Dernick's second blow took the cast-eyed man in the ribs, a little below the armpit. The breath whooshed from Brill's lungs, and he collapsed, gasping and writhing, to the straw-littered floor.
"For shame, Garion,"
Dernick said reproachfully.
"I didn't make that knife of yours for this kind of thing."
"He was going to kill Mr. Wolf," Garion protested.
"Never mind that," the wolf said, bending over the gasping man on the floor of the stable. He searched Brill roughly, and pulled a jingling purse out from under the stained tunic. He carried the purse to the lantern and opened it.
"That's mine,"
Brill gasped, trying to rise. Dernick raised the ox yoke, and Brill sank back again.
"A sizable sum for an ordinary farm hand to have, friend Brill,"
Wolf said, pouring the jingling coins from the purse into his hand.
"How did you manage to come by it?"
Brill glared at him. Garion's eyes grew wide at the sight of the coins. He had never seen gold before.
"You don't really need to answer, friend Brill," the wolf said, examining one of the coins. "Your gold speaks for you."
He dumped the coins back in the purse and tossed the small leather pouch back to the man on the floor. Brill grabbed it quickly and pushed it back inside his tunic.
"I'll have to tell Faldor of this,"
Dernick said.
"No,"
the wolf said.
"It's a serious matter. A bit of wrestling or a few blows exchanged is one thing, but drawing weapons, that's quite another." "There's no time for all of that,"
the wolf said, taking a piece of harness strap from a peg on the wall.
"Tie his hands behind him, and we'll put him in one of the grain bins. Someone will find him in the morning."
Dernick stared at him.
"Trust me, good Dernick. The matter's urgent. Tie him up and hide him someplace, and then come to the kitchen. Come with me, Garion."
And he turned and left the stable. Aunt Pol was pacing her kitchen nervously when they returned.
"Well?"
she demanded.
"He was trying to leave. We stopped him."
"Did you?"
She left it hanging.
"No. He drew a sword, but Dernick happened to be nearby and knocked the belligerents out of him. The intervention was timely. Your cub here was about to do battle. That little dagger of his is a pretty thing, but not really much of a match for a sword."
Aunt Pol turned on Garion, her eyes ablaze. Garion prudently stepped back out of reach.
"There's no time for that,"
the wolf said, retrieving the tankard he had set down before leaving the kitchen.
"Brill had a pouch full of good red Angarek gold. The Murghas have set eyes to watching this place. I had wanted to make our going less noticeable. But since we are already being watched, there's no point in that now. Gather what you and the boy are likely to need. I want a few leagues between us and Brill before he manages to free himself. I do not want to be looking over my shoulder for Murghas every place I go."
Dernick, who had just come into the kitchen, stopped and stood, staring at them.
"Things aren't what they seem here. What manner of folk are you? And how is it that you have such dangerous enemies?" "It's a long story, good Dernick. But I'm afraid there's no time to tell it now. We make our apologies to Faldor, and see if you cannot detain Brill for a day or so. I'd like our trail to be quite cold before he or his friends try to find it." "Someone else is going to have to do that," Dernick said. "I'm not sure what this is all about, but I am sure that there's danger involved in it. It appears that I'll have to go with you, at least until I've gotten you safely away from here."
Aunt Pol suddenly laughed.
"You, Dernick? You mean to protect us?"
He drew himself up.
I am sorry, Mistress Pole. I will not permit you to go unescorted.
Will not permit, she said incredulously.
Very well, the wolf said, a sly look on his face.
Have you totally taken leave of your senses?
Aunt Paul demanded, turning on him. Dernick has shown himself to be a useful man, the wolf replied. If nothing else, he will give me someone to talk with along the way. Your tongue has grown sharper with the years, Paul, and I do not relish the idea of 100 leagues or more with nothing but abuse for companionship.
I see that you have finally slipped into your dotage, old wolf.
Well, that's exactly the sort of thing I mean, the wolf replied blindly. And now, gather a few necessary things, and let's be away from here. The night's passing rapidly.
She glared at him a moment, and then stormed out of the kitchen.
I'll have to go fetch some things, too, Dernick said. He turned and went out into the gusty night.
Gerion's mind whirled. Things were happening far too fast.
Afraid, boy? The wolf asked.
Well, it's just that I don't understand. I don't understand any of this at all.
You will, in time, Gerion. For now, it's better perhaps that you don't. There's danger in what we are doing, but not all that great a danger. Your aunt and I, and good Dernick, of course, will see that no harm comes to you. Now, help me in the pantry.
He took a lantern into the pantry and began loading some loaves of bread, a ham, a round yellow cheese, and several bottles of wine into a sack which he took down from a peg. It was nearly midnight, as closely as Gerion could tell, when they quietly left the kitchen and crossed the dark courtyard. The faint creak of the gate as Dernick swung it open seemed enormously loud. As they passed through the gate, Gerion felt a momentary pang. Faldor's farm had been the only home he had ever known. He was leaving now, perhaps forever, and such things had great significance. He felt an even sharper pang at the memory of Zubret. The thought of Doron and Zubret together in the hay barn almost made him want to give the whole thing up altogether, but it was far too late for that now. Beyond the protection of the buildings, the gusty wind was chill and whipped at Gerion's cloak. Heavy clouds covered the moon, and the road seemed only slightly less dark than the surrounding fields. It was cold and lonely, and more than a little frightening. He walked a bit closer to Aunt Paul. At the top of the hill, he stopped and glanced back. Faldor's farm was only a pale, dim blur in the valley behind. Regretfully, he turned his back on it. The valley ahead was very dark, and even the road was lost in the gloom before them. Chapter 6. They had walked for miles. How many Gerion could not say. He nodded as he walked and sometimes stumbled over unseen stones on the dark road. More than anything now, he wanted to sleep. His eyes burned and his legs trembled on the verge of exhaustion. At the top of another hill, there always seemed to be another hill, for that part of Sendaria was folded like a rumpled cloth. Mr. Wolf stopped and looked about, his eyes searching the oppressive gloom.
"We'll turn aside from the road here," he announced. "Is that wise?" Dernick asked. "There are woods hereabout, and I have heard that there may be robbers hiding there. Even if there aren't any robbers, aren't we likely to lose our way in the dark?"
He looked up at the murky sky, his plain face dimly seen, troubled.
"I wish there was a moon." "I don't think we need to be afraid of robbers," the wolf said confidently. "And I'm just as happy that there isn't a moon. I don't think we're being followed yet, but it's just as well that no one happens to see us pass. Murga gold can buy most secrets." And with that he led them into the fields that lay beside the road.
For Geryon the fields were impossible. If he had stumbled now and then on the road, the unseen furrows, holes, and clumps in the rough ground seemed to catch at his feet with every step. At the end of a mile, when they reached the black edge of the woods, he was almost ready to weep with exhaustion. "How can we find our way in there?" he demanded, peering into the utter darkness of the woods.
"There's a woodcutter's track not far to this side," Wolf said, pointing. "We only have a little farther to go."
And he set off again, following the edge of that dark woods with Geryon and the others stumbling along behind him.
"Here we are,"
he said finally, stopping to allow them to catch up.
"It's going to be very dark in there, and the track is not wide. I'll go first, and the rest of you follow me."
"I'll be right behind you, Geryon," Dernick said. "Don't worry. Everything will be all right."
There was a note in the smith's voice, however, that hinted that his words were more to reassure himself than to calm the boy. It seemed warmer in the woods. The trees sheltered them from the gusty wind, but it was so dark that Geryon could not understand how Wolf could possibly find his way. A dreadful suspicion grew in his mind that Wolf actually did not know where he was going, and was merely floundering along blindly, trusting to luck.
"Stop!"
a rumbling voice suddenly, shockingly said, directly ahead of them. Geryon's eyes, accustomed slightly now to the gloom of the woods, saw a vague outline of something so huge that it could not possibly be a man. "A giant!" he screamed in a sudden panic. Then, because he was exhausted, and because everything that had happened that evening had simply piled too much upon him all at one time, his nerve broke, and he bolted into the trees. "Geryon!" Aunt Paul's voice cried out after him. "Come back!" But panic had taken hold of him. He ran on, falling over roots and bushes, crashing into trees and tangling his legs in brambles. It seemed like some endless nightmare of blind flight. He ran full tilt into a low-hanging, unseen branch, and sparks flared before his eyes with a sudden blow to his forehead. He lay on the damp earth, gasping and sobbing, trying to clear his head. And then there were hands on him, horrid, unseen hands. 1,000 terrors flashed through his mind at once, and he struggled desperately, trying to draw his dagger. "Oh, no," a voice said. "None of that, my rabbit." His dagger was taken from him. Are you going to eat me?" Geryon babbled, his voice breaking. His captor laughed. "On your feet now, rabbit," he said, and Geryon felt himself pulled up by a strong hand. His arm was taken in a firm grasp, and he was half dragged through the woods. Somewhere ahead there was a light, a winking fire among the trees, and it seemed that he was being taken that way. He knew that he must think, must devise some means of escape, but his mind, stunned by fright and exhaustion, refused to function. There were 3 wagons sitting in a rough half-circle around the fire. Dernick was there, and Wolf, and Aunt Paul, and with them a man so huge that Geryon's mind simply refused to accept the possibility that he was real. His tree-trunk-sized legs were wrapped in furs cross-tied with leather thongs, and he wore a chain-mail shirt that reached to his knees, belted at the waist. From the belt hung a ponderous sword on one side, and a short-handled axe on the other. His hair was in braids, and he had a vast bristling red beard. As they came into the light, Geryon was able to see the man who had captured him. He was a small man, scarcely taller than Geryon himself, and his face was dominated by a long, pointed nose. His eyes were small and squinted, and his straight black hair was raggedly cut. The face was not the sort to inspire confidence, and the man's stained and patched tunic and short, wicked-looking sword did little to contradict the implications of the face. "Here's our rabbit," the small, weasel-like man announced as he pulled Geryon into the circle of the firelight. "And a merry chase he led me to." Aunt Paul was furious. "Don't you ever do that again," she said sternly to Geryon.
"Not so quick, Mistress Paul. It's better for him to run than to fight just yet. Until he is bigger, his feet are his best friends."
Have we been captured by robbers?" Geryon asked in a quavering voice.
"Robbers," the wolf laughed. "What a wild imagination you have, boy. These two are our friends."
"Friends?"
Geryon asked doubtfully, looking suspiciously at the red-bearded giant and the weasel-faced man beside him.
"Are you sure?"
The giant laughed then, too, his voice rumbling like an earthquake.
"The boy seems mistrustful. Your face must have warned him, friend Silk."
The smaller man looked sourly at his burly companion.
"This is Geryon," the wolf said, pointing at the boy. "You already know, Mistress Paul."
His voice seemed to stress Aunt Paul's name.
"And this is Jonik, a brave smith who has decided to accompany us."
"Mistress Paul?" the smaller man said, laughing suddenly for no apparent reason.
"I am so known?"
Aunt Paul said pointedly.
"It shall be my pleasure to call you so then, great lady," the small man said with a mocking bow.
"Our large friend here is Barak," Wolf went on. "He is useful to have around when there's trouble. As you can see, he's not a Sindar, but a Cherek from Val Elorn."
Geryon had never seen a Cherek before, and the fearful tales of their prowess in battle became suddenly quite believable in the presence of the towering Barak.
"And I," the small man said, with one hand to his chest, "am called Silk. Not much of a name, I'll admit, but it suits me. And I'm from Boktor in Dresnia. I'm a juggler and an acrobat."
"And also a thief and a spy,"
Barak rumbled good-naturedly. "Well, we do all have our faults," Silk admitted blandly, scratching at his scraggly whiskers.
"And I am called Mr. Wolf, in this particular time and place," the old man said. "I'm rather fond of the name, since the boy there gave it to me."
"Mr. Wolf?"
Silk asked, and then he laughed again. "What a merry name for you, old friend."
"I'm delighted that you find it so, old friend," the wolf said flatly.
"Mr. Wolf it shall be, then. Come to the fire, friends, warm yourselves, and I'll see to some food."
Geryon was still uncertain about the oddly matched pair. They obviously knew Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf, and just as obviously by different names. The fact that Aunt Paul might not be whom he had always thought she was very disturbing. One of the foundation stones of his entire life had just disappeared. The food which Silk brought was rough, a turnip stew with thick chunks of meat floating in it, and crudely hacked-off slabs of bread, but Geryon, amazed at the size of his appetite, fell into it as if he had not eaten for days. And then, his stomach and his feet warmed by the crackling campfire, he sat on a log, half dozing.
"What now, old wolf?" he heard Aunt Paul ask. "What's the idea behind these clumsy wagons?"
"A brilliant plan," the wolf said, "even if I do say it myself. There are, as you know, wagons going every which way in Sendaria at this time of year. Harvests are moving from field to farm to village, and from village to town. Nothing is more unremarkable in Sendaria than wagons. They are so common that they are almost invisible. This is how we are going to travel. We are now honest freight haulers."
"We are what?"
"Wagoneers," the wolf said expansively. hard-working transporters of the goods of Sendaria, out to make our fortunes and seek adventure. Bitten by the desire to travel, incurably infected by the romance of the road.
"Have you any idea how long it takes to travel by wagon?" Aunt Paul asked.
6 to 10 leagues a day. Slow, I'll grant you, but it's better to move slowly than to attract attention."
She shook her head with disgust.
"Where first, Mr. Wolf?"
"To Darin,"
Wolf announced.
"If the one we are following went to the north, he will have had to pass through Darin on his way to Boktor and beyond."
"And what exactly are we carrying to Darin?"
"Turnips, great lady. Last morning my large friend and I purchased 3 wagon-loads of them in the village of Winold."
"Turnips?" Aunt Paul asked, in a tone that spoke volumes.
"Oh, yes, great lady, turnips."
"Are we ready, then?"
"We are,"
the giant Barak said shortly, rising with his mail shirt clinking.
"We should look the part," the wolf said carefully, eyeing Barak up and down. "Your armor, my friend, is not the sort of garb an honest wagoner would wear. I think you should change it for stout wool."
Barak's face looked injured.
"I could wear a tunic over it,"
he suggested tentatively.
"You rattle," Silk pointed out, "and armor has a distinctive fragrance about it. From the downwind side you smell like a rusty ironworks, Barak."
"I feel undressed without a mail shirt,"
Barak complained.
"Well, we must all make sacrifices," said Silk.
Grumbling, Barak went to one of the wagons, jerked out a bundle of clothes, and began to pull off his mail shirt. His linen undertunic bore large reddish rust stains. "I would change tunics as well. Your shirt smells as bad as the armor."
Barak glowered at him.
"Anything else? I hope for decency's sake you don't plan to strip me entirely."
Silk laughed.
Barak pulled off his tunic.
His torso was enormous and covered with thick red hair.
"You look like a rug," Silk observed.
"I can't help that. Winters are cold in Karak, and the hair helps me to stay warm."
He put on a fresh tunic.
"It is just as cold in Drasnia. Are you absolutely sure your grandmother didn't dally with a bear during one of those long winters?"
"Someday your mouth is going to get you into a great deal of trouble, friend Silk."
Silk laughed again.
"I have been in trouble most of my life, friend Barak."
I wonder why."
"I think all of this could be discussed later," the wolf said pointedly. "I'd rather like to be away from here before the week's out, if we can."
"Of course, old friend. Barak and I can amuse each other later."
3 teams of sturdy horses were picketed nearby, and they all helped to harness them to the wagons.
"I'll put out the fire," Silk said, and fetched 2 pails of water from a small brook that trickled nearby. The fire hissed when the water struck it, and great clouds of steam boiled up toward the low-hanging tree limbs.
"We'll lead the horses to the edge of the wood. I'd rather not pick my teeth on a low branch," said Wolf.
The horses seemed almost eager to start, and moved without urging along a narrow track through the dark woods. They stopped at the edge of the open fields, and Wolf looked around carefully to see if anyone was in sight.
"I don't see anybody. Let's get moving."
"Ride with me, good smith,"
Barak said to Dernick.
"Conversation with an honest man is much preferable to a night spent enduring the insults of an over-clever Trasnian."
"As you wish, friend," Dernick said politely. "I'll lead. I am familiar with the back roads and lanes hereabouts," said Silk. "I shall put us on the high road beyond Upper Grout before noon. Barak and Jannik can bring up the rear. I'm sure that between them they can discourage anyone who might feel like following us."
"All right," said the wolf,
climbing up onto the seat of the middle wagon. He reached down his hand and helped up Aunt Paul. Geryon quickly climbed up onto the wagon bed behind them, a trifle nervous that someone might suggest that he ride with Silk. It was all very well for Mr. Wolf to say that the two they had just met were friends, but the fright he had suffered in the wood was still too fresh in his mind to make him quite comfortable with them. The sacks of musty-smelling turnips were lumpy, but Geryon soon managed to push and shove a kind of half-reclining seat for himself among them, just behind Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf. He was sheltered from the wind. Aunt Paul was close, and his cloak, spread over him, kept him warm. He was altogether comfortable, and, despite the excitement of the night's events, he soon drifted into a half-drowse. The dry voice in his mind suggested briefly that he had not behaved too well back in the wood, but it too soon fell silent, and Geryon slept. It was the change of sound that woke him. The soft thud of the horses' hooves on the dirt road became a clatter as they came to the cobblestones of a small village, sleeping in the last chill hours of the autumn night. Geryon opened his eyes and looked sleepily at the tall, narrow houses with their tiny windows all dark. A dog barked briefly, then retreated back to his warm place under some stairs. Geryon wondered what village it might be, and how many people slept under those steep-peaked tile roofs, unaware of the passage of their 3 wagons. The cobbled street was very narrow, and Geryon could almost have reached out and touched the weathered stones of the houses as they passed. And then the nameless village was behind them, and they were back on the road again. The soft sound of the horses' hoofs lured him once more toward sleep. "What if he hasn't passed through Derrin?" Aunt Paul asked Mr. Wolf in a low tone. It occurred to Geryon that in all the excitement he had never actually found out exactly what it was that they were seeking. He kept his eyes closed and listened.
"Do not start with the what-ifs," said the wolf irritably. "If we sit around saying, 'What if?' we will never do anything."
"I was merely asking."
"If he has not gone through Derrin, we'll turn south to Muros. He may have joined a caravan there to take the Great North Road to Boktor."
"And if he has not gone through Muros?"
"Then we go on to Kamar."
"And then?"
"We will see when we get to Kamar."
His tone was final, as if he no longer wished to discuss the matter. Aunt Paul drew in a breath as if she were about to deliver some final retort, but apparently she decided against it, and settled back instead on the wagon seat. To the east, ahead of them, the faint stain of dawn touched the lowering clouds, and they moved on through the tattered, wind-swept end of the long night in their search for something which, though he could not yet even identify it, was so important that Geryon's entire life had been uprooted in a single day because of it. Chapter 7. It took them 4 days to reach Derrin on the north coast. The first day went quite well, since, though it was cloudy, and the wind kept blowing, the air was dry and the roads were good. They passed quiet farmsteads, and an occasional farmer bent to his labor in the middle of a field. Inevitably, each man stopped his work to watch them pass. Some waved, some did not. And then there were villages, clusters of tall houses nestled in valleys. As they passed, the children came out and ran after the wagons, shouting with excitement. The villagers watched, idly curious, until it became obvious that the wagons were not going to stop, and then they sniffed and went back to their own concerns. As afternoon of that first day lowered toward evening, Silk led them into a grove of trees at the roadside, and they made preparations for the night. They ate the last of the ham and cheese that Wolf had filched from Faldor's pantry, and then spread their blankets on the ground beneath the wagons. The ground was hard and cold, but the exciting sense of being on some great adventure helped Geryon to endure the discomfort. The next morning, however, it began to rain.
It was a fine, misty rain at first, scattering before the wind, but as the morning wore on, it settled into a steady drizzle. The musty smell of the turnips in their wet sacks became stronger, and Gerion huddled miserably with his cloak pulled tightly around him. The adventure was growing much less exciting. The road became muddy and slick, and the horses struggled their way up each hill and had to be rested often. On the first day, they had covered 8 leagues. After that, they were lucky to make 5. Aunt Paul became waspish and short-tempered. "This is idiocy," she said to Mr. Wolf about noon of the 3rd day.
"Everything is idiocy, if you choose to look at it in the proper light," he replied philosophically.
"Why, wagoneers? There are faster ways to travel. A wealthy family in a proper carriage, for instance, or imperial messengers on good horses. Either way would have put us in Darin by now."
"And left a trail in the memories of all these simple people that we have passed so wide that even a Tull could follow it," the wolf explained. "Brill has long since reported our departure to his employers. Every Murgo in Sendaria is looking for us by now."
"Why are we hiding from the Murgos, Mr. Wolf?" Gerion asked, hesitant to interrupt, but impelled by curiosity to try to penetrate the mystery behind their flight. "Aren't they just merchants? Like the Tonedrins and the Drasnians?"
"The Murgos have no real interest in trade," the wolf explained. "Nadraks are merchants, but the Murgos are warriors. The Murgos pose as merchants for the same reason that we pose as wagoneers, so that they can move about more or less undetected. If you simply assumed that all Murgos are spies, you would not be too far from the truth."
"Haven't you anything better to do than ask all of these questions?" Aunt Paul asked. "Not really," Gerion said, and then instantly knew that he had made a mistake. "Good. In the back of Beric's wagon you will find the dirty dishes from the morning's meal. You will also find a bucket. Fetch the bucket and run to that stream ahead for water, and then return to Beric's wagon and wash the dishes." "In cold water? Now, Gerion?" Grumbling, he climbed down off of the slowly moving wagon. In the late afternoon of the 4th day, they came over a high hilltop and saw below the city of Darin, and beyond the city the leaden-gray sky. Gerion caught his breath. To his eyes, the city looked very large. Its surrounding walls were thick and high, and there were more buildings within those walls than he had seen in all of his life. But it was to the sea that his eyes were drawn. There was a sharp tang to the air. Faint hints of that smell had been coming to him on the wind for the past league or so, but now, inhaling deeply, he breathed in the perfume of the sea for the first time in his life. His spirit soared. "Finally," Aunt Paul said. Silk had stopped the lead wagon and came walking back. His head was pulled back slightly, and the rain ran down his long nose to drip from its pointed tip.
"Do we stop here, or go on down to the city?"
"We go to the city," Aunt Paul said. "I am not going to sleep under a wagon when there are inns so close at hand."
"Honest wagoners would seek out an inn." "And a warm tap-room," Mr. Wolf agreed.
"I might have guessed that."
"We have to try to look the part," the wolf shrugged.
They went on down the hill, the horses' hooves slipping and sliding as they braced back against the weight of the wagons. At the city gate, 2 watchmen in stained tunics and wearing rust-spotted helmets came out of the tiny watch-house just inside the gate. "What's your business in Darin?" one of them asked Silk.
"I am Ambar of Koto," Silk lied pleasantly. "A poor Drasnian merchant hoping to do business in your splendid city."
"Splendid," one of the watchmen snorted. "What have you in the wagons, merchant?" the other inquired.
"Turnips," Silk said deprecatingly.
"My family has been in the spice trade for generations, but I am reduced to peddling turnips, he sighed then. Ah, the world is a topsy-turvy place, is it not, good friend?
We're obliged to inspect the wagons, the watchman said. It'll take some time, I'm afraid.
And a wet time at that, Silk said, squinting up into the rain. Oh, it would be much more pleasant to devote the time to wetting one's inside in some friendly tavern.
That's difficult when one doesn't have much money, the watchman suggested hopefully.
I would be more than pleased if you would accept some small token of friendship from me to aid you in your wetting, Silk offered.
You're most kind, the watchman replied with a slight bow.
Some coins changed hands, and the wagons moved on into the city uninspected. From the hilltop, Darien had looked quite splendid, but Geryon found it much less so as they clattered through the wet streets. The buildings all seemed the same, with a kind of self-important aloofness about them, and the streets were littered and dirty. The salt tang of the sea was tainted here with the smell of dead fish, and the faces of the people hurrying alone were grim and unfriendly. Geryon's first excitement began to fade. "Why are the people all so unhappy?" he asked Mr. Wolf.
"They have a stern and demanding God," the wolf replied.
"Which God is that?"
"Money. Money is a worse God than Torak himself."
"Don't fill the boy's head with nonsense," Aunt Paul said. "The people aren't really unhappy, Geryon. They're just all in a hurry. They have important affairs to attend to, and they are afraid that they shall be late, that's all." "I don't think I'd like to live here. Seems like a bleak, unfriendly kind of a place. Sometimes I wish we were all back at Faldor's farm."
"There are worse places than Faldor's," Wolf agreed.
The inn Silk chose for them was near the docks, and the smell of the sea and the rank detritus of the meeting of the sea and the land was strong here. The inn, however, was a stout building with stables attached and storage sheds for the wagons. Like most inns, the main floor was given over to the kitchen, and the large common room with its rows of tables and large fireplaces. The upper floors provided sleeping chambers for the guests. "It's a suitable place," Silk announced, as he came back out to the wagons after speaking at some length with the innkeeper. "The kitchen seems clean, and I didn't see any bugs when I inspected the sleeping chambers." "I'll inspect it," Aunt Paul said, climbing down from the wagon. "Oh, as you wish, great lady," Silk said with a polite bow. Aunt Paul's inspection took much longer than Silk's, and it was nearly dark when she returned to the courtyard. "Adequate," she sniffed, "but only barely."
"It's not as if we plan to settle in for the winter, Paul. At most, we'll only be here for a few days," said Wolf.
She ignored that. "I have ordered hot water sent up to our chambers. I will take the boy up and wash him, while you and the others see to the wagons and horses. Come along, Geryon." And she turned and went back into the inn. Geryon wished fervently that they would all stop referring to him as the boy. He did, after all, he reflected, have a name, and it was not that difficult a name to remember. He was gloomily convinced that even if he lived to have a long gray beard, they would still speak of him as the boy. After the horses and wagons had been attended to, and they had all washed up, they went down again to the common room and dined. The meal certainly did not match up to Aunt Paul's, but it was a welcome change from turnips. Geryon was absolutely certain that he would never be able to look a turnip in the face again for the rest of his life. After they had eaten, the men loitered over their ale-pots, and Aunt Paul's face registered her disapproval. "Geryon and I are going up to bed now. Try not to fall down too many times when you come up." Wolf, Berak, and Silk laughed at that, but Jernick, Geryon thought, looked a bit shamefaced. The next day, Mr. Wolf and Silk left the inn early and were gone all day. Geryon had positioned himself in a strategic place in hopes that he might be noticed and asked to go along. But he was not. So when Dernick went down to look after the horses, he accompanied him instead. "Dernick," he said, after they had fed and watered the animals, and the smith was examining their hooves for cuts or stone bruises, "does all this seem strange to you?" Dernick carefully lowered the leg of the patient horse he was checking.
"Or what, Geryon?"
he asked, his plain face sober. "Well, everything," Geryon said rather vaguely. "This journey, Barak, Silk, Mr. Wolf, Aunt Paul, all of it. They all talk sometimes when they don't think I can hear them. This all seems terribly important, but I can't tell if we're running away from someone or looking for something."
"It's confusing to me as well, Geryon," Dernick admitted. "Many things aren't what they seem. Not what they seem at all."
"Does Aunt Paul seem different to you? What I mean is, they all treat her as if she were a noblewoman or something, and she acts differently, too, now that we're away from Faldor's farm."
"Mistress Paul's a great lady," Dernick said. "I've always known that."
His voice had that same respectful tone it always had when he spoke of her, and Geryon knew that it was useless to try to make Dernick perceive anything unusual about her. "And Mr. Wolf," Geryon said, trying another tack, "I always thought he was just an old storyteller."
"He doesn't seem to be an ordinary vagabond," Dernick admitted. "I think we've fallen in with important people, Geryon, on important business. It's probably better for simple folk such as you and I not to ask too many questions, but to keep our eyes and ears open."
"Will you be going back to Faldor's farm when this is all over?" Geryon asked carefully. Dernick considered that, looking out across the rain-swept courtyard of the inn.
"No,"
he said finally, in a soft voice.
"I'll follow as long as Mistress Paul allows me to."
On an impulse, Geryon reached out and patted the smith's shoulder. "Everything's going to turn out for the best, Dernick." Dernick sighed.
Let's hope so."
He turned his attention back to the horses. "Dernick," Geryon asked, "did you know my parents?"
"No,"
Dernick said.
"The first time I saw you, you were a baby in the Mistress Paul's arms."
"What was she like then?"
"She seems angry. I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite so angry. She talked with Faldor for a while and then went to work in the kitchen. You know Faldor. He never turned anyone away in his whole life. At first she was just a helper, but that didn't last too long. Our old cook was getting fat and lazy, and she finally went off to live with her youngest daughter. After that, Mistress Paul ran the kitchen."
"She was a lot younger then, wasn't she?"
"No," Dernick said thoughtfully. "Mistress Paul never changes. She looks exactly the same way now as she did that first day."
"I'm sure it only seems that way. Everybody gets older."
"Not Mistress Paul," Dernick said.
That evening, Wolf and his sharp-nosed friend returned, their faces somber.
"Nothing,"
the wolf announced shortly, scratching at his snowy beard. "Well, I might have told you that," Aunt Paul sniffed. Wolf gave her an irritated look and then shrugged.
"Well, they had to be certain."
The red-bearded giant, Barak, looking up from the mail shirt he was polishing, said,
"No trace at all?"
"Not a hint. He hasn't gone through here."
"Where now, then?"
Barak asked, setting his mail shirt aside.
"Near us,"
the wolf said. Barak rose and went to the window.
"The rain's slacking, but the roads are going to be difficult."
"We won't be able to leave tomorrow anyway," Silk said, lounging on a stool near the door. "I have to dispose of our turnips. If we carry them out of Derryn with us, it will seem curious, and we don't want to be remembered by anyone who might have occasion to talk to any wandering Murgo." "I suppose you're right. I hate to lose the time, though. But there's no help for it," said the wolf. "The roads will be better after a day's drying," Silk pointed out, "and wagons travel faster empty." "Are you sure you can sell them, friend Silk?" Dernick asked. "I'm a Drasnian," Silk replied confidently. "I can sell anything. We might even make a good profit." "Don't worry about that. The turnips have served their purpose. All we need to do now is to get rid of them." "It is a matter of principle," Silk said airily. "Besides, if I don't try to strike a hard bargain, that would be remembered, too. Oh, don't be concerned. The business won't take long and won't delay us." "Could I go along with you, Silk?" Garion asked hopefully. "I haven't seen any part of the city except for this inn." Silk looked inquiringly at Aunt Paul. She considered for a moment. "I don't suppose it would do any harm," she said. "And it will give me time to attend to some things." The next morning after breakfast, Silk and Garion set out with Garion carrying a bag of turnips. The small man seemed to be in extraordinarily good spirits, and his long pointed nose seemed almost to quiver. "The whole point," he said, as they walked along the littered cobblestone streets, "is not to appear too eager to sell, and to know the market, of course." "That sounds reasonable," Garion said politely. "Yesterday I made a few inquiries. Turnips are selling on the docks of Kotu and Drasnia for a Drasnian silver link per hundredweight." "Oh, what?" "It's a Drasnian coin. About the same as a silver imperial. Not quite, but close enough. The merchant will try to buy our turnips for no more than a quarter of that, but he will go as high as half." "How do you know that?" "It's customary." "How many turnips do we have?" Garion asked, stepping around a pile of refuse in the street. 30 hundredweight. "That would be—" Garion's face contorted in an effort to make the complex calculation in his head. 15 imperials, Silk supplied, or 3 gold crowns. "Gold?" Garion asked. Because gold coins were so rare in country dealings, the word seemed to have an almost magic quality. Silk nodded. "It's always preferable. Easier to carry. The weight of silver becomes burdensome." "And how much did we pay for the turnips?" 5 imperials, Silk said. "The farmer gets 5, we get 15, and the merchant gets 30? Garion asked incredulously. "Well, that hardly seems fair." Silk shrugged. "It's the way things are. There's the merchant's house." He pointed at a rather imposing building with broad steps. "When we go in, he will pretend to be very busy, and not at all interested in us. Later, while he and I are bargaining, he'll notice you and tell you what a splendid boy you are." "Me?" "Oh, he'll think that you're some relation of mine, a son or nephew, perhaps, and he will think to gain advantage over me by flattering you." "What a strange notion." "I'll tell him many things," Silk went on, talking very rapidly now, his eyes seeming to glitter, and his nose was actually twitching. "Pay no attention to what I say, and don't let any surprise show on your face. He'll be watching us both very closely." "You're going to lie?" "Oh, it's expected." "Oh, he will lie, too. The one of us who lies the best will get the better of the bargain." "It all seems terribly involved." "Oh, it's a game," Silk said, his ferret-like face breaking into a grin. "A very exciting game that's played all over the world. Good players get rich, and bad players don't." "Are you a good player?" "Oh, I'm one of the best," Silk replied modestly. "Let's go in." And he led Garion up the broad steps to the merchant's house. The merchant wore an unbelted, fur-trimmed gown of a pale green color and a close-fitting cap. He behaved much as Silk had predicted, sitting before a plain table and leafing through many scraps of parchment, with a busy frown on his face while Silk and Geryon waited for him to notice them.
"Very well, then," he said finally. "You have business with me?"
"We have some turnips," Silk said somewhat deprecatingly.
"That's truly unfortunate, friend,"
the merchant said, assuming a long face.
"The wharves at Kotu groan with turnips just now. It'd hardly pay me to take 'em off your hands at any price."
Silk shrugged. "Perhaps the Carricks or the Algas, then. Their markets may not yet be as glutted as yours." He turned. "Come along, boy," he said to Geryon.
"A moment, good friend. I detect from your speech that you and I are countrymen. Perhaps as a favor I'll take a look at your turnips."
"Your time's valuable," Silk said. "If you aren't in the market for turnips, why should we trouble you further?"
"I might still be able to find a buyer somewhere," the merchant protested, "if the merchandise is of good quality."
He took the bag from Geryon and opened it. Geryon listened with fascination as Silk and the merchant fenced politely with each other, each attempting to gain the advantage.
What a splendid boy this is," the merchant said,
suddenly seeming to notice Geryon for the first time. "An orphan, placed in my care. I'm attempting to teach him the rudiments of business, but he's slow to learn."
"Oh,"
the merchant said, sounding slightly disappointed. Then Silk made a curious gesture with the fingers of his right hand. The merchant's eyes widened slightly, then he too gestured. After that, Geryon had no idea of what was going on. The hands of Silk and the merchant wove intricate designs in the air, sometimes flickering so rapidly that the eye could scarce follow them. Silk's long, slender fingers seemed to dance, and the merchant's eyes were fixed upon them, his forehead breaking into a sweat at the intensity of his concentration. "Done, then?" Silk said finally, breaking the long silence in the room.
"Done,"
the merchant agreed somewhat ruefully. "It's always a pleasure doing business with an honest man."
"I've learned much today," the merchant said. "I hope you don't intend to remain in this business for long, friend. If you do, I might just as well give you keys to my warehouse and my strong room right now and save myself the anguish that I would experience every time you appear."
Silk laughed. "You have been a worthy opponent, friend merchant."
"I thought so at first," the merchant said, shaking his head. "But I'm no match for you. Deliver your turnips to my warehouse on Bedek Wharf tomorrow morning."
He scratched a few lines on a piece of parchment with a quill.
"My overseer will pay you."
Silk bowed and took the parchment. "Come along, boy," he said to Geryon, and led the way from the room. "What happened?" Geryon asked, when they were outside in the blustery street. "We got the price I wanted," Silk said somewhat smugly. "But you didn't say anything." "Oh, we spoke at great length, Geryon. Weren't you watching?" "All I saw was the two of you wiggling your fingers at each other." "That's how we spoke. It's a separate language my countrymen devised thousands of years ago. It's called the secret language, and it's much faster than the spoken one. It also permits us to speak in the presence of strangers without being overheard. An adept can conduct business while discussing the weather, if he chooses." "Will you teach it to me?" Geryon asked, fascinated. "It takes a long time to learn." "Well, isn't the trip to Muras likely to take a long time?" Silk shrugged. "As you wish. It won't be easy, but it will help to pass the time, I suppose." "Are we going back to the inn now?" "Not right away. We'll need a cargo to explain our entry into Muros." "I thought we were going to leave with the wagons empty." "We are. But you just said—" "We'll see a merchant that I know. He buys farm goods all over Sendaria and has them held on the farms until the markets are right in Orindia and Tonedra.
and then he arranges to have them freighted either to Muros or Kamar. "It sounds very complicated," Geryon said doubtfully.
"It's not really," Silk assured him. "Come along, my boy, you'll see."
The merchant was a Tonedran, who wore a flowing blue robe and a disdainful expression on his face. He was talking with a grim-faced Murgo, as Silk and Geryon entered his counting room. The Murgo, like all of his race Geryon had ever seen, had deep scars on his face, and his black eyes were penetrating. Silk touched Geryon's shoulder with a cautionary hand when they entered, and saw the Murgo. Then he stepped forward.
"Forgive me, noble merchant," he said ingratiatingly. "I didn't know you were occupied. My porter and I will wait outside until you have time for us."
"My friend and I will be busy for most of the day," the Tonedran said. "Is it something important?"
"I was just wondering if you might have a cargo for me," Silk replied.
"No," the Tonedran said shortly. "Nothing."
He started to turn back to the Murgo, then stopped and looked sharply at Silk.
"Aren't you Ambar of Katu? I thought you dealt in spices."
Geryon recognized the name Silk had given the watchman at the gates of the city. It was evident that the little man had used the name before. "Alas," Silk sighed, "my last venture lies at the bottom of the sea, just off the hook of Arindia. 2 full shiploads bound for Tolhanath, a sudden storm, and I'm a pauper."
"A tragic tale worthy Ambar," the Tonedran master merchant said somewhat smugly.
"I'm now reduced to freighting produce," Silk said morosely. "I have 3 rickety wagons, and that's all that's left of the empire of Ambar of Katu."
"Reverses come to us all," the Tonedran said philosophically. "So, this is the famous Ambar of Katu," the Murgo said, his harshly accented voice quite soft. He looked Silk up and down, his black eyes probing. "It was a fortunate chance that brought me out today. I am enriched by meeting so illustrious a man."
Silk bowed politely. "You're too kind, noble sir."
"I am Asherak of Rakgoska," the Murgo introduced himself. He turned toward the Tonedran. "We can put aside our discussions for a bit, Mingan. We will accrue much honor by assisting so great a merchant to begin recouping his losses."
"Oh, you're too kind, worthy Asherak," Silk said, bowing again. Geryon's mind was shrieking all kinds of warnings, but the Murgo's sharp eyes made it impossible for him to make the slightest gesture to Silk. He kept his face impassive, and his eyes dull, even as his thoughts raced.
"I'd gladly help you, my friend, but I have no cargo in Dareen at the moment."
"I'm already committed from Dareen to Medalia," Silk said quickly. 3 wagon-loads of Kerek iron, and I also have a contract to move furs from Muros to Kamar. It's the 50 leagues from Medalia to Muros that concerns me. Wagons traveling empty earn no profit."
"Medalia," Mingan frowned. "Let me examine my records. It seems to me that I do have something there."
He stepped out of the room.
"Your exploits are legendary in the kingdoms of the East, Ambar," Asherak of Rakgoska said admiringly. "When last I left Tolmurgos, there was still a kingly price on your head."
Silk laughed easily. "Mine a misunderstanding, Asherak. I was merely investigating the extent of Tonedran intelligence-gathering activities in your kingdom. I took some chances I probably should not have, and the Tonedrans found out what I was up to. The charges they leveled at me were fabrications."
"How did you manage to escape?" he asked. "The soldiers of King Taur Urgas nearly dismantled the kingdom searching for you."
"I chanced to meet a toolish lady of a high station," Silk said.
I managed to prevail upon it to smuggle me across the border into Mishrak Aktul."
"Ah,"
Ashrak said, smiling briefly.
"Polish ladies are notoriously easy to prevail upon."
"Oh, but most demanding. They expect full repayment for any favors," Silk said. "I found it more difficult to escape from her than I did from Tholmurgos."
"Do you still perform such services for your government?"
Asherak asked casually.
"They won't even talk to me," Silk said with a gloomy expression. "Ambar, the spice merchant, is useful to them. But Ambar, the poor wagoner, is quite another thing."
"Of course," Asherak said, and his tone indicated that he obviously did not believe what he had been told. He glanced briefly, and without seeming interest, at Geryon, and Geryon felt a strange shock of recognition. Without knowing exactly how it was that he knew, he was instantly sure that Ashrak of Rakoska had known him for all of his life. There was a familiarity in that glance, a familiarity that had grown out of the dozen times or more that their eyes had met while Geryon was growing up, and Asherak, muffled always in a black cloak and astride a black horse, had stopped and watched, and then moved on. Geryon returned the gaze without expression, and the faintest hint of a smile flickered across Asherak's scarred face. Mingan returned to the room then.
"We have some hams on a farm near Medalia. When do you expect to arrive in Muros?"
20 days.
Mingan nodded. "I'll give you a contract to move my hams to Muros. 7 silver nobles per wagon load."
"To Nedran nobles or Sendarian?" Silk asked quickly.
"This is Sendaria, worthy Ambar."
"And we are citizens of the world, noble merchant. Transactions between us have always been in Tonedran coin."
Mingan sighed. "You were ever quick, worthy Ambar. Very well, tall Nedran nobles, because we are old friends, and I grieve for your misfortunes."
"Perhaps we will meet again, Ambar,"
Asherak said. "Perhaps," Silk said, and he and Geryon left the counting room.
"Skinflint,"
Silk muttered when they reached the street. Rate should have been 10, not 7. "What about the Murgo?" Geryon asked. Once again there was the familiar reluctance to reveal too much about the strange, unspoken link that had existed between him and the figure that now at least had a name. Silk shrugged. "He knows I'm up to something, but he doesn't know exactly what. Just as I know that he is up to something. I've had dozens of meetings like that. Unless our purposes happen to collide, we won't interfere with each other. Asherak and I are both professionals." "You're a very strange person, Silk." Silk winked at Geryon. "Why were you and Mingan arguing about the coins?"
"Tonedran coins are a bit purer. They are worth more."
"I see," said Geryon. The next morning they all mounted the wagons again and delivered their turnips to the warehouse of the Drasnian merchant. Then, their wagons rumbling emptily, they rolled out of Darin, bound toward the south. The rain had ceased, but the morning was overcast and blustery. On the hill outside town, Silk turned to Geryon, who rode beside him. "Very well. Let's begin." He moved his fingers in front of Geryon's face. "This means good morning." Chapter 8. After the first day, the wind blew itself out, and the pale autumn sun reappeared. Their route southward led them along the Darin River, a turbulent stream that rushed down from the mountains on its way to the Gulf of Cherek. The country was hilly and timbered, but since the wagons were empty, their horses made good time. Geryon paid scant attention to the scenery as they trundled up the valley of the Darin. His attention was riveted almost totally on Silk's flickering fingers. "Don't shout!" Silk instructed, as Geryon practiced. "Shout?" Geryon asked, puzzled. "Keep the gestures small. Don't exaggerate them. The idea is to make the whole business inconspicuous." "I'm only practicing. Better to break bad habits before they become too strong. And be careful not to mumble." "Mumble?" "Form each phrase precisely. Finish one before you go on to the next. Don't worry about speed. That comes with time." By the third day their conversations were half in words and half in gestures, and Geryon was beginning to feel quite proud of himself. They pulled off the road into a grove of tall cedars that evening, and formed up their usual half-circle with the wagons.
"How goes the instruction?"
Mr. Wolf asked as he climbed down. "It progresses. I expect it will go more rapidly when the boy outgrows his tendency to use baby talk." Geryon was crushed. Barak, who was also dismounting, laughed.
"I have often thought that the secret language might be useful to know," he said. "But fingers built to grip a sword are not nimble enough for it."
He held out his huge hand and shook his head. Dernick lifted his face and sniffed at the air.
"It's going to be cold tonight. We'll have frost before morning."
Barak also sniffed and then nodded.
"You're right, Dernick. We'll need a good fire tonight."
He reached into the wagon and lifted out his axe. "There are riders coming," Aunt Paul announced, still seated on the wagon. They all stopped talking and listened to the faint drumming sound on the road that they had just left.
"3 at least,"
Barak said grimly. He handed the axe to Dernick and reached back into the wagon for his sword. "4," Silk said. He stepped to his own wagon and took his own sword out from under the seat.
"We are far enough from the road,"
the wolf said.
"If we stay still, they will pass without seeing us."
"They won't hide us from Grolums," Aunt Paul said. "They won't be searching with their eyes." She made 2 quick gestures to Wolf, which Geryon did not recognize. "No," Wolf gestured back. "Let us instead." He also made an unrecognizable gesture. Aunt Paul looked at him for a moment and then nodded.
"All of you, stay quite still,"
the wolf instructed them. When he turned toward the road, his face was intent. Geryon held his breath. The sound of the galloping horses grew nearer. Then a strange thing happened. Though Geryon knew he should be fearful of the approaching riders and the threat they seemed to pose, a kind of dreamy lassitude fell over him. It was as if his mind had quite suddenly gone to sleep, leaving his body still standing there, watching incuriously the passage of those dark-mantled horsemen along the road. How long he stood so, he was not able to say. But when he roused from his half-dream, the riders were gone, and the sun had set. The sky to the east had grown purple with approaching evening, and there were tatters of sun-stained clouds along the western horizon. "Murgos," Aunt Paul said quite calmly. "And 1 Grolum." She started to climb down from the wagon. "There are many Murgos in Sendaria, great lady," Silk said, helping her down. "And on many different missions."
"Murgos are one thing," the wolf said grimly. "But Grolums are quite something else. I think it might be better if we moved off these well-traveled roads. Do you know a back way to Medelia?"
"Old friend," Silk replied modestly, "I know a back way to every place."
"Good. Let's move deeper into these woods. I'd prefer it if no chance gleam from our fire reached the road."
Geryon had seen the cloaked Murgos only briefly. There was no way to be sure if one of them had been that same Asherak he had finally met after all the years of knowing him only as a dark figure on a black horse. But somehow he was almost certain that Asherak had been among them. Asherak would follow him, would be there wherever he went. It was the kind of thing one could count on. Jernik had been right when he had spoken of frost. The ground was white with it the next morning, and the horses' breath steamed in the chill air as they set out. They moved along lanes and little-used tracks that were partially weed-choked. The going was slower than it might have been on the main road, but they all felt much safer. It took them 5 more days to reach the village of Winold, some 12 leagues to the north of Medelia. There, at Aunt Paul's insistence, they stopped overnight at a somewhat run-down inn. "I refuse to sleep on the ground again," she announced flatly. After they had eaten in the dingy common room of the inn, the men turned to their ale-pots, and Aunt Paul went up to her chamber, with instructions that hot water be brought to her for bathing. Gerion, however, made some pretext about checking the horses and went outside. It was not that he was in the habit of being deliberately deceptive, but it had occurred to him in the last day or so that he had not had a single moment alone since they had left Faldor's farm. He was not by nature a solitary boy, but he had begun to feel quite keenly the restriction of always being in the presence of his elders. The village of Winold was not a large one, and he explored it from one end to the other, in less than half an hour, loitering along its narrow cobblestone streets in the crispness of the early evening air. The windows of the houses glowed with golden candlelight, and Gerion suddenly felt a surge of homesickness. Then, at the next corner of the crooked street, in the brief light from the opening of a door, he saw a familiar figure. He could not be positive, but he shrank back against a rough stone wall anyway. The man at the corner turned in irritation toward the light, and Gerion caught the sudden white gleam from one of his eyes. It was Brill. The unkempt man moved quickly out of the light, obviously not wishing to be seen. Then he stopped. Gerion hugged the wall, watching Brill's impatient pacing at the corner. The wisest thing would have been to slip away and hurry back to the inn, but Gerion quickly dismissed the idea. He was safe enough here in the deep shadows beside the wall, and he was too caught up by curiosity to leave without seeing exactly what Brill was doing here. After what seemed hours, but was really only a few more minutes, another shadowy shape came scurrying down the street. The man was hooded, so it was impossible to see his face, but the outline of his form revealed a figure dressed in the tunic, hose, and calf-length boots of an ordinary Sindar. There was also, when he turned, the outline of a sword belted at his waist, and that was far from ordinary. While it was not precisely illegal for Sindars of the lower classes to bear arms, it was uncommon enough to attract a notice. Gerion tried to edge close enough to hear what Brill said to the man with the sword, but they spoke only briefly. There was a clink as some coins changed hands, and then the two separated. Brill moved quietly off around the corner, and the man with the sword walked up the narrow, crooked street toward the spot where Gerion stood. There was no place to hide, and as soon as the hooded man came close enough, he would be able to see Gerion. To turn and run would have been even more dangerous. Since there was no alternative, Gerion put on a bold front and marched determinedly toward the oncoming figure.
"Who's there?"
the hooded man demanded, his hand going to his sword hilt.
"Good evening, sir,"
Gerion said, deliberately forcing his voice up into the squeaky registers of a much younger boy.
"Cold night, isn't it?"
The hooded man grunted and seemed to relax. Gerion's legs quivered with the desire to run. He passed the man with the sword, and his back prickled as he felt that suspicious gaze following him.
"Bye,"
the man said abruptly. Gerion stopped.
"Yes, sir?" "Do you live here?"
"Yes, sir," Gerion lied, trying to keep his voice from trembling.
"Is there a tavern hereabouts?"
Gerion had just explored the town, and he spoke confidently.
"Yes, sir.
You go on up this street to the next corner and turn to your left. There are torches out front. You can't miss it."
"My thanks,"
the hooded man said shortly, and walked on up the narrow street.
"Good night, sir,"
Geryon called after him, made bold by the fact that the danger seemed past. The man did not answer, and Geryon marched on down to the corner, exhilarated by his brief encounter. Once he was around the corner, however, he dropped the guise of a simple village boy, and he ran. He was breathless by the time he reached the inn and burst into the smoky common room where Mr. Wolf and the others sat talking by the fire. At the last instant, realizing that to blurt out his news in the common room, where others might overhear, would be a mistake, he forced himself to walk calmly to where his friends sat. He stood in front of the fire as if warming himself, and spoke in a low tone.
"I just saw Brill in the village."
"Brill?" Silk asked. "Who is Brill?" Wolf frowned. "A farmhand, with too much Angarak gold in his purse to be entirely honest." Quickly, he told Silk and Barak about the adventure in Faldor's stable.
"You should have killed him,"
Barak rumbled. "This is not Kerak," Wolf said. "Sindars are touchy about casual killings." He turned to Geryon. "Did he see you?"
"No," Geryon said. "I saw him first and hid in the dark. He met another man and gave him some money, I think. The other man had a sword." Briefly he described the whole incident.
"This changes things. I think we'll leave here earlier in the morning than we had planned."
"It wouldn't be hard to make Brill lose interest in us," Dernick said.
"I could probably find him and hit him on the head a few times."
"Tempting," the wolf grinned. "But I think it might be better just to slip out of town early tomorrow and leave him with no notion that we've ever been here. We don't really have time to start fighting with everyone that we run across." "I'd like a closer look at this sword-carrying Sendar, however," Silk said, rising. "If it turns out that he's following us, I'd rather know what he looks like. I don't like being followed by strangers."
"Discreetly," the wolf cautioned.
Silk laughed. "Have you ever known me to be otherwise? Oh, this won't take long. Where did you say that tavern was, Geryon?" Geryon gave him directions. Silk nodded, his eyes bright and his long nose twitching. He turned, went quickly across the smoky common room and out into the chill night.
"I wonder," Barak considered, "if we are being followed this closely. Wouldn't it be better to discard the wagons and this tiresome disguise, buy good horses, and simply make straight for Muros at a gallop?"
Wolf shook his head. "I don't think. The Murgos are all that certain where we are. Brill could be here for some other dishonesty, and we would be foolish to start running from shadows. It is better just to move on quietly. Even if Brill's still working for the Murgos, I would rather just slip away and leave them all beating the bushes here in central Sendaria." He stood up. "I am going to step upstairs and let Paul know what's happened." He crossed the common room and mounted the stairs.
"I still don't like it,"
Barak muttered, his face dark. They sat quietly then, waiting for Silk's return. The fire popped and Geryon started slightly. It occurred to him as he waited that he had changed a great deal since they had left Faldor's farm. Everything had seemed simple then, with the world neatly divided into friends and enemies. In the short time since they had left, however, he had begun to perceive complexities that he had not imagined before. He had grown wary and distrustful, and listened more frequently to that interior voice that always advised caution, if not outright guile. He'd also learned not to accept anything at face value. Briefly, he regretted the loss of his former innocence, but the dry voice told him that such regret was childish.
Then Mr. Wolf came back down the stairs and rejoined them. After about a half-hour, Silk returned. "Thoroughly disreputable-looking fellow," he said, standing in front of the fire. "My guess is that he's a common footpad." "Brill seeking his natural level," the wolf observed. "If he's still working for the Murgos, he's probably hiring ruffians to watch for us. They'll be looking for 4 people on foot, however, rather than 6 in wagons. If we can get out of Winold early enough in the morning, I think we can elude them altogether." "I think Dernick and I should stand watch tonight," Beric said. "Not a bad idea. Let's plan to leave about the 4th hour after midnight. I'd like to have 2 or 3 leagues of back roads between us and this place when the sun comes up." Gerion scarcely slept that night. When he did, there were nightmares about a hooded man with a cruel sword chasing him endlessly down dark, narrow streets. When Beric woke them, Gerion's eyes felt sandy, and his head was thick from the exhausting night. Aunt Poll carefully drew the shutters in their chamber before lighting a single candle. "It's going to be colder now," she said, opening the large bundle she had him carry up from the wagons. She took out a pair of heavy woolen hose and winter boots lined with lamb's wool. "Put these on," she instructed Gerion, "and your heavy cloak." "I'm not a baby any more, Aunt Poll," Gerion said. "Do you enjoy being cold?" "Well, no, but—" He stopped, unable to think of any words to explain how he felt. He began to dress. He could hear the faint murmuring of the others talking softly in the adjoining chamber in that curious hushed tone that men always assume when they rise before the sun. "We are ready, Mistress Poll." Silk's voice came through the doorway. "Let's leave, then," she said, drawing up the hood of her cloak. The moon had risen late that night and shone brightly on the frost-silvered stones outside of the inn. Dernick had hitched the horses to the wagons and had led them out of the stable. "We'll lead the horses out to the road," the wolf said very quietly. "I do not see any need for rousing the villagers as we pass." Silk again took the lead, and they moved slowly out of the vineyard. The fields beyond the village were white with frost, and the pale, smoky-looking moonlight seemed to have leached all of the color from them. "As soon as we are well out of earshot," Wolf said, climbing up into his wagon, "let's put some significant distance between us and this place. The wagons are empty, and a little run won't hurt the horses." "Truly," Silk agreed. They all mounted their wagons and set off at a walk. The stars glittered overhead in the crisp, cold sky. The fields were very white in the moonlight, and the clumps of trees back from the road were very dark. Just as they went over the first hilltop, Gerion looked back at the dark cluster of houses in the valley behind. A single flicker of light came from a window somewhere, a lone golden pinpoint that appeared, then vanished. "Someone's awake back there. I just saw a light," he told Silk. "Some early riser, perhaps," Silk suggested. But then again, perhaps not." He shook the reins slightly, and the horses increased their pace. He shook them again, and they began to trot. "Hang on, boy," he instructed, reaching forward and slapping the reins down smartly on the rumps of the horses. The wagon bounced and clattered fearfully behind the running team, and the bitterly chill air rushed at Gerion's face as he clung to the wagon seat. At full gallop, the 3 wagons plunged down into the next valley, rushing between the frost-white fields in the bright moonlight, leaving the village and its single light far behind. By the time the sun rose, they had covered a good 4 leagues, and Silk reined in his steaming horses. Gerion felt battered and sore from the wild ride over the iron-hard roads, and was glad for the chance to rest. Silk handed him the reins and jumped down from the wagon. He walked back and spoke briefly to Mr. Wolf and Aunt Poll, then returned to the wagon.
"We turn off at that lane just ahead," he told Geryon, as he massaged his fingers. Geryon offered him the reins. "You drive." "My hands are frozen stiff. Just let the horses walk." Geryon clucked at the horses and shook the reins slightly. Obediently, the team started out again. "The lane circles around to the back of that hill," Silk said, pointing with his chin, since his hands were tucked inside his tunic. "On the far side, there's a copse of fir trees. We'll stop there to rest the horses." "Do you think we're being followed?" "This will be a good time to find out." They rounded the hill and drove on down to where the dark firs bordered the road. Then Geryon turned the horses and moved in under the shadowy trees. "This will do fine," Silk said, getting down. "Come along." "Where are we going?" "I want to have a look at that road behind us," Silk said. "We'll go up the trees to the top of the hill and see if our back trail has attracted any interest." And he started up the hill, moving quite rapidly but making absolutely no sound as he went. Geryon floundered along behind him, his feet cracking the dead twigs underfoot embarrassingly, until he began to catch the secret of it. Silk nodded approvingly once, but said nothing. The trees ended just at the crest of the hill, and Silk stopped there. The valley below, with a dark road passing through it, was empty, except for 2 deer who had come out of the woods on the far side to graze in the frosty grass. "We'll wait a minute," Silk said. "If Brill and his hireling are following, they should not be far behind." He sat on a stump and watched the empty valley. After a while, a cart moved slowly along the road toward Winold. It looked tiny in the distance, and its pace along the scar of the road seemed very slow. The sun rose a bit higher, and they squinted into its full morning brightness. "Silk?" Geryon said, finally, in a hesitant tone. "Oh, yes, Geryon." "What is this all about?" It was a bold question to ask, but Geryon felt he knew Silk well enough to ask it. "All what?" "What we're doing. I've heard a few things and guessed a few more, but it doesn't really make any sense to me." "And just what have you guessed, Geryon?" Silk asked, his small eyes very bright in his unshaven face. "Something's been stolen, something very important, and Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul and the rest of us are trying to get it back." "All right," Silk said. "That much is true." "Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul are not at all what they seem to be," Geryon went on. "No?" "No, they aren't. I think they can do things that other people can't do," Geryon said, struggling with his words. "Mr. Wolf can follow this thing, whatever it is, without seeing it, and last week in those woods when the Murgos passed, they did something. I don't even know how to describe it, but it was almost as if they reached out and put my mind to sleep. How did they do that? And why?" Silk chuckled. "You are a very observant lad." Then his tone became more serious. "We're living in a momentous time, Geryon. The events of thousands of years and more, all focused on these very days. The world, I'm told, is like that. Centuries pass when nothing happens, and then, in a few short years, events of such tremendous importance take place that the world is never the same again. I think that if I had my choice, I'd prefer one of those quiet centuries." "Oh, no," Silk said, his lips drawing back in a ferret-like grin. "Now's the time to be alive, to see it all happening, to be a part of it. That makes the blood race, and each breath is an adventure." Geryon let that pass. "What is this thing we're following?" "It is best if you don't even know its name," Silk told him seriously, "or the name of the one who stole it. There are people trying to stop us, and what you don't know, you cannot reveal." I'm not in the habit of talking to Murgos, Garion said stiffly.
It is not necessary to talk to them, Silk told him. There are some among them who can reach out and pick the thoughts right out of your mind.
That's not possible.
Who's to say what's possible and what isn't? Silk asked him.
And Garion remembered a conversation he had once with Mr. Wolf about the possible and the impossible. Silk sat on the stump in the newly risen sun, looking thoughtfully down into the still, shadowy valley, an ordinary-looking little man in ordinary-looking tunic and hose, and a rough brown shoulder cape with its hood turned up over his head.
You were raised as a Sindar, Garion. And Sindars are solid, practical men, with little patience for such things as sorcery and magic, and other things that can't be seen or touched. Your friend Dernek is a perfect Sindar. He can mend a shoe, or fix a broken wheel, or dose a sick horse. But I doubt that he could bring himself to believe in the tiniest bit of magic.
I am a Sindar, Garion objected. The hint implicit in Silk's observation struck at the very center of his sense of his own identity. Silk turned and looked at him closely.
No, you aren't. I know a Sindar when I see one, just as I can recognize the difference between an errand and a Tolnedron, or a Kerek and an Algar. There's a certain set of the head, a certain look about the eyes of Sindars that you don't have. You are not a Sindar.
Well, what am I, then? Garion challenged.
I don't know, Silk said, with a puzzled frown. And that's very unusual, since I've been trained to know what people are. It may come to me in time, though.
Is Aunt Paul a Sindar?
Of course not, Silk laughed.
Well, that explains it, then. I'm probably the same thing she is.
Silk looked sharply at him.
She's my father's sister, after all, Garion said. At first I thought it was my mother she was related to, but that was wrong. It was my father. I know that now.
That's impossible, Silk said flatly.
Impossible?
Absolutely out of the question. The whole notion's unthinkable.
Why?
Silk chewed at his lower lip for a moment. Let's go back to the wagons, he said shortly.
They turned and went down through the dark trees with the bright morning sunlight slanting on their backs in the frosty air. They rode the back lanes for the rest of the day. Late in the afternoon, when the sun had begun to drop into a purple bank of clouds toward the west, they arrived at the farm where they were to pick up Mingan's hams. Silk spoke with the stout farmer and showed him the piece of parchment Mingan had given them in Darin.
"I'll be glad to get rid of 'em," the farmer said. "You've been occupying storage space that I sorely need."
"That's frequently the case when one has dealings with Tolnedrons," Silk observed. "They are gifted at getting a bit more than they pay for, even if it's only the free use of someone else's storage sheds."
The farmer glumly agreed.
"I wonder," Silk said, as if the thought had just occurred to him, "I wonder if you might have seen a friend of mine, Brill by name? A medium-sized man with black hair and beard and a cast to one eye?"
"Fresh clothes and a sour disposition?"
the stout farmer asked.
"Yes, that's him."
"He's been about the area, looking, or so he said, for an old man and a woman and a boy. Said that they stole some things from his master, and that he'd been sent to find them."
"How long ago was that?"
"A week or so."
"Oh, I'm sorry to have missed him. I wish I had the leisure to look him up."
"I can't think for my life why," the farmer said bluntly. "To be honest with you, I don't much care for your friend."
"Oh, I'm not over-fond of him myself, but the truth is that he owes me some money. I could quite easily do without Brittle's companionship, but I am lonesome for the money, if you take my meaning."
The farmer laughed.
"I'd take it as a kindness
If you happen to forget that I asked after him, he'll likely be hard enough to find, even if he isn't warned that I am looking for him."
"You can depend on my discretion," the stout man said, still laughing. "I'm got in a loft where you and your wagoners can put up for night. I'd take it kindly if you'd sup with my workers in the dining hall over there."
"Well, my thanks to you," Silk said, bowing slightly. "The ground's cold. It's been some time since we've eaten anything but the rough fare of the road."
"You wagoners lead adventuresome lives," the stout man said almost enviously. "Free as birds, always a new horizon just beyond next hilltop."
"It is much overrated," Silk told him. "And winter's a thin time for birds and wagoners both." The farmer laughed again, clapping Silk on the shoulder and then showing him where to put up the horses. The food in the stout farmer's dining hall was plain, but there was plenty, and the loft was a bit draughty, but the hay was soft. Geryon slept soundly. The farm was not Faldor's, but it was familiar enough, and there was that comforting sense of having walls about him again that made him feel secure. The following morning, after a solid breakfast, they loaded the wagons with the Tonedran salt-crusted hams and bade the farmer a friendly goodbye. The clouds that had begun to bank up in the west the evening before had covered the sky during the night, and it was cold and gray as they set out for Muros, 50 leagues to the south. Chapter 9. The almost 2 weeks it took them to reach Muros were the most uncomfortable Geryon had ever spent. Their route skirted the edge of the foothills through rolling and sparsely settled country, and the sky hung gray and cold overhead. There were occasional spits of snow, and the mountains loomed black against the skyline to the east. It seemed to Geryon that he would never be warm again. Despite Dernick's best efforts to find dry firewood each night, their fires always seemed pitifully small, and the great cold around them enormously large. The ground upon which they slept was always frozen, and the chill seemed actually to seep into Geryon's bones. His education in the Dresnian secret language continued, and he became, if not adept, at least competent by the time they passed Lake Kamar, and began the long downhill grade that led to Muros. The city of Muros, in south-central Sendaria, was a sprawling, unattractive place that had been, since time immemorial, the site of a great annual fair. Each year in late summer, Algar horsemen drove vast cattle herds through the mountains along the great north road to Muros, where cattle buyers from all over the west gathered to await their coming. Huge sums changed hands, and because the Algar clansmen also commonly made their yearly purchases of useful and ornamental articles at that time, merchants from as far away as Naissa in the remote south gathered to offer their wares. A large plain which lay to the east of the city was given over entirely to the cattle pens that stretched for miles, but were still inadequate to contain the herds, which arrived at the height of the season. Beyond the pens, to the east, lay the more or less permanent encampment of the Algars. It was to this city, one mid-morning, at the tag end of the fair, when the cattle pens were nearly empty and most of the Algars had departed, and only the most desperate merchants remained, that Silk led the 3 wagons laden with the hams of Mengen the Tonedran. The delivery of the hams took place without incident, and the wagons soon drew into an inn-yard near the northern outskirts of the city. "This is a respectable inn, great lady," Silk assured Aunt Paul, as he helped her down from the wagon. "I have stopped here before." "Oh, let us hope so," she said. "The inns of Muros have an unsavory reputation." "Those particular inns lie along the eastern edge of the town," Silk assured her delicately. "I know them well." "I'm certain you do," she said, with an arched eyebrow. "My profession sometimes requires me to seek out places I might otherwise prefer to avoid." The inn, Geryon noted, was surprisingly clean, and its guests seemed for the most part to be Sendarian merchants. "I thought there'd be many different kinds of people here in Muros," he said, as he and Silk carried their bundles up to the chambers on the second floor. "There are," Silk said, "but each group tends to remain aloof from the others. The Tolnedrans gather in one part of the town, the Drasnians in another, the Nyasans in yet another. The Earl of Muros prefers it that way. Tempers sometimes flare in the heat of the day's business, and it's best not to have natural enemies housed under the same roof." Geryon nodded. "You know," he said, as they entered the chambers they had taken for their stay in Muros, "I don't think I've ever seen a Nyasan." You're lucky," Silk said with distaste. "They are an unpleasant race." "Are they like the Murgos?" "No," Silk said. "The Nyasans worship Issa, the snake god, and it's considered seemly among them to adopt the mannerisms of the serpent. I don't find it at all attractive myself. Besides, the Nyasans murdered the Raven King, and all Alons have disliked them since then." "The Ravens don't have a king," Geryon objected. Not anymore," Silk said. "They did once, though, until Queen Selmisra decided to have him murdered." "When was that?" Geryon asked, fascinated. 1,300 years ago," Silk said, as if it had only been yesterday. "Isn't that sort of a long time to hold a grudge?" "Some things are unforgivable," Silk said shortly. Since there was still a good part of the day left, Silk and Wolf left the inn that afternoon to search the streets of Muros for those strange, lingering traces that Wolf could apparently see or feel, and which would tell him whether the object they sought had passed this way. Geryon sat near the fire in the chamber he shared with Aunt Paul, trying to bake the chill out of his feet. Aunt Paul also sat by the fire, mending one of his tunics, her shining needle flickering in and out of the fabric. "Who was the Raven King, Aunt Paul?" She stopped sewing. "Why do you ask?" "Silk was telling me about Nyasans. He told me that their queen murdered the Raven King." "Why would she do that?" "You're full of questions today, aren't you?" she asked him, her needle moving again. "Well, Silk and I talk about a lot of things as we ride along," Geryon said, pushing his feet even closer to the fire. "Don't burn your shoes." "Silk says that I'm not a Sendar. He says that he doesn't know what I am, but that I'm not a Sendar." "Silk talks too much," Aunt Paul observed. "Well, you never tell me anything, Aunt Paul," he said in irritation. "I tell you everything that you need to know," she said calmly. "Right now it is not necessary for you to know anything about Raven Kings or Nyasan Queens." "All you want to do is to keep me an ignorant child," Geryon said petulantly. "I'm almost a man, and I don't even know what I am, or who." "I know who you are," she said, not looking up. "Well, who am I, then?" "You are a young man who's about to catch his shoes on fire." He jerked his feet back quickly. "You didn't answer me." "That's right," she said in that infuriatingly calm voice. "Well, why not?" "It's not necessary for you to know yet. When it is time, I will tell you, but not until." "But that's not fair." "The world's full of injustice. Now, since you are feeling so manly, why don't you fetch some more firewood? That will give you something useful to think about." He glared at her and stamped across the room. "Geryon," she said. "What?" "Don't even think about slamming the door." That evening, when Wolf and Silk returned, the usually cheerful old man seemed impatient and irritable. He sat down at the table in the common room of the inn and stared moodily at the fire. "I don't think it passed this way," he said finally. "There are a few places left to try, but I'm almost certain that it hasn't been here."
Then we go on to Kamar.
Barak rumbled, his thick fingers combing his bristling beard.
We must,
Wolf said.
Most likely we should have gone there first.
There is no way to know it,
Aunt Paul told him.
Why would he go to Kamar if he's trying to carry it to the Angarak kingdoms?
I can't even be certain where he's going. Maybe he wants to keep the thing for himself. He has always coveted it.
Wolf stared into the fire again.
We're going to need some kind of freight for the trip to Kamar, Silk said.
Wolf shook his head.
It slows us too much. It's not unusual for wagons to return to Kamar from Euros without freight, and it's reaching the point where we'll have to gamble our disguise for the sake of speed. It's 40 leagues to Kamar, and the weather is turning bad. A heavy snowstorm could stop the wagons entirely, and I don't have time to spend the whole winter mired down in a snowbank.
Dernick dropped his knife suddenly and started to scramble to his feet.
What's amiss?
Barak asked quickly.
I just saw Brill,
Dernick said.
It was in that doorway. Are you sure? I know him, Dernick said grimly. It was Brill, all right.
Silk pounded his fist down on the table.
Idiot,
he accused himself.
I underestimated the man.
That doesn't matter now,
Mr. Wolf said, and there was almost a kind of relief in his voice.
Our disguise is useless now. I think it's time for speed.
I'll go see to the wagons, Dernick said.
No, the wagons are too slow. We'll go to the camp of the Algars and buy good horses.
He stood up quickly.
What are the wagons?
Dernick persisted.
Forget them. They're only a hindrance now. We'll ride the wagon horses to the camp of the Algars and take only what we can conveniently carry. Let's get ready to leave immediately. Meet me in the inn yard as soon as you can.
He went quickly to the door and out into the cold night. It was only a few minutes later that they all met near the door to the stable in the cobblestoned inn-yard, each carrying a small bundle. Hulking Barak jingled as he walked, and Garion could smell the oiled steel of his mail shirt. A few flakes of snow drifted down through the frosty air, settling like tiny feathers on the frozen ground. Dernick was the last to join them. He came breathlessly out of the inn, and pressed a small handful of coins upon Mr. Wolf.
"It's the best I could do," he apologized. "Scarce half the worth of the wagons. But the innkeeper sensed my haste and bargained meanly."
He shrugged then.
"At least we rented them. It's not good to leave things of value behind. They nag at the mind and distract one from the business at hand."
Silk laughed. "Dernick, you are the absolute soul of a cinder."
"One must follow one's nature," Dernick said. "Thank you, my friend,"
Wolf said gravely, dropping the coins into his purse.
"Let's lead the horses. Galloping through these narrow streets at night would only attract attention." "I'll lead," Barak announced, drawing his sword. "If there's any trouble, I am best equipped to deal with it."
"I'll walk alongside you, friend Barak," Dernick said, hefting a stout cudgel of firewood. Barak nodded, his eyes grimly bright, and led his horse out through the gate with Dernick closely at his side. Taking his lead from Dernick, Garion paused momentarily as he passed the woodpile and selected a good oak stick. It had a comforting weight, and he swung it a few times to get the feel of it. Then he saw Aunt Paul watching him, and he hurried on without any further display. The streets through which they passed were narrow and dark, and the snow had begun to fall a bit more heavily now, settling almost lazily through the dead, calm air. The horses, made skittish by the snow, seemed to be fearful and crowded close to those who led them. When the attack came, it was unexpected and swift. There was a sudden rush of footsteps and the sharp ring of steel on steel, as Barak fended off the first blow with his sword. Garion could see only the shadowy figures outlined against the falling snow,
And then, as once before, when in his boyhood he had struck down his friend Runderig in mock battle, his ears began to ring. His blood surged boilingly in his veins as he leaped into the fight, ignoring the single cry from Aunt Pole. He received a smart rap on the shoulder, whirled, and struck with his stick. He was rewarded with a muffled grunt. He struck again, and then again, swinging his club at those parts of his shadowy enemy which he instinctively knew were most sensitive. The main fight, however, surged around Beric and Dernick. The ring of Beric's sword and the thump of Dernick's cudgel resounded in the narrow street, along with the groans of their assailants. "There's the boy!" a voice rang out from behind them, and Garion whirled. 2 men were running down the street toward him, one with a sword, the other with a wicked-looking curved knife. Knowing it was hopeless, Garion raised his club, but Silk was there. The small man launched himself from the shadows directly at the feet of the 2, and all 3 crashed to the street in a tangle of arms and legs. Silk rolled to his feet like a cat, spun, and kicked one of the floundering men solidly just below the ear. The man sank, twitching to the cobblestones. The other scrambled away and half rose just in time to receive both of Silk's heels in his face as the rat-faced Drasnian leaped into the air, twisted and struck with both legs. Then Silk turned almost casually. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You're awfully good at this kind of thing." "I'm an acrobat. It's simple once you know how." "They're getting away." Silk turned, but the 2 he had just put down were dragging themselves into the dark alley. There was a triumphant shout from Beric, and Garion saw that the rest of the attackers were fleeing. At the end of the street, in the snow-speckled light from a small window, was Brill, almost dancing with fury. "Cowards!" he shouted at his hirelings. "Cowards!" And then Beric started for him, and he, too, turned and ran. "Are you all right, Aunt Paul?" Garion said, crossing the street to where she stood. "Of course I am. And don't do that again, young man," she snapped. "Leave street brawling to those better suited for it." "I was all right. I had my stick here." "Don't argue with me. I did not go to all the trouble of raising you to have you end up dead in a gutter."
"Is everyone all right?"
Dernick asked anxiously, coming back to them.
"Of course we are. Why don't you see if you can help the old wolf with the horses?" she snapped peevishly.
"Certainly, Mistress Pole,"
Dernick said mildly.
"A splendid little fight,"
Beric said, wiping his sword as he joined them.
"Not much blood, but satisfying all the same."
"I'm delighted you found it so," Aunt Paul said acidly. "I don't much care for such encounters. Did they leave anyone behind?"
"Regrettably, no, dear lady. The quarters were too narrow for good strokes, and these stones are too slippery for good footing. I marked a couple of them quite well, however. We managed to break a few bones and dent a head or 2. As a group, they were much better at running than at fighting."
Silk came back from the alley where he had pursued the 2 who had tried to attack Garion. His eyes were bright and his grin was vicious. "Invigorating," he said, and then laughed for no apparent reason. Wolf and Dernick had managed to calm their wild-eyed horses and lead them back to where Garion and the others stood.
"Is anyone hurt?"
Wolf demanded.
"We are all intact,"
Beric rumbled.
"The business was hardly worth drawing a sword for."
Garion's mind was racing. In his excitement he spoke without stopping to consider the fact that it might be wiser to think the whole thing through first. "How did Brill know we were in Muros?" he asked. Silk looked at him sharply, his eyes narrowing. "Perhaps he followed us from Winnold." "But we stopped and looked back. He wasn't following when we left," said Garion, "and we've kept a watch behind us every day." Silk frowned. "Go on, Garion." "I think he knew where we were going," Garion blurted, struggling against a strange compulsion not to speak what his mind saw clearly now.
"And what else do you think?"
Wolf asked. "Somebody told him."
Somebody who knew we were coming here."
"Mingan knew," Silk said. "But Mingan's a merchant, and he wouldn't talk about his dealings to somebody like Brill."
"But Asherak the Murgo was in Mingan's counting room when Mingan hired us."
The compulsion was so strong now that Gerion's tongue felt stiff. Silk shrugged.
"Why should it concern him? Asherak didn't know who we were." "But what if he did?"
Gerion struggled.
"What if he isn't just an ordinary Murgo, but one of those others? Like the one who was with those ones who passed us a couple of days after we left Darrain?"
"A Grolem?" Silk said, and his eyes widened. "Yes. I suppose that if Asherak's a Grolem, he'd have known who we are and what we're doing."
"And what if the Grolem who passed us that day was Asherak?"
Gerion fought to say it.
"What if he wasn't really looking for us, but just coming south to find Brill and send him here to wait for us?"
Silk looked very hard at Gerion. "Very good," he said softly. "Very, very good." He glanced at Aunt Pole. "My compliments, Mistress Pole. You have raised a rare boy here." "What did this Asherak look like?" Wolf asked quickly.
Murgo,"
Silk shrugged.
"He said he was from Rakgoska. I took him to be an ordinary spy on some business that did not concern us. My mind seems to have gone to sleep."
"It happens when one deals with Grolems," Wolf told him. "Someone's watching us," Dernick said quietly. "From that window up there."
Gerion looked up quickly and saw a dark shape at a second-story window, outlined by a dim light. The shape was hauntingly familiar. Mr. Wolf did not look up, but his face turned blank as if he were looking inward, or his mind were searching for something. Then he drew himself up and looked at the figure in the window, his eyes blazing.
"A Grolem,"
he said shortly. "A dead one, perhaps," Silk said. He reached inside his tunic and drew out a long, needle-pointed dirk. He took 2 quick steps away from the house where the Grolem stood watching, spun, and threw the dirk with a smooth, overhand cast. The dirk crashed through the window. There was a muffled shout, and the light went out. Gerion felt a strange pang in his left arm.
"Mocked him,"
Silk said with a grin.
"Good throw," Beric said admiringly.
"One has picked up certain skills," Silk said modestly. "If it was Asherak, I owed him that for deceiving me in Mingan's counting room."
"At least it will give him something to think about," Wolf said. "There's no point in trying to creep through town now. They know we're here. Let's mount then and ride."
He climbed onto his horse and led the way down the street at a quick walk. The compulsion was gone now, and Gerion wanted to tell them about Asherak, but there was no chance for that as they rode. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, they nudged their horses into a fast canter. The snow was falling more seriously now, and the hoof-churned ground in the vast cattle pens was already faintly dusted with white.
"It's going to be a cold night," Silk shouted as they rode.
"We could always go back to Muros," Beric suggested. "Another scuffle or 2 might warm your blood."
Silk laughed and put his heels to his horse again. The encampment of the Algos was 3 leagues to the east of Muros. It was a large area surrounded by a stout palisade of poles set in the ground. The snow by now was falling thickly enough to make the camp look hazy and indistinct. The gate, flanked by hissing torches, was guarded by 2 fierce-looking warriors in leather leggings, snow-dusted jerkins of the same material, and pot-shaped steel helmets. The points of their lances glittered in the torchlight.
"Halt!"
one of the warriors commanded, leveling his lance at Mr. Wolf.
"What business have you here this time of night?"
"I have urgent need of speaking with your herdmaster,"
Wolf replied politely. "May I step down?" The two guards spoke together briefly. "You may come down," one of them said. "Your companions, however, must withdraw somewhat, but not beyond the light."
"Algars,"
Silk muttered under his breath.
"Always suspicious."
Mr. Wolf climbed down from the horse, and, throwing back his hood, approached the two guards through the snow. Then a strange thing happened. The elder of the two guards stared at Mr. Wolf, taking in his silver hair and beard. His eyes suddenly opened very wide. He quickly muttered something to his companion, and the two men bowed deeply to Wolf.
"There isn't time for that," Wolf said with annoyance. "Convey me to your herdmaster."
"At once, Ancient One," the elder guard said quickly, and hurried to the open gate. "What was that about?" Geryon whispered to Aunt Paul.
"Algars are superstitious," she said shortly. "Don't ask so many questions."
They waited with snow settling down upon them and melting on their horses. After about a half-hour, the gate opened again, and 24 mounted Algars, fierce in their riveted, studded leather vests and steel helmets, herded 6 saddled horses out into the snow. Behind them, Mr. Wolf walked, accompanied by a tall man with his head shaved, except for a flowing scalp lock.
"You have honored our camp by your visit, Ancient One, and I wish you all speed on your journey." "I have little fear of being delayed with Algar horses under us," Wolf replied. "My riders will accompany you along a route they know, which will put you on the far side of Muros within a few hours," the tall man said. "They will then linger for a time, to be certain that you are not followed." "I cannot express my gratitude, noble herdmaster," Wolf said, bowing. "It is I who am grateful for the opportunity to be of service," the herdmaster said, also bowing. The change to their new horses took only a minute. With half of their contingent of Algars leading, and the other half bringing up the rear, they turned and rode back toward the west through the dark, snowy night.
Chapter 10.
Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the darkness became paler as the softly falling snow made indistinct even the arrival of morning. Their seemingly inexhaustible horses pounded on through the growing light, the sound of their hooves muffled by the snow now lying fetlock deep on the broad surface of the great north road. Garin glanced back once and saw the jumbled tracks of their passage stretching behind them, and already at the hazy gray limit of his vision beginning to fill with concealing snow. When it was fully light, Mr. Wolf reined in his steaming horse and proceeded at a walk for a time. "How far have we come?" he asked Silk. The weasel-faced man who had been shaking the snow out of the folds of his cloak looked around, trying to pick out a landmark in the misty veil of dropping flakes. 10 leagues, he said finally. "Perhaps a bit more."
"This is a miserable way to travel,"
Barak rumbled, wincing slightly as he shifted his bulk in the saddle.
"Think of how your horse must feel," Silk grinned at him. "How far is it to Kamar?" Aunt Paul asked. 40 leagues from Euros, Silk told her. "We'll need shelter, then. We can't gallop 40 leagues without rest, no matter who is behind us."
"I don't think we need to worry about pursuit just now," Wolf said. "I think we can count on the Algars to detain Brill and his hirelings, or even Asherak, if they try to follow us."
"At least there is something Algars are good for, then," Silk said dryly.
"If I remember right, there should be an Imperial hostel about 5 leagues farther to the west. We ought to reach it by noon."
"Will we be allowed to stay there?" Dernick asked doubtfully.
"I've never heard that Tolnetrans are noted for their hospitality."
"Tolnetrans, sell anything for a price," Silk said. "The hostel would be a good place to stop, even if Brill or Asherak
Evade the Edelgars and follow us there. The Legionnaires won't permit any foolishness within their walls." "Why should there be Tolnedran soldiers in Sendaria?" Geryon asked, feeling a brief surge of patriotic resentment at the thought. "Wherever the great roads are, you will find the legions," Silk said. "Tolnedrans are even better at writing treaties than they are at giving short weight to their customers."
Mr. Wolf chuckled. "You're inconsistent, Silk. You don't object to their highways, but you dislike their legions. You can't have the one without the other."
"Oh, I've never pretended to be consistent," the sharp-nosed man said airily. "If we want to reach the questionable comfort of the Imperial hostel by noon, hadn't we better move along? I would not want to deny His Imperial Majesty the opportunity to pick my pocket."
"All right, let's ride," said Wolf,
and he put his heels to the flanks of the Algar horse, which had already begun to prance impatiently under him. The hostel, when they reached it in the full light of snowy noon, proved to be a series of stout buildings surrounded by an even stouter wall. The legionnaires who manned it were not the sort of men as the Tolnedran merchants Geryon had seen before. Unlike the oily men of commerce, these were hard-faced professional fighting men in burnished breastplates and plumed helmets. They carried themselves proudly, even arrogantly, each bearing the knowledge that the might of all Tunedra was behind him. The food in the dining hall was plain and wholesome, but dreadfully expensive. The tiny sleeping cubicles were scrupulously clean, with hard, narrow beds and thick woolen blankets, and were also expensive. The stables were neat, and they, too, reached deeply into Mr. Wolf's purse. Geryon wondered at the thought of how much their lodging was costing, but Wolf paid for it all with seeming indifference, as if his purse were bottomless.
"We'll rest here until tomorrow,"
the white-bearded old man announced when they had finished eating.
"Maybe it will snow itself out by morning. I'm not happy with all this plunging blindly through a snowstorm. Too many things can hide in our path in such weather."
Geryon, who by now was numb with exhaustion, heard the words gratefully as he half-drowsed at the table. The others sat talking quietly, but he was too tired to listen to what they were saying. "Geryon," Aunt Paul said finally, "why don't you go to bed?"
"I'm all right, Aunt Paul,"
he said, rousing himself quickly, mortified once more at being treated like a child. "Now, Geryon," she said in that infuriating tone he knew so well. It seemed that all his life she had been saying, "Now, Geryon," to him, but he knew better than to argue. He stood up and was surprised to feel that his legs were trembling. Aunt Paul also rose and led him from the dining hall.
"I can find my way over myself,"
he objected. "Of course. Now, come along." After he had crawled into bed in his cubicle, she pulled his blankets up firmly around his neck. "Stay covered," she told him. "I don't want you taking cold." She laid her cool hand briefly on his forehead, as she had done when he was a small child.
"Aunt Paul?"
he asked drowsily. "Yes, Geryon."
"Who were my parents? I mean, what were their names?"
She looked at him gravely. "We can talk about that later."
"I want to know,"
he said stubbornly.
"All right.
Your father's name was Geryon. Your mother's was Ildera." Geryon thought about that.
"The names don't sound Sendarian."
"They're not."
"Well, why was that?"
"It is a very long story, and you are much too tired to hear it just now." On a sudden impulse he reached out and touched the white lock at her brow with the mark of the palm of his right hand. As had sometimes happened before, a window seemed to open in his mind at the tingling touch. But this time that window opened on something much more serious. There was anger, and a single face, a face that was strangely like Mr. Wolf's.
but was not his face, and all the towering fury in the world was directed at that face. Aunt Paul moved her head away.
"I have asked you not to do that, Garion," she said, her tone very matter-of-fact. "You are not ready for it yet." "You're going to have to tell me what it is someday." Perhaps, but not now. Close your eyes and go to sleep."
And then, as if that command had somehow dissolved his will, he fell immediately into a deep, untroubled sleep. By the next morning, it had stopped snowing. The world outside the walls of the Imperial hostel was mantled in thick, unbroken white, and the air was filmy with a kind of damp haze that was almost, but not quite, fog. "Misty Sendaria," Silk said ironically at breakfast. "Sometimes I'm amazed that the entire kingdom doesn't rush shut." They traveled all that day at a mile-eating canter, and that night there was another Imperial hostel, almost identical to the one they had left that morning, so closely identical, in fact, that it almost seemed to Garion that they had ridden all day and merely arrived back where they had started. He commented on that to Silk as they were putting their horses in the stable. "Tonedrons are nothing, if not predictable," Silk said. "All their hostels are exactly the same. You can find these same buildings in Dresnia, Algeria, Arindia, and any place else their great roads go. It's their one weakness, this lack of imagination."
"Well, don't they get tired of doing the same thing over and over again?"
"It makes them feel comfortable, I guess," Silk laughed. "Come, let's go see about supper." It snowed again the following day, but by noon Garion caught a scent other than that faintly dusty odor snow always seemed to have. Even as he had done when they had approached Darin, he began to smell the sea, and he knew their journey was almost at an end. Kamar, the largest city in Sendaria, and the major seaport of the north, was a sprawling place which had existed at the mouth of the greater Kamar River since antiquity. It was the natural western terminus of the Great North Road, which stretched to Bakhtor and Dresnia, and the equally natural northern end of the Great West Road, which reached down across Arindia into Tonedra, and the imperial capital at Tolhanath. With some accuracy it could be said that all roads ended at Kamar. Late on a chill, snowy afternoon, they rode down a gradual hill toward the city. Some distance from the gate, Aunt Paul stopped her horse. "Since we are no longer posing as vagabonds, I see no further need for selecting the most disreputable inns, do you?" "I had not really thought about it," Mr. Wolf said.
"Well, I have. I've had more than enough of wayside hostels and seedy village inns. I need a bath, a clean bed, and some decent food. If you don't mind, I will choose our lodging this time."
"Of course, Paul," the wolf said mildly. "Whatever you say."
"Very well, then," she said, and rode on toward the city gate, with the rest of them trailing behind her.
"What's your business in Kamar?"
one of the fur-mantled guards at the broad gate asked her rather rudely. Aunt Paul threw back her hood and fixed the man with a steely gaze.
"I am the Duchess of Herat," she announced in ringing tones. "These are my retainers, and my business in Kamar is my own affair."
The guard blinked, then bowed respectfully.
"Forgive me, Your Grace. I didn't intend to give offense."
"Indeed," Aunt Paul said, her tone still cold and her gaze still dangerous.
"Why, didn't recognize Your Grace,"
the poor man floundered, squirming under that imperious stare.
"May I offer you any assistance?"
"I hardly think so," Aunt Paul said, looking him up and down. "Which is the finest inn in Kamar?"
"That would be the Lion, my lady."
"And?" she said impatiently.
"And what, my lady?"
the man said, confused by her question.
"Where is it? Don't stand there gaping like a dolt. Speak up."
"It lies beyond the customs houses," the guard replied, flushing at her words. "Follow this street till you reach Customs Square. Anyone there can direct you to the Lion." Aunt Paul pulled her hood back up.
"Give this fellow something,"
she said over her shoulder, and rode on into the city without a backward glance. "My thanks," the guard said, as Wolf leaned down to hand him a small coin. "I must admit that I haven't heard of the Duchess of Herat before." "You are indeed a fortunate man," the wolf said. "She's a great beauty," the man said admiringly. "And has a temper to match," Wolf told him. "Yes, I noticed that."
We noticed you noticing,"
Silk told him slyly. They nudged their horses and caught up with Aunt Paul.
"The Duchess of Herat?"
Silk asked mildly.
"That fellow's manner irritated me," Aunt Paul said loftily, "and I am tired of putting on a poor face in front of strangers."
At Customs Square, Silk accosted a busy-looking merchant trudging across the snow-covered paving. "You, fellow," he said in the most insulting way possible, pulling his horse directly in front of the startled merchant. "My mistress, the Duchess of Herat, requires directions to an inn called the Lion. Be so good as to provide them." The merchant blinked, his face flushing at the rat-faced man's tone.
"Up that street,"
he said softly, pointing.
"Some goodly way. It will be on the left. There's a sign of a lion at the front."
Silk sniffed ungraciously, tossed a few coins into the snow at the man's feet, and whirled his horse in a grand manner. The merchant, Geryon noted, looked outraged, but he did grope in the snow for the coins Silk had thrown. "I doubt that any of these people will quickly forget our passage," Wolf said sourly, when they were some way up the street.
"Oh, they'll remember the passing of an arrogant noblewoman. It's a good disguise, as good as any we've tried."
When they arrived at the inn, Aunt Paul commanded not just the usual sleeping chambers, but an entire apartment.
"My chamberlain will pay you,"
she said to the innkeeper, indicating Mr. Wolf.
"Our baggage horses are some days behind with the rest of my servants, so I'll require the services of a dressmaker and a maid. See to it."
And she turned and swept imperially up the long staircase that led to her apartment, following the servant who scurried ahead to show her the way. "The Duchess has a commanding presence, doesn't she?" the innkeeper ventured as Wolf began counting out the coins. "She has indeed. I have discovered the wisdom of not countering her wishes." "I'll be guided by you, then," the innkeeper assured him. "My youngest daughter is a serviceable girl. I'll dispatch her to serve as her Grace's maid."
"Oh, many thanks, friend," said Silk. "Our lady becomes most irritable when those things she desires are delayed, and we are the ones who suffer most from her displeasure."
They trooped up the stairs to the apartments Aunt Paul had taken, and stepped into the main sitting room, a splendid chamber, far richer than any Geryon had seen before. The walls were covered by tapestries with intricate pictures woven into the fabric. A wealth of candles, real wax instead of smoky tallow, gleamed in sconces on the walls, and in a massive candelabra on the polished table. A good warm fire danced merrily on the hearth, and a large carpet of curious design lay on the floor. Aunt Paul was standing before the fire, warming her hands.
"Is this not better than some shabby wharfside inn, reeking of fish and unwashed sailors?"
"If the Duchess of Herat will forgive my saying so," the wolf said somewhat tartly, "this is hardly the way to escape notice, and the cost of these lodgings would feed a legion for a week."
"Oh, don't grow parsimonious in your dotage, old wolf," she replied. "No one takes a spoiled noblewoman seriously, and your wagons weren't able to keep that disgusting Brill from finding us. This guise is at least comfortable, and it permits us to move more rapidly."
Wolf grunted. "I really hope we won't regret all of this."
"Oh, stop grumbling, old man."
"Have it your way, Paul."
"Oh, I intend to."
"How are we to behave, Mistress Paul?" Dernick asked hesitantly. Her sudden regal manner had obviously confused him. "I'm not familiar with the ways of the gentry."
"Oh, it's quite simple, Dernick," she said. She eyed him up and down, noticing his plain, dependable face and his solid competence. "How would you like to be chief groom to the Duchess of Herat and master of her stables?"
Dernick laughed uncomfortably. "Noble titles for work I've done all my life. I could manage the work easily enough, but the titles, they might grow a bit heavy."
"Oh, you'll do splendidly, friend Dernick," Silk assured him. "That honest face of yours makes people believe anything you choose to tell them. If I had a face like yours, I could steal half the world." He turned to Aunt Paul. "And what role am I to play, milady?" "You will be my Reeve. The thievery usually associated with the position should suit you."
Silk bowed ironically.
"And I?"
Barak said, grinning openly.
"My man-at-arms. I doubt that any would believe you to be a dancing master. Just stand around looking dangerous." "What about me, Aunt Paul? What do I do?" "You can be my page." "What does a page do?" "You fetch things for me." "I've always done that." "Is that what it's called?" "Don't be impertinent. You also answer doors and announce visitors, and when I'm melancholy you may sing to me." "Sing? Me?"
he said incredulously.
It is customary." "You wouldn't make me do that, would you, Aunt Paul?" "Your Grace," she corrected. "Well, you won't be very gracious if you have to listen to me sing," he warned. "My voice isn't very good." "Oh, you'll do just fine, dear."
"And I've already been appointed your Grace's chamberlain," Wolf said.
"My chief steward, manager of my estates, and keeper of my purse."
"Somehow, I knew that would be part of it."
There was a timid rap at the door. "Oh, do see who that is, Geryon," Aunt Paul said. When he opened the door, Geryon found a young girl with light brown hair in a sober dress and starched apron and cap standing outside. She had very large brown eyes that looked at him apprehensively. "Yes?"
"I've been sent to wait upon the Duchess,"
she said in her low voice. "Your maid has arrived, Your Grace," Geryon announced. "Oh, splendid," Aunt Paul said. "Come in, child." The girl entered the room. What a pretty thing you are."
"Thank you, milady,"
the girl answered with a brief curtsy and rosy blush. "And what is your name?"
"I'm called Donia, milady."
"Oh, a lovely name. Now, to important matters. Is there a bath on the premises?" It was still snowing the next morning. The roofs of nearby houses were piled high with white, and the narrow streets were deep with it.
"I think we're close to the end of our search," Mr. Wolf said, as he stared intently out through the rippled glass of the window in the room with the tapestries.
"It's unlikely that the one we're after would stay in Kamar for long."
Very unlikely. But once we've found his trail, we'll be able to move more rapidly. Now let's get into the city and see if I'm right."
After Mr. Wolf and Silk had left, Geryon sat for a while talking with Donia, who seemed to be about his own age. Although she was not quite as pretty as Zubret, Geryon found her soft voice and huge brown eyes extremely attractive. Things were going along well between them, until Aunt Paul's dressmaker arrived and Donia's presence was required in the chamber where the Duchess of Herat was being fitted for her new gowns. Since Dernick, obviously ill at ease in the luxurious surroundings of their chambers, had adjourned to the stables after breakfast, Geryon was left in the company of the giant Barak, who worked patiently with a small stone
polishing a nick out of the edge of his sword, a memento of the skirmish in Muros. Geryon had never been wholly comfortable with the huge red-bearded man. Barak spoke rarely, and there seemed to be a kind of hulking menace about him. So it was that Geryon spent the morning examining the tapestries on the walls of the sitting-room. The tapestries depicted knights in full armor and castles on hilltops, and strangely angular-looking maidens moping about in gardens.
"Arenders,"
Beric said, directly behind him. Geryon jumped. The huge man had moved up so quietly that Geryon had not heard him. "How can you tell?" Geryon asked politely.
"The Arons have a fondness for tapestry," Beric rumbled, "and the weaving of pictures. Occupies their women while the men are off denting each other's armor."
"Do they really wear all of that?" Geryon asked, pointing at a heavily armored knight pictured on the tapestry.
Oh, yes, that and more. Even their horses wear armor. It's a silly way to make a war."
Geryon scuffed his shoe on the carpet. "Is this Arendish too?" Beric shook his head.
"Malorian."
"How did it get here all the way from Meloria?" Geryon asked. "I've heard that Meloria's all the way on the other end of the world."
It's a goodly way off, but a merchant would go twice as far to make such a profit. Such goods as this commonly move along the north caravan route out of Garog-Nadrak to Baktor. Melorian carpets are prized by the wealthy. I don't much care for them myself, since I'm not fond of anything that has to do with the Angaraks."
"How many kinds of Angaraks are there? I know there are Murgos and Tolls, and I've heard stories about the Battle of Vomimbre and all, but I don't know much about them, really."
"There are 5 tribes of them,"
Beric said, sitting back down and resuming his polishing.
"Murgos and Tolls, Nadraks, and Malorians, and of course the Grolims. They live in the 4 kingdoms of the east: Maloria, Garog-Nadrak, Mishrak-Aktul, and Cthulmurgos."
"Where do the Grolims live?"
"They have no special place," Beric replied grimly. "The Grolims are the priests of Turak-Wanai, and are everywhere in the lands of the Angaraks. They're the ones who perform the sacrifices to Turak. Grolim knives have spilled more Angarak blood than a dozen Vomembras."
Geryon shuddered. Why should Turak take such pleasure in the slaughter of his own people?
Who can say? He is a twisted and evil god. Some believe that he was made mad when he used the orb of Aldur to crack the world, and the orb repaid him by burning out his eyes and consuming his hand.
How could the world be cracked? I've never understood that part of the story.
The power of the orb of Aldur is such that it can accomplish anything. When Thorak raised it, the earth was split apart by its power, and the seas came in to drown the land. The story is very old, but I think that it's probably true.
And where is the orb of Aldur now? Geryon asked suddenly. Barak looked at him, his eyes icy blue, and his face thoughtful. But he did not say anything. Do you know what I think? Geryon said on a sudden impulse. I think that it's the orb of Aldur that's been stolen. I think it's the orb that Mr. Wolf is trying to find.
And I think it would be better if you did not think so much about such things, Barak warned.
But I want to know, Geryon protested, his curiosity driving him even in the face of Barak's words, and the warning voice in his mind.
Everyone treats me like an ignorant boy. All I do is tag along with no idea of what we're doing. Who is Mr. Wolf, anyway? Why did the Algars behave the way they did when they saw him? How can he follow something that he can't see? Please tell me, Barak.
Not me. Your Aunt Paul would pull out my beard whisker by whisker if I made that mistake.
You're not afraid of her, are you?
Any man with good sense is afraid of her, Barak said, rising and sliding his sword into its sheath.
Aunt Paul?
Geryon asked incredulously. Are you not afraid of her? Barak asked pointedly.
No, Geryon said, and then realized that was not precisely true. Well, not really afraid. It's more... He left it hanging, not knowing how to explain it.
Exactly. And I'm no more foolhardy than you, my boy. You are too full of questions. I'd be far wiser not to answer them. If you want to know about these things, you will have to ask your aunt.
But she won't tell me, Geryon said glumly. She won't tell me anything. She won't even tell me about my parents. Not really.
Barak frowned. That's strange.
I don't think they were Sendars. Their names weren't Sendarian, and Silk says that I'm not a Sendar. At least, I don't look like one.
Barak looked at him closely. No, he said finally. Now that you mention it, you don't. You look more like a raven than anything else. But not quite that either.
Is Aunt Paul a raven?
Barak's eyes narrowed slightly. I think we are getting to some more of those questions that I had better not answer.
I'm going to find out someday.
But not today. Come along. I need some exercise. Let's go out into the inn yard, and I will teach you how to use a sword.
Me?
Geryon said, all his curiosity suddenly melting away in the excitement of the thought. You are at an age where you should begin to learn, Barak said. The occasion may someday arise when it will be useful for you to know. Late that afternoon, when Geryon's arm had begun to ache from the effort of swinging Barak's heavy sword, and the whole idea of learning the skills of a warrior had become a great deal less exciting, Mr. Wolf and Silk returned. Their clothes were wet from the snow through which they had trudged all day, but Wolf's eyes were bright, and his face had a curiously exultant expression as he led them all back up the stairs to the sitting-room. "Ask your Aunt Paul to join us," he told Geryon, as he removed his sodden mantle and stepped to the fire to warm himself. Geryon sensed quickly that this was not the time for questions. He hurried to the polished door where Aunt Paul had been closeted with her dressmaker all day, and rapped at the door.
"What is it?"
her voice came from inside.
That is, your chamberlain has returned, milady?"
Geryon said, remembering at the last moment that she was not alone.
"He requests a word with you?"
"Oh, very well,"
she said. After a minute she came out, firmly closing the door behind her. Geryon gasped. The rich blue velvet gown she wore made her so magnificent that she quite took his breath away. He stared at her in helpless admiration.
"Where is he?" she asked. "Don't stand and gape, Geryon. It's not polite."
"You are beautiful, Aunt Paul."
"Yes, dear," she said, patting his cheek. "I know. Now where's the old wolf?" "In the room with the tapestries," Geryon said, still unable to take his eyes from her. "Come along, then," she said, and swept down the short hall to the sitting-room. They entered to find the others all standing by the fireplace. "Well?"
she asked. Wolf looked up at her, his eyes still bright.
An excellent choice, Paul, he said admiringly. Blue has always been your best color.
Do you like it? She asked, holding out her arms and turning almost girlishly so that they all might see how fine she looked. I hope it pleases you, old man, because it is costing you a great deal of money.
Wolf laughed. I was almost certain that it would. The effect of Aunt Paul's gown on Dernick was painfully obvious. The poor man's eyes literally bulged, and his face turned alternately very pale, then very red, then finally settled into an expression of such hopelessness that Gurion was touched to the quick by it. Silk and Barak in curious unison both bowed deeply and wordlessly to Aunt Paul, and her eyes sparkled at their silent tribute. "It has been here," Wolf announced seriously. "You're certain?" He nodded. "I could feel the memory of its passage in the very stones." "Did it come by sea?" "No. He probably came ashore with it in some secluded cove up the coast, and then travelled here by land." "And took ship again?" "I doubt that. I know him well. He is not comfortable on the sea." "Besides which," Barak said, "one word to the King Anheg of Tarak would have put 100 warships on his trail. No one can hide on the sea from the ships of Karak, and he knows that." "You're right," Wolf agreed. "I think he'll avoid the domains of the Alons. That's probably why he chose not to pass along the north road through Belgariad and Drasnia. The spirit of Balar is strong in the kingdoms of the Elons, and not even this thief is bold enough to risk a confrontation with the bear god." "Which leaves Arindia," Silk said, "or the land of the Ulgos." "Arindia, I think. The wrath of Ul is even more fearsome than that of Balar." "Forgive me," Dernick said, his eyes still on Aunt Paul. "This is almost confusing. I've never heard just exactly who this thief is." "I am sorry, gentle Dernick," Wolf said. "It's not a good idea to speak his name. He has certain powers, which might make it possible for him to know our every move if we alert him to our location, and he can hear his name spoken 1,000 leagues away." "A sorcerer?" Dernick asked unbelievingly. "The word isn't one I would choose. It's a term used by men who do not understand that particular art. Instead, let's call him Thief, though there are a few other names I might call him which are far less kindly." "Can we be certain that he'll make for the kingdoms of the Angarax?" Silk asked, frowning. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be quicker to take ship directly to Talhanath and pick up his trail on the south caravan route into Thalmurgos?" Wolf shook his head. "Better to stay with his trail now that we've found it. We don't know what he intends. Maybe he wants to keep the thing he has stolen for himself, rather than deliver it to the Grolums. He might even seek sanctuary in Isya." "Oh, he wouldn't do that. He couldn't, without the connivance of Salmisra." "It would not be the first time that the Queen of the Serpent People has tampered with things that are none of her concern," Wolf pointed out. "If that turns out to be true," Aunt Paul said grimly, "I think I will give myself the leisure to deal with the snake woman permanently." "It is too early to know," Wolf said. "Tomorrow we'll buy provisions and ferry across the river to Arindia. I'll take up the trail there. For the time being, all we can do is follow that trail. Once we know for certain where it leads, we will be able to consider our alternatives." From the evening-darkened inn-yard outside there came suddenly the sound of many horses. Barak stepped quickly to the window and glanced out. "Soldiers!" "Here,"
Silk said, also hurrying to the window.
"They appear to be from one of the king's regiments."
"They won't be interested in us," Aunt Paul said. "Unless they aren't what they seem," said Silk. "Uniforms of one kind or another are not that difficult to come by."
"They aren't Murgos," Barak said. "I would recognize Murgos."
"Brill isn't a Murgo either," said Silk, staring down into the inn-yard.
"See if you can hear what they say,"
Wolf instructed. Barak carefully opened one of the windows a crack, and the candles all flickered in the gust of icy wind. In the yard below, the captain of the soldiers was speaking with the innkeeper.
"He's a man of somewhat more than medium height, with white hair and a short beard. He may be travelling with some others."
"There's such a one here, Your Honor," the innkeeper said dubiously, "but I'm sure he isn't the one you seek. The one is chief steward to the Duchess of Herat, who honors my inn with her presence." "The Duchess of where?" the captain asked sharply.
"Of Herat,"
the innkeeper replied,
"a most noble lady of great beauty and a commanding presence."
"I wonder if I might have a word with her grace," the captain said, climbing down from his horse.
"I'll ask her if she'll receive you, Your Honor," the innkeeper replied.
Barak closed the window.
"I'll deal with this meddlesome captain."
"No," Wolf said.
"He's got too many soldiers with him."
"And if they are who they seem to be, they're good men who have not done us any harm." "There is the back stairs," Silk suggested. "We could be 3 streets away before he reached our door." "And if he stationed soldiers at the back of the inn," Aunt Paul suggested, "what then? Since he is coming to speak with the Duchess of Herat, why don't we let the Duchess deal with him?"
"What have you got in mind?"
Wolf asked her. "If the rest of you stay out of sight, I will speak with him. I should be able to put him off until morning. We can be across the river into Arindia before he comes back."
Perhaps. But this captain sounds like a determined man."
"I have dealt with determined men before." "We will have to decide quickly," Silk said from the door. "He's on the stairs right now."
"We'll try it your way, Paul,"
Wolf said, opening the door to the next chamber. "Garyon," Aunt Paul said, "you stay here. A duchess would not be unattended." Wolf and the others quickly left the room. Garyon whispered, "What do you want me to do, Aunt Paul?" "Just remember that you are my page, dear," she said, seating herself in a large chair near the center of the room, and carefully arranging the folds of her gown. "Stand near my chair, and try to look attentive. I'll take care of the rest." "Yes, my lady." The captain, when he arrived, behind the innkeeper's knock, proved to be a tall, sober-looking man with penetrating gray eyes. Garyon, trying his best to sound officious, requested the soldier's name and then turned to Aunt Paul. "There's a Captain Brendig to see you, Your Grace," he announced. "He says that it's a matter of importance." Aunt Paul looked at him for a moment as if considering the request. "Oh, very well," she said finally. "Show him in." Captain Brendig stepped into the room, and the innkeeper left hurriedly. "Your Grace," the captain said, bowing deferentially to Aunt Paul. What is it, Captain?" "I would not trouble your Grace if my mission were not of such urgency," Brendig apologized. "My orders are directly from the king himself, and you of all people will know that we must defer to his wishes." "I suppose I can spare you a few moments for the king's business. There's a certain man the king wishes to have apprehended, an elderly man with white hair and beard. I am informed that you have such a one among your servants." "Is the man a criminal?" "The king did not say so, Your Grace. I was only told that the man was to be seized and delivered to the palace at Sendar, and all who are with him as well." "I am seldom at court,"
Aunt Paul said. "It's most unlikely that any of my servants would be of such interest to the king."
"Your Grace," Brendig said delicately,
"in addition to my duties in one of the king's own regiments, I also have the honor to hold a baronetcy. I have been at court all my life, and must confess that I've never seen you there. A lady of your striking appearance would not soon be forgotten."
Aunt Paul inclined her head slightly in acknowledgment of the compliment.
"I suppose I should have guessed, my Lord Brendig. Your manners are not those of a common soldier. Moreover, your Grace, I am familiar with all of the holdings of the kingdom. If I am not mistaken, the district of Irat is an earldom, and the Earl of Irat is a short, stout man. My great-uncle, incidentally. There has been no duchy in that part of Sendaria since the kingdom was under the dominion of the Wesite Erins."
Aunt Paul fixed him with an icy stare.
"Milady,"
Brendig said almost apologetically,
"the Wesite Erins were exterminated by their Asturian cousins in the last years of the 3rd millennium. There has been no Wesite nobility for over 2,000 years." "I thank you for the history lesson, my lord," Aunt Paul said coldly. "All of that, however, is hardly the issue, is it?" Brendig continued. "I am bidden by my king to seek out the man of whom I spoke. Upon your honor, lady, do you know such a man?"
The question hung in the air between them, and Garion, knowing in sudden panic that they were caught, almost shouted for Barak. Then the door to the next chamber opened, and Mr. Wolfe stepped into the room. "There is no need to continue with this. I am the one you are looking for. What does Fulrak of Sendaria want with me?" Brendig looked at him without seeming surprise.
"His Majesty did not see fit to take me into his confidence. He will explain it himself, I have no doubt, as soon as we reach the palace at Senda."
"The sooner the better, then. When do we leave?"
"We depart for Senda directly after breakfast in the morning. I will accept your word that none of you will attempt to leave this inn during the night. I would prefer not to subject the Duchess of Irat to the indignity of confinement at the local barracks. The cells there are most uncomfortable, I'm told."
"You have my word."
"Thank you," Brendig said, bowing slightly. "I must also advise you that I am obliged to post guards about this inn, for your protection, of course." "Your solicitude overwhelms us, my lord," Aunt Paul said dryly. "Your servant, milady," Brendig said with a formal bow, and then he turned and left the room. The polished door was only wood, Garion knew that, but as it closed behind the departing Brendig, it seemed to have that dreadful final clang of the door to a dungeon.
Chapter 11. They were 9 days on the coast road from Kemar to the capital at Sendar, though it was only 55 leagues. Captain Brendig measured their pace carefully, and his detachment of soldiers was arranged in such fashion that even the thought of escape was impossible. Although it had stopped snowing, the road was still difficult, and the wind which blew in off of the sea and across the broad, snow-covered salt marshes was raw and chill. They stayed each night in the evenly spaced Sendarian hostels, which stood like mileposts along that uninhabited stretch of coast. The hostels were not quite so well appointed as were their Tolnedran counterparts along the Great North Road, but they were at least adequate. Captain Brendig seemed solicitous about their comfort, but he also posted guards each night. On the evening of the second day, Garion sat near the fire with Gurnik, staring moodily into the flames. Gurnik was his oldest friend, and Garion felt a desperate need for friendship just then.
"Gurnik."
"Yes, lad."
"Have you ever been in a dungeon?"
What could I have done to be put into a dungeon?
I thought that you might have seen one sometime.
Honest folk don't go near such places.
I've heard they're awful. Dark and cold. Full of rats.
What's all this talk of dungeons?
I'm afraid we may find out all about places like that very soon,
Garion said, trying not to sound too frightened.
We've done nothing wrong.
Then why would the king have us seized like this? Kings don't do things like that without a good reason.
We haven't done anything wrong, Turnick repeated stubbornly.
But maybe Mr. Wolf has, Garion suggested. The king wouldn't send all of these soldiers after him without some reason, and we could all be thrown into the dungeon with him just because we happen to be his companions.
Things like that don't happen in Sendaria, Turnick said firmly.
The next day the wind was very strong as it blew in off of the sea, but it was a warm wind, and the foot-deep snow on the road began to turn slushy. By midday it had started to rain. They rode in sodden misery toward the next hostel. "I am afraid we'll have to delay our journey until this blows out," Captain Brendig said that evening, looking out one of the tiny windows of the hostel. "The road's going to be quite impassable by morning." They spent the next day, and the next, sitting in the cramped main room of the hostel, listening to the wind-driven rain slashing at the walls and roof, all the while under the watchful eyes of Brendig and his soldiers. "Silk," Garion said on the second day, moving over to the bench where the rat-faced little man sat dozing. "Yes, Garion," Silk asked, rousing himself. "What kind of man is the king?" "Which king?" "Of Sendaria." "A foolish man, like all kings," Silk laughed. "The Sendarian kings are perhaps a bit more foolish, but that's only natural. Why do you ask?" "Well, let's suppose that somebody did something that the king didn't like, and there were some other people traveling with him, and the king had these people seized. Would the king just throw them all into the dungeon? Or would he let the others go and just keep the one who had angered him?" Silk looked at him for a moment and then spoke firmly. "That question is unworthy of you, Garion." Garion flushed. "I'm afraid of dungeons," he said in a small voice, suddenly very ashamed of himself. "I don't want to be locked up in the dark forever, when I don't even know what for." "The kings of Sendaria are just and honest men," Silk told him. "Not too bright, I'm afraid, but always fair." "How can they be kings if they aren't wise?" "Wisdom is a useful trait in a king. Oh, but it's hardly essential." "How do they get to be kings, then?" "Some are born to it. The stupidest man in the world can be a king if he has the right parents. Sendarian kings have a disadvantage because they started so low." "Low?" "They were elected. Nobody ever elected a king before. Only the Sendars." "How do you elect a king?" Silk smiled. "Very badly, Garion. It's a poor way to select a king. The other ways are worse, but election is a very bad way to choose a king." "Tell me how it was done." Silk glanced briefly at the rain-spattered window across the room, then shrugged. "It's a way to pass the time." And then he leaned back, stretched his feet toward the fire, and began. "It all started about 1,500 years ago," his voice loud enough to reach the ears of Captain Brendig, who sat nearby writing on a piece of parchment. "Sendaria wasn't a kingdom then, not even a separate country. It had belonged from time to time to Carrick, Algaria, or the Northern Erins, a Wysite or Asturian, depending on the fortunes of the Arendish civil war. When that war finally came to an end,
and the Wessex were destroyed, and the Asturians had been defeated, and driven into the untracked reaches of the great forest in northern Arindia, the Emperor of Tolnedra, Ranhorb II, decided that there ought to be a kingdom here.
How could a Tolnedran emperor make that kind of decision for Sendaria?
The arm of the empire is very long. The Great North Road had been built during the Second Barun dynasty. I think it was Ran Barun IV who started the construction, wasn't it, Captain?
The fifth, Brendig said somewhat sourly, without looking up. Ran Barun V.
Oh, thank you, Captain. I can never keep the Barun dynasty straight. Anyway, there were already imperial legions in Sendaria to maintain the highway, and if one has troops in an area, one has a certain authority. Wouldn't you say, Captain?
It's your story, Brendig said shortly.
Oh, indeed it is, Silk agreed. Now, it wasn't really out of any kind of generosity that Ranhorab made his decision, Gerion. Oh, don't misunderstand that. Tolnedrans never give anything away. It was just that the Membrate Errans had finally won the Arindish Civil War, 1,000 years of bloodshed and treachery, and Tolnedra could not afford to allow the Membrates to expand into the north. The creation of an independent kingdom in Sendaria would block Membrate access to the trade routes down out of Dresdnia, and prevent the seat of world power from moving to Vomimbre and leaving the imperial capital at Tolhanath in a kind of backwater.
It all sounds terribly involved.
Oh, not really. Only politics. That's a very simple game, isn't it, Captain? It's a game I do not play, Brendig said, not looking up. Oh, really? So long at court. And not a politician? Why, you are a rare man, Captain. At any rate, the Sendars suddenly discovered that they had themselves a kingdom, but that they had no genuine hereditary nobility. Oh, there were a few retired Tolnedran nobles living on estates here and there, assorted pretenders to this or the Wassite or Asturian title, a Kerek war chief or two with a few followers, but no genuine Sendarian nobility. And so it was that they decided to hold a national election, select a king, don't you see, and then leave the bestowing of titles up to him, a very practical approach, and typically Sendarian.
How do you elect a king?
Gerion asked, beginning to lose his dread of dungeons in his fascination with this story. Oh, everybody votes, Silk said simply. Parents, of course, probably cast the votes for their children, but it appears that that was very little cheating. The rest of the world stood around and laughed at all of this foolishness, but the Sindars continued to cast ballot after ballot for 12 years. 6 years, actually, Brendig said, with his face still down over his parchment. 3827 to 3833. And there were over 1,000 candidates, Silk said expansively. 743, Brendig said tightly. I stand corrected, noble captain. It's an enormous comfort to have such an expert here to catch my errors. I am but a simple Dresdnian merchant, with little background in history. Anyway, on the 23rd ballot, they finally elected their king, a rutabaga farmer named Fundor. He raised more than just rutabagas, Brendig said, looking up with an angry face. Oh, of course he did, Silk said, smacking his forehead with an open palm. How could I have forgotten the cabbages? He raised cabbages too, Gerion. Never forget the cabbages. Well, everybody in Sendaria who thought he was important journeyed to Fundor's farm, and found him vigorously fertilizing his fields, and they greeted him with a great cry, Hail Fundor the Magnificent, King of Sendaria, and fell on their knees in his august presence. Must we continue with this? Brendig asked in a pained voice, looking up. "Well, the boy wants to know, Captain," Silk replied with an innocent face. "It is our duty, as his elders, to instruct him in the history of our past, wouldn't you say?" "Say whatever you like," Brendig said in a stiff voice. "Oh, thank you for your permission, Captain," Silk said, inclining his head. "Do you know what the King of Sendaria said then, Geryon?" "No. What?" "I pray you, your eminences," the king said, "have a care for your finery. I have just well manured the bed in which you are kneeling." Barak, who was sitting nearby, roared with laughter, pounding his knee with one huge hand. "I find this less than amusing, sir," Captain Brendig said coldly, rising to his feet. "I make no jokes about the King of Drasnia, do I?" "Oh, but you are a courteous man, Captain," Silk said mildly, "and a nobleman. I'm merely a poor man trying to make his way in the world." Brendig looked at him helplessly, and then turned and stomped out of the room. The following morning, the wind had blown itself out and the rain had stopped. The road was very nearly a quagmire, but Brendig decided that they must continue. Travel that day was difficult, but the next was somewhat easier, as the road began to drain. Aunt Paul seemed unconcerned by the fact that they had been seized at the king's orders. She maintained her regal bearing even though Geryon saw no real need to continue the subterfuge, and wished fervently that she would abandon it. The familiar, practical sensibility with which she had ruled her kitchen at Faldor's farm had somehow been replaced by a kind of demanding willfulness that Geryon found particularly distressing. For the first time in his life he felt a distance between them, and it left a vacancy that had never been there before. To make matters worse, the gnawing uncertainty which had been steadily growing since Silk's unequivocal declaration on the hilltop outside Winold that Aunt Paul could not possibly be his aunt, sawed roughly at his sense of his own identity, and Geryon often found himself staring at the awful question, "Who am I?" Mr. Wolfe seemed changed as well. He seldom spoke either on the road nor at night in the hostels. He spent a great deal of time sitting by himself with an expression of moody irritability on his face. Finally, on the 9th day after their departure from Camar, the broad salt marshes ended, and the land along the coast became more rolling. They topped a hill about midday, just as the pale winter sun broke through the clouds, and there, in the valley below them, the walled city of Sendar lay facing the sea. The detachment of guards at the south gate of the city saluted smartly as Captain Brendig led the little party through, and he returned their salute crisply. The broad streets of the city seemed filled with people in the finest clothing, all moving about importantly, as if their errands were the most vital thing in the world.
"Courtiers,"
Barak, who had chanced to be riding beside Geryon, snorted with contempt.
"Not a real man amongst them."
"A necessary evil, my dear Barak," Silk said, back over his shoulder to the big man. "Little jobs require little men, and it is the little jobs that keep a kingdom running." After they had passed through the magnificently large square, they moved up a wide avenue to the palace. It was a very large building, with many stories and broad wings extending out on each side of the paved courtyard. The entire structure was surmounted by a round tower that was easily the highest edifice in the entire city. "Where do you suppose the dungeons are?" Geryon whispered to Jernik when they stopped.
"I would take it most kindly, Geryon," Jernik said with a pained look, "if you not speak so much of dungeons."
Captain Brendig dismounted and went to meet a fussy-looking man in an embroidered tunic and feathered cap, who came down the wide steps at the front of the palace to meet them.
They spoke for a few moments and seemed to be arguing.
"My orders are from the king himself," Brendig said, his voice carrying to where they sat. "I am commanded to deliver these people directly to him immediately upon our arrival." "My orders are also from the king," the fussy-looking man said, "and I am commanded to have them made presentable before they are delivered to the throne room. Now I will take charge of them."
"They'll remain in my custody, Count Nilden, until they have been delivered to the king himself."
"I won't have your muddy soldiers tracking through the halls of the palace, Lord Brendig," the count replied.
"Then we shall wait here, Count Nilden. Be so good as to fetch his majesty."
"Fetch?" The count's face was aghast. "I am chief butler to his majesty's household, Lord Brendig. I do not fetch anything or anybody."
Brendig turned, as if to remount his horse.
"Oh, very well," Count Nilden said petulantly. "If you must have it your own way, at least have them wipe their feet."
Brendig bowed coldly.
"I won't forget this, Lord Brendig,"
Nilden threatened. "Nor shall I, Count Nilden." Then they all dismounted, and, with Brendig's soldiers drawn up in close order about them, they crossed the courtyard to a broad door near the center of the west wing.
"Be so good as to follow me,"
Count Nilden said, glancing with a shudder at the mud-spattered soldiers, and he led them into the wide corridor which lay beyond the door. Apprehension and curiosity struggled in Gerion's mind. Despite the assurances of Silk and Jernik, and the hopeful implications of Count Nilden's announcement that he was going to have them made presentable, the threat of some clammy, rat-infested dungeon, complete with a rack and a wheel and other unpleasant things, still seemed very real. On the other hand, he had never been in a palace before, and his eyes tried to be everywhere at once. That part of his mind which sometimes spoke to him in dry detachment told him that his fears were probably groundless, and that his gawking made him appear to be a doltish country bumpkin. Count Nilden led them directly to a part of the corridor where there were a number of highly polished doors.
"This one is for the boy," he announced, pointing at one of them.
One of the soldiers opened the door, and Gerion reluctantly stepped through, looking back over his shoulder at Aunt Paul.
"Come along now,"
a somewhat impatient voice said. Gerion whirled, not knowing what to expect.
"Close the door, boy,"
the fine-looking man who had been waiting for him said.
"We don't have all day, you know."
The man was waiting beside a large wooden tub with steam rising from it.
"Quickly, boy, take off those filthy rags and get into the tub. His Majesty is waiting."
Too confused to object or even answer, Gerion numbly began to unlace his tunic. After he had been bathed, and the knots had been brushed out of his hair, he was dressed in clothes which lay on a nearby bench. His coarse woolen hose of serviceable peasant brown were exchanged for ones of a much finer weave in a lustrous blue. His scuffed and muddy boots were traded for soft leather shoes. His tunic was soft white linen, and the doublet he wore over it was a rich blue, trimmed with a silvery fur.
"I guess that's the best I can do on short notice,"
the man who had bathed and dressed him said, looking him up and down critically.
"At least I won't be totally embarrassed when you are presented to the king."
Gerion mumbled his thanks and then stood, waiting for further instructions.
"Well, go along, boy. You mustn't keep His Majesty waiting."
Silk and Barak stood in the corridor, talking quietly. Barak was hugely splendid in a green brocade doublet, but looked uncomfortable without his sword. Silk's doublet was a rich black, trimmed in silver, and his scraggly whiskers had been carefully trimmed into an elegant short beard.
"What does all of this mean?"
Gerion asked, as he joined them.
"We ought to be presented to the king," Barak said, "and our honest clothes might have given offense. Kings aren't accustomed to looking at ordinary men.
Dernick emerged from one of the rooms, his face pale with anger.
That overdressed fool wanted to give me a bath, he said in a choked outrage.
It is the custom, Silk explained. Noble guests aren't expected to bathe themselves. I hope you didn't hurt him.
I'm not noble, and I'm quite able to bathe myself, Dernick said hotly. I told him that I'd drown him in his own tub if he didn't keep his hands to himself. After that he didn't pester me any more, but he did steal my clothes. I had to put these on instead.
He gestured at his clothes, which were quite similar to Gerion's.
I hope nobody sees me in all this frippery.
Beric says the king might be offended if he saw us in our real clothes.
The king won't be looking at me, Dernick said. And I don't like this business of trying to look like something I'm not. I'll wait outside with the horses if I can get my own clothes back.
Be patient, Dernick, Beric advised. We'll get this business with the king straightened out, and then be on our way again.
If Dernick was angry, Mr. Wolf was in what could be best described as a towering fury. He came out into the corridor dressed in a snowy white robe, deeply cowled at the back.
Someone's going to pay for this, he raged.
It does become you, Silk said admiringly.
Your taste has always been questionable, Master Silk, Wolf said in a frosty tone.
Where's Paul? The lady has not yet made her appearance.
I should have known,
Wolf said, sitting down on a nearby bench.
We may as well be comfortable. Paul's preparations usually take quite a while.
And so they waited. Captain Brandig, who had changed his boots and doublet, paced up and down as the minutes dragged by. Gerion was totally baffled by their reception. They did not seem to be under arrest, but his imagination still saw dungeons, and that was enough to make him very jumpy. And then Aunt Paul appeared. She wore the blue velvet gown that had been made for her in Kamar, and a silver circlet about her head, which set off the single white lock at her brow. Her bearing was regal, and her face stern.
"So soon, Mistress Paul?"
Wolf asked dryly.
"I hope you weren't rushed."
She ignored that and examined each of them in turn. Adequate, I suppose," she said finally, absently adjusting the collar of Gerion's doublet. "Give me your arm, old wolf, and let's find out what the king of the Sendars wants with us." Mr. Wolf rose from his bench, extended his arm, and the two of them started down the corridor. Captain Brandig hastily assembled his soldiers, and followed them all in some kind of ragged order. "If you please, my lady," he called out to Aunt Paul, "permit me to show you the way." "We know the way, Lord Brandig," she replied, without so much as turning her head. Count Nilden, the chief butler, stood waiting for them in front of two massive doors guarded by uniformed men-at-arms. He bowed slightly to Aunt Paul, and snapped his fingers. The men-at-arms swung the heavy doors inward. Thorak, the king of Sendaria, was a dumpy-looking man with a short brown beard. He sat, rather uncomfortably it appeared, on a high-backed throne which stood on a dais at one end of the great hall, into which Count Nilden led them. The throne-room was vast, with a high vaulted ceiling and walls covered with what seemed acres of heavy red velvet drapery. There were candles everywhere, and dozens of people strolled about in fine clothes, chatting idly in the corners, all but ignoring the presence of the king. "May I announce you?" Count Nilden asked Mr. Wolf.
"Thorak knows who I am,"
Wolf replied shortly, and strode down the long scarlet carpet toward the throne with Aunt Paul still on his arm. Gerion and the others followed with Brandig and his soldiers close behind, through the suddenly quiet crowd of courtiers and their ladies. At the front of the throne they all stopped, and Wolfe bowed rather coldly. Aunt Paul, her eyes frosty, curtsied, and Barak and Silk bowed in a courtly manner. Dernick and Garyon followed suit, though not nearly as gracefully. Brendig's voice came from behind them. "If it please your Majesty, these are the ones you sought," the king replied in a rather ordinary-sounding voice. "I knew you could be depended upon, Lord Brendig. Your reputation's well deserved. You have my thanks." And then he looked at Mr. Wolfe and the rest of them, his expression undecipherable. Garyon began to tremble. The king said to Mr. Wolfe, "My dear old friend, it's been too many years since we last met." "Have you lost your wits entirely, Forak?" Mr. Wolfe snapped, in a voice which carried no further than the king's ears. "Why do you choose to interfere with me? Now, of all times. And what possessed you to outfit me in this absurd thing?" He plucked at the front of his white robe in disgust. "Are you trying to announce my presence to every Murgo and from here to the Hook of Arindia?" The king's face looked pained. "I was afraid you might take it that way," he said in a voice no louder than Mr. Wolfe's had been. "I'll explain when we can speak more privately." He turned quickly to Aunt Paul, as if trying to preserve the appearance at least of dignity. "It's been much too long since we've seen you, dear lady. Layla and the children have missed you, and I've been desolate in your absence." "Your Majesty is too kind," Aunt Paul said, her tone as cold as Wolfe's. The king winced. "Pray, dear lady, don't judge me too hastily. My reasons were urgent. I hope that Lord Brendig's summons did not too greatly inconvenience you." "Lord Brendig was the soul of courtesy," Aunt Paul said, her tone unchanged. She glanced once at Brendig, who had grown visibly pale. "And you, my Lord Berwick," the king hurried on, as if trying to make the best of a bad situation. "How fares your cousin, our dear brother King Anheg of Carrick?" "He was well when last I saw him, your Majesty," Berwick replied formally. "A bit drunk, but that's not unusual for Anheg." The king chuckled a bit nervously and turned quickly to Silk. "Prince Kilda of the Royal House of Dresnia. We are amazed to find such noble visitors in our realm, and more than a little injured that they chose not to call upon us, so that we might greet them. Is the king of the Sendars of so little note that he's not even worth a brief stop?" "We intended no disrespect, your Majesty," Silk replied, bowing. "But our errand was of such urgency that there was no time for the usual courtesies." The king flickered a warning glance at that, and surprisingly wove his fingers in the scarcely perceptible gestures of the Dresnian secret language. "Not here. Too many ears about." He then looked inquiringly at Dernick and Garyon. Aunt Paul stepped forward. "This is Goodman Dernick of the district of Arat, your Majesty," she said, "a brave and honest man." "Welcome, Goodman Dernick," the king said. "I can only hope that men may also one day call me a brave and honest man." Dernick bowed awkwardly. His face was filled with bewilderment. "I'm just a simple blacksmith, your honour," he said. "But I hope I'll mend on that I'm your honour's most loyal and devoted subject." "Well spoken, Goodman Dernick," the king said with a smile, and then he looked at Garyon. Aunt Paul followed his glance. "A boy, your Majesty," she said rather indifferently. "Garyon by name. He was placed in my care some years ago, and accompanies us because I did not know what else to do with him." A terrible coldness struck at Garyon's stomach. The certainty that her casual words were in fact the bald truth came crashing down on him. She had not even tried to soften the blow. The indifference with which she had destroyed his life hurt almost more than the destruction itself. The king said,
Else'll welcome, Geryon. You travel in noble company for one so young.
I didn't know who they were, Your Majesty, Geryon said miserably. Nobody tells me anything.
The king laughed in tolerant amusement.
As you grow older, Geryon, you'll probably find that during these days such innocence is the most comfortable state in which to live. I've been told things of late that I would much prefer not to know.
Mr. Wolf said,
May we speak privately now, Fulrak?
His voice still irritated.
In good time, my old friend, the king replied. I've ordered a banquet prepared in your honor. Let's all go in and dine. Layla and the children are waiting for us. There will be time later to discuss certain matters.
And with that he rose and stepped down from the dais. Geryon, sunk in his private misery, fell in beside Silk.
Prince Keldar?
He said, desperately needing to take his mind off of the shocking reality that had just fallen upon him.
An accident of birth, Geryon, Silk said with a shrug. Something over which I had no control. Fortunately, I'm only the nephew of the King of Dresnia, and far down in the line of succession. I'm not in any immediate danger of ascending the throne.
Barak is?
The cousin of King Anhug of Carrick, Silk replied. He looked over his shoulder. What is your exact rank, Barak?
The Earl of Tralheim, why do you ask?
The lad here was curious.
It's all nonsense anyway. But when Anheg became king, someone had to become clan chief. In Carrick you cannot be both. It's considered unlucky, particularly by the chiefs of the other clans.
I can see why they might feel that way.
It's an empty title anyway. There hasn't been a clan war in Carrick for over 3,000 years. I let my youngest brother act in my stead. He's a simple-minded fellow, and easily amused. Besides, it annoys my wife.
You're married?
Geryon was startled.
If you want to call it that,
Beric said sourly. Silk nudged Geryon warningly, indicating that this was a delicate subject.
Why didn't you tell us?
Geryon demanded accusingly.
About your titles, I mean.
Would it have made any difference?
Well, no,
Geryon admitted.
But
he stopped, unable to put his feelings about the matter into words.
Oh, I don't understand any of this.
It will all become clear in time, Silk assured him, as they entered the banquet hall. The hall was almost as large as the throne room. There were long tables covered with fine linen cloth and once again candles everywhere. A servant stood behind each chair, and everything was supervised by a plump little woman with a beaming face and a tiny crown perched precariously atop her head. As they all entered, she came forward quickly.
"Oh, dear Paul, you look just wonderful."
She embraced Aunt Paul warmly, and the two began talking together animatedly.
Queen Layla, Silk explained briefly to Geryon. They call her the Mother of Sendaria. The 4 children over there are hers. She has 4 or 5 others, older and probably away on state business, since Fulrak insists that his children earn their keep. It's a standard joke among the other kings that Queen Layla's been pregnant since she was 14. Oh, but that's probably because they're expected to send royal gifts at each new birth. She's a good woman, though, and she keeps King Fulrak from making too many mistakes.
She knows Aunt Paul,
Geryon said, and that fact disturbed him for some reason. Oh, everybody knows your Aunt Paul, Silk told him. Since Aunt Paul and the Queen were deep in conversation and already drifting toward the head of the table, Geryon stayed close to Silk.
"Don't let me make any mistakes,"
he gestured, trying to keep the movements of his fingers inconspicuous. Silk winked in reply. Once they were all seated and the food began to arrive, Geryon began to relax. He found that all he had to do was follow Silk's lead,
and the intricate niceties of formal dining no longer intimidated him. The talk around him was dignified and quite incomprehensible, but he reasoned that no one was likely to pay much attention to him, and that he was probably safe if he kept his mouth shut and his eyes on his plate. An elderly nobleman with a beautifully curled silvery beard, however, leaned toward him.
"You have travelled recently, I'm told," he said, in a somewhat condescending tone. "How fares the kingdom, young man?"
Geryon looked helplessly across the table at Silk.
"What do I say?"
He gestured with his fingers.
"Tell him that the kingdom fares no better nor no worse than might be anticipated under the present circumstances," Silk replied.
Geryon dutifully repeated that.
"Ah," the old nobleman said, "much as I had expected. You're a very observant boy for one so young. I enjoy talking with young people. Their views are so fresh."
"Who is he?"
Geryon gestured.
"The Earl of Selene,"
Silk replied.
"He is a tiresome old bore, but be polite to him. Address him as my lord."
"And how did you find the roads?"
the Earl inquired.
"Somewhat in disrepair, my lord,"
Geryon replied with Silk's prompting.
"But that's normal for this time of year, isn't it?"
"Oh, indeed it is,"
the Earl said approvingly.
"What a splendid boy you are."
The strange three-way conversation continued, and Geryon even began to enjoy himself, as the comments fed to him by Silk seemed to amaze the old gentleman. At last the banquet was over, and the king rose from his seat at the head of the table.
"And now, dear friends," he announced, "Queen Layla and I would like to visit privately with our noble guest, and so we pray you will excuse us."
He offered his arm to Aunt Paul, Mr. Wolf offered his to the plump little queen, and the four of them walked toward the far door of the hall. The Earl of Selene smiled broadly at Geryon, and then looked across the table.
"I've enjoyed our conversation, Prince Keldar. I may indeed be a tiresome old bore, as you say, but I can sometimes be an advantage, don't you think?"
Silk laughed ruefully.
"I should have known that an old fox like you would be an adept at the secret language, my lord."
"A legacy from a misspent youth," the Earl laughed. "Your pupil is most proficient, Prince Keldar, but his accent is strange."
"The weather has been cold while he was learning, my lord," Silk said, "and our fingers were a bit stiff. I'll correct the problem when we have leisure."
The old nobleman seemed enormously pleased with himself at having outsmarted Silk.
"Splendid boy," he said,
patting Geryon's shoulder, and then he went off chuckling to himself.
"You knew he understood all along,"
Geryon accused Silk.
"But of course,"
Silk said.
"Dresnian intelligence knows every adept at our secret speech. Sometimes it is useful to permit certain, carefully selected messages to be intercepted. Don't even underestimate the Earl of Selene, however. It's not impossible that he's at least as clever as I am. But look how much he enjoyed catching us." "Can't you ever do anything without being sly?"
His tone was a bit grumpy, since he was convinced that somehow he had been the butt of the whole joke.
"No, not unless I absolutely have to, my Geryon," Silk laughed. "People such as I continually practice deception, even when it's not necessary. Our lives sometimes depend on how cunning we are, and so we need to keep our wits sharp."
"It must be a lonely way to live," Geryon observed rather shrewdly, at the silent prompting of his inner voice.
"You never really trust anyone, do you?"
I suppose not. It's a game we play, Geryon. We are all very skilled at it. At least we are, if we intend to live very long. We all know each other, since we're members of a very small profession. The rewards are very great, but after a while we play our game only for the joy of defeating each other. You are right, though. It is lonely, and sometimes disgusting, but most of the time it's a great deal of fun." Count Nilden came up to them and bowed politely. "His Majesty asks that you and the boy join him and your other friends in his private apartments, Prince Keldar." "If you'll be so good as to follow me." "Oh, but of course," Silk said. "Come along, Geryon." The king's private apartments were much simpler than the ornate halls in the main palace. King Fulrak had removed his crown and state robes and now looked much like any other Sendar in rather ordinary clothes. He stood talking quietly with Barak. Queen Layla and Aunt Paul were seated on a couch deep in conversation, and Dernek was not far away, trying his best to look inconspicuous. Mr. Wolf stood alone near a window, his face like a thundercloud. "Ah, Prince Keldar. We thought perhaps you and Geryon had been waylaid." "We were fencing with the Earl of Selene, Your Majesty. Figuratively speaking, of course." "Oh, be careful of him. It's quite possible that he's too shrewd even for one of your talents." "Oh, I have a great deal of respect for the old scoundrel," Silk laughed. King Fulrak glanced apprehensively at Mr. Wolf, then squared his shoulders and sighed. "I suppose we'd better get this unpleasantness over with. Layla, would you entertain our other guests while I give our grim-faced old friend there and the lady the opportunity to scold me? It's obvious that he's not going to be happy until they have said a few unkind things to me about some matters that weren't really my fault."
"Oh, of course, dear," Queen Layla said. "Try not to be too long, and please don't shout. The children have been put to bed, and they need all their rest."
Aunt Paul rose from the couch, and she and Mr. Wolf, whose expression had not changed, followed the king into an adjoining chamber.
"Well, then," Queen Layla said pleasantly, "what shall we talk about?"
"I am instructed, Your Highness, to convey the regards of Queen Porin of Drasnia to you, should the occasion arise," Silk said in a courtly manner. "She asks leave of you to broach a correspondence on a matter of some delicacy."
"Oh, why, of course," Queen Layla beamed. "She's a dear child, far too pretty and sweet-natured for that fat old bandit Rodar. I hope he hasn't made her unhappy?"
"Oh, no, Your Highness. Amazing though it may seem, she loves my uncle to distraction, and he, of course, is delirious with joy over so young and beautiful a wife. It is positively sickening the way they dote on each other."
"Some day, Prince Keldar, you will fall in love," the Queen said with a little smirk, "and the 12 kingdoms will stand around and chortle over the fall of so notorious a bachelor. Now, what is this matter Porin wishes to discuss with me?"
"It is a question of fertility, Your Highness," Silk said with a delicate cough. "She wants to present my uncle with an heir, and she needs to seek your advice in this business. The entire world stands in awe of your gifts in that, particular area." Queen Layla blushed prettily and then laughed.
"I'll write to her at once," she promised.
Geryon by now had carefully worked his way to the door through which King Fulrak had taken Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf. He began a meticulous examination of a tapestry on the wall, to conceal the fact that he was trying to hear what was going on behind the closed door. It took him only a moment to begin to pick up familiar voices.
"Exactly what does all this foolishness mean, Fulrak?"
Mr. Wolf was saying. "Oh, please don't judge me too hastily, Ancient One," the king said placatingly. "Some things have happened that you might not be aware of."
"You know that I'm aware of everything that happens,"
Wolf said. "Did you know "That we are defenseless if the accursed one awakens. That which held him in check has been stolen from off the throne of the Raven King. As a matter of fact, I was following the trail of the thief when your noble Captain Brendig interrupted me in my search." "Now, I am sorry, but you wouldn't have gone much farther anyway. All the kings of Aloria have been searching for you for 3 months now. Your likeness, drawn by the finest artists, is in the hands of every ambassador, agent, and official of the 5 kingdoms of the north. Actually, you've been followed since you left Darin."
"Thorek, I am busy. Tell the Alorn kings to leave me alone. Why are they suddenly so interested in my movements?"
"They want to have a council with you.
The Alorns are preparing for war, and even my poor Sendaria is being quietly mobilized. If the accursed one arises now, we're all doomed. The power that's been stolen can very possibly be used to awaken him, and his first move will be to attack the west. You know that, Belgariad. And you also know that until the return of the Raven King, the west has no real defense." Geryon blinked and started violently, then tried to cover the sudden movement by bending to look at some of the finer details on the tapestry. He told himself that he had heard wrong. The name King Thorek had spoken could not have really been Belgariad. Belgariad was a fairy tale figure, a myth.
"Just tell the Alorn kings that I am in pursuit of the thief. I don't have time for councils just now. If they'll leave me alone, I should be able to catch up with him before he can do any mischief with the thing he's managed to steal."
"Don't tempt fate, Thorek. Your interference is costing us time," Aunt Paul advised. "We cannot afford to lose this time. Presently, I'll become vexed with you." The king's voice was firm as he answered.
"I know your power, Lady Pulgara."
And Geryon jumped again.
"I don't have any choice, however," the king continued. "I'm bound by my word to deliver all of you up at Val Alorn to the kings of Aloria, and a king cannot break his word to other kings."
There was a long silence in the other room, while Geryon's mind raced through a dozen possibilities.
"You're not a bad man, Thorek," Mr. Wolf said. "Not perhaps as bright as I might wish, but a good man nonetheless. I won't raise my hand against you, nor will my daughter."
"Speak for yourself, old wolf," Aunt Paul said grimly.
"No, Pulgara. If we have to go to Val Alorn, let us go with all possible speed. The sooner we explain things to the Alorns, the sooner they will stop interfering."
"I think age is beginning to soften your brain, Father," Aunt Paul said. "We don't have the time for this excursion to Val Alorn. Thorek can explain to the Alorn kings."
"It won't do any good, Lady Pulgara," the king said rather ruefully. "As your father so pointedly mentioned, I'm not considered very bright. The Alorn kings won't listen to me. If you leave now, they'll just send someone like Brendig to apprehend you again."
"Then that unfortunate man may suddenly find himself living out the remainder of his days as a toad, or possibly a radish," Aunt Paul said ominously.
"Enough of that, Paul. Is there a ship ready for wreck?" "It lies at the North Wharf, Belgariad. A chariot vessel sent by King Anheg." "Very well. Tomorrow, then, we'll go to Carrick. It seems that I'm going to have to point out a few things to some thick-headed Alorns. Will you be going with us?" "I'm obliged to. Counts to be general, and Sendaria's involved."
"You haven't heard the last of this, Thorek."
"Never mind, Paul," Mr. Wolf said. "He's only doing what he thinks is right. We'll straighten it all out in Val Alorn."
Geryon was trembling as he stepped away from the door. It was impossible. His skeptical Sendarian upbringing made him at first incapable of even considering such an absurdity. Reluctantly, however,
He finally forced himself to look the idea full in the face. What if Mr. Wolf really was Belgariad the sorcerer, a man who had lived for over 7,000 years? And what if Aunt Paul was really his daughter, Belgariad the sorceress, who was only slightly younger? All of the bits and pieces, the cryptic hints, the half-truths, fell together. Silk had been right. She could not be his aunt. Gerion's orphaning was complete now. He was adrift in the world with no ties of blood or heritage to cling to. Desperately he wanted to go home, back to Faldor's farm, where he could sink himself in unthinking obscurity, in a quiet place where there were no sorcerers, or strange searches, or anything that would even remind him of Aunt Paul and the cruel hoax she had made of his life.